Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for January 29, 2019. We'll begin with the appeals calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 1, 10379BZ, 2530 44th Street, Queens, and item number 2, 2017 144A, also 2530 44th Street, Queens. These properties are being adjourned to February 5th.
Yeah.
Special order calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 3, 6713A, 945 Zarega Avenue, the Bronx. And item number 4, 6713 Avenue, 13A4, 944 Zarega Avenue, the Bronx. These are being adjourned to March 19th.
No, February 6th, I thought. Oh, March 19th. Yeah,
March 19th with submission dates by DOB for 206 to February 6th and 227 appellant on 1.
Yes.
Okay?
Yep.
Okay. Reopen hearings. Item number 5, 16-12BZ, 184 Nostrand Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay, for a motion to reopen.
Sorry, 1 second. Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Please raise your right hand. Who else is coming up?
Mr. Ambassador.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and in response to the board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Good morning, Eric Palatnik. I'd like Felix Tambasco to come up to speak, and I'd like to start with an apology on behalf of Mr. Tambasco, which he is going to give to your board, and for myself, because I really should have caught the mistakes that Mr. Tambasco made. We just passed up to you a letter from Mr. Tambasco, which outlines the changes. We attended your review session yesterday. We heard your comments, and we understand why you are upset with things having been misrepresented in the application. The misrepresentations were unintentional by Mr. Tambasco. He's going to come up here and to explain to you the nature of his mistakes and his errors and the unintentional nature. And to add a little levity to the situation, I thought I would also call out for you, if you look at Mr. Tambasco's letterhead where he spells the word statin, just notice that the spelling's a little wrong on statin. He got a little ahead of himself on this application, and he made mistakes. He didn't try to misrepresent anything to the board. He made a lot of little changes, and when I said to him yesterday after your review session, I go, what's up with all these changes? It's like, where's Waldo? He said, I thought they were minor. I didn't need to tell anybody.
Okay.
So that's where the perspective he was coming to you from. I didn't know that was his perspective. I didn't know that's the way he was looking at it. He didn't know that it was being looked at that way, the way he was looking at it. It was logical corrections to things, to changes he made along the way. He just never told anybody. So I do apologize for that, and there was no intention to mislead anybody. Nobody was trying to get one over on anybody or bamboozle or do anything other than portray the building in its actual format. And I can understand after I heard your review session yesterday, and I spent the night last night going through everything that you asked us to go through. You have an affidavit here in front of you from the architect, Felix, because I couldn't create this because I don't know all the changes he made, and he just listed them all. And that was all done because I was as appalled as you were yesterday when I started to uncover and see all these little tiny changes that there's no way that you, your board, your attorneys could have found out unless somebody called them out clearly to you. That's my hallmark. It's the way that I treat my applications. I don't care if you approve a building at 45 feet or at 47 feet. I still go home to my family, but it's important that the building should be represented to you the right way, and I hold that in very, very, very important hallmark. And I hope I made clear that our regret for having put you in this position, having to analyze it, not trust what is in front of you. I've said all I could say to say we apologize, but Mr. Tambasco is going to stand up now, and he can go through with you on an itemized by itemized basis the 10 or so changes that he made to the plans that he never alerted anybody to.
Good morning. My name is Felix Tabasco. And again, I do apologize, and I am sorry for any inconvenience or problems it may have caused the board or anyone else. Again, the changes were unintentional, and I'm here to try to explain how and why they occurred. If we can start with page 1, the height, which I believe is probably the issue that of most importance to you. It went from 47 feet to 49 feet 0 1/2 inches. I believe, again, to the best of my knowledge, this job is somewhat like 8 years old. Several people worked on it. There's been many iterations along the way. I believe the error occurred as a drafting error when they placed the mean curb elevation on the drawings and then took a dimension from that point to the uppermost roof point, and it came out to be 47 feet. I believe that's where the error occurred. I believe it was placed in the wrong place, because the physical fact is that the building, for the most part, except for 7 inches, is the same building that's always been represented to you.
Sorry, you're saying it should have always been 49 feet?
Basically, that's what I'm saying.
No.
No, I'm not saying that.
You know how many versions of plans were submitted to us? I only recounted the last
Too many.
3, right?
many.
So,
It's been in hearing since 2015.
yes.
Yes.
So if you don't know, if your office doesn't know how to find a 2-foot difference in what should have happened in 3 years, not our problem. We talked about a 10-foot increase from what was approved before, 37 feet, and this, I'm speaking, I hope, on behalf of the whole board, we're not interested in looking at this project again. So the project has to go back to exactly the drawings that we saw that were submitted on 9/27, I think?
927.
927, which for some reason were voided out when they were replaced with the 1010 drawings. The 927 drawings represent the height that the board considered and approved when it was voting, not realizing that there had been a switch in the drawings. We're not going to discuss any additional height. We're done with this project. You know how many hearings we had on this project? Okay, so, sorry. A drafting error?
I am sorry. Well, I am sorry, and again, you're right. I mean, it shouldn't have occurred, and I do apologize for
It
it.
hasn't occurred. It's
It
not-
shouldn't have occurred.
No, so I'm just telling you,
Yeah.
there's been no change. The project is the project as the drawings on 927 showed. We haven't been able to verify that the 927 drawings,
I'm sorry? She's saying that we have to go back to 47?
Yeah, 47.
I understand that.
I'm telling you, it's a 47-foot project. That's what was approved. That's what was reviewed over and over and over again on all of these submissions.
Well,
And
that's-
on a drafting error, I'm not interested.
Okay.
Right?
I'm just trying, it was a way.
And that's
now it's an
fine, right?
It's an apology, and it doesn't let me off the hook. I just was trying to waive an explanation as to what happened. I am not, Well, it's
gotta
gonna have to be okay.
It's okay, it's okay at 47 feet. That's
I
what the
mean, I'm
board
gonna have to
considered
take-
over the course of 3 years, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hearings. Is that enough to get us to 47 feet? Excuse me, sir. You know, I'm speaking to you. Architect to architect. I cannot believe this, okay?
And one more thing.
Yeah.
When you catch an error like this, and you realize that you did something in error for whatever, 3 years, and you catch it, just let us know. Do not fix it and just submit the drawings to us. Give us a notice.
well, that's my mistake. Well,
Obviously.
I'm sorry, and I do apologize, and like I said, you know, I mean, you probably don't want to hear it, but if I can. The error occurred as part of a drafting error and part of the fact that they changed the datum. They went from the Sandy Hook datum to the NABD 88, and that's 1.44 feet difference. And
Excuse
my
me,
draft-
when was this Hurricane Sandy? What year was that?
No, the datum changed, the job started in 2011.
Yes, but in what year was Sandy? It was in
4 years ago?
2012, wasn't it?
5 years ago?
What year did we start these hearings? In 2015.
No, but-
That's 3 years for you to learn about the datum.
You're right. No, I'm not, I'm not saying that I'm not saying that this is any justification. I'm just trying to tell you possibly what.
And this is not a datum mistake. If you have datum X Height is the difference between elevation 1 and 2. If you have datum Y, height is the difference between elevation 1 and 2. Difference shouldn't
No,
change.
with all due respect, the datum,
Okay, I don't want to
Okay,
talk
okay,
about
fine.
datum.
Okay, you
This
wanna
is
go-
inexcusable,
wanna go through
and
the other
and we're going
changes?
back to 47 feet. What?
Are we going back to the entirety of the September plans? Because the roof has changed in this latest plan. They added a boiler room onto the roof on the other side of the stair bulkhead. And so this, it's not in September, so are we going back to
We're going to
September for
September.
everything, whatever is in
It's the
September
September 27
goes?
drawings, but
Okay.
we haven't, none of us reviewed the 27 drawings, the September 27 drawings, because they were put in a void folder and replaced by this October 10th set. So none of us have seen it, and so we don't know if it complies, it conforms to what we were reviewing up until then, which the last one of which was the August 10th drawings, right? August 31.
Sorry,
August
August
30th.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, there's also some changes to that you wanted. In addition, it's back to the drawings with the original height, but there were two other changes that you wanted to ensure that these plans have.
Right, so we were removing the elevator overrun
that would,
we were removing the elevator from stopping at the roof.
Right, that's
That
right.
results in a reduction in the height of the overrun. And you had an option to have the elevator stop if you wanted in the storage room, which you apparently didn't opt for. And then the only other changes that I can remember are the environmental notes that had to be on the right side and were added on one set of the drawings.
let me understand.
Playing on the roof or something.
On the earlier one, the one that had the 47 foot, that had the overrun in it. It shows a section on that set of drawings that shows the overrun, the stop at the third floor, and the machine room on top of the, I think that's page 11, on that submittal.
So I don't want to get into what
But is that
the
correct?
instruction was no elevator stop at the roof.
That's true.
And the removal of the overrun to the extent that it doesn't need, I mean, once it stops at the third floor, you've got your overrun for the height of,
The 921 does show an elevator stop to the roof.
Right.
so it shouldn't show a stop to the roof?
Sure.
It's
Yeah, it
showing-
does.
It does.
shows
It
there's
shows an
a-
elevator lobby.
Yeah, and a light shaded spot.
Right.
Perhaps
But it
that's
doesn't
why
show
it's
us.
voided.
Right, so this is the thing. So maybe the best thing to do is go back to the 831 set, which was the last one we looked at in hearing, where you were given instructions about what to do.
Right.
And do that and make the changes, only those changes on the drawings, and those become the drawings.
Okay.
If you need other things, you'll have to start all over again.
We did add a compactor. Is that going to be a problem? I mean, I don't see that.
I don't want to talk about this here,
One of
right?
the other changes, just whatever was in August. what we got.
I just want to point out, I'm looking at plans submitted, plans dated 8/30th, plans dated,
They're filed.
oh, okay, sorry.
See, if you look in your right-hand corner, it has
The red stamp.
the
Oh.
red stamp. That's
Okay, sorry. Plans submitted on 9/24, then plans submitted on 8/31, and the October one, and to this. And one of the things that I'm looking that is consistent, and I don't know why that is being considered as a confusion, is that in all of them, the mean curve elevation is 28.65
Right.
NAVD, in all of them,
Right, sure.
consistently. So if that's the case, why would there have been a height difference
Because-
in all of them?
As I tried to explain, can I answer? Should I answer? As I tried to explain, the mean curve elevation was placed incorrectly on the elevation, and the dimension was taken from an incorrect starting point. So it was 2 feet, it was drafting it. It was the level was, the starting point for the mean curve elevation, which says it's 28, whatever it says, was not in fact at elevation 28. It was at some other elevation. And when the draftsman took the dimension, he took it from the wrong point.
But
But
that's
you changed your
consistent.
floor-to-floor heights. You changed the
floor-to-floor
depth of
height-
your cellar. You did.
I'm sorry?
You changed the floor-to-floor heights, and you changed the depth of the cellar on the last submission.
Yeah, but the depth of the cellar, all right, but the floor has changed 7 inches, not 2 feet.
You changed the heights, the floor-to-floor heights.
I did.
How come you don't understand this?
I don't understand what we're talking about here.
No,
I
I'm
really
gonna go
don't.
back.
Okay,
There's
so
no
like,
question.
I think I think we beat this enough then?
Okay.
Unless
Right,
the
so,
board,
yeah, so to be clear, though, the changes that you're making are to the 831 submission set, and you are removing the elevator overrun. It is not to land on the roof, and the height of the overrun reduced accordingly. You don't need as much of an
Fine, I will do that. I
overrun
will
when
do
you're
that.
stopping at the 3rd floor,
I will do
right?
that, yes.
Okay,
All the other changes in that bill.
I understand that.
okay.
All right.
So,
Speaker.
yeah, are there any speakers on this?
Mr. Platt? I think it'd be helpful if you just go through any of the document statements, zoning, and just make sure that the changes are consistent.
After this year, we're going to go through every shred of the plans and double check everything in the field.
And I was serious when I said yesterday that I want an affidavit from both you and from the architect, and signed and sealed by the architect, that the drawings that are submitted are identical to the drawings submitted on 831 with the exception of the following. And I want a bubbled set on the changes that you're making, and a clean set, signed and sealed both.
I want to give you that affirmation. To come from me is very difficult because I'm not the architect. And as you see, the changes that he's making, and he's making honest mistakes, but they're mistakes.
I don't want to get into the characterization of those mistakes. That's one of the reasons that I want this affidavit. But from you, what you can say is, I, as the representative of my client, reviewed the drawings, and to the extent that I could, I verified that the
Yes, I
changes
can
that were
certainly do
made
that.
are the changes that
I
were
can
made.
certainly do that. but
Okay.
I can certainly do that. And I understand what you need to get, and it really should be crystal clear.
I want to add another thing, and this is for the other practitioners here. This event may change how we practice at the board, where now we're concerned that we're getting at the last minute drawings that are changing what we agreed. And so we may end up changing our practice where we ask for much more strict review of the drawings prior to our voting. It may eliminate our close and vote process. Understand what that is, those honest mistakes.
I understand.
I don't know that the board has experienced these honest mistakes before. Okay,
How
so,
much time
yeah.
will you
How much
need?
time do you need, Phyllis?
We go back to the one.
Why don't you take 3
we don't
weeks?
have
Why don't
a
you take 3 weeks?
Take a little more.
Why don't you take a little more time and spend 2 or
it's
3
really
weeks?
important we don't discover something else. So I ask that you look through it side by side and not rush this.
But
Yes.
from what I understand, you want exactly what should be on 8:30. Am I correct?
I'm not going
Yes,
to
I'll
talk
go
about
through
this
it with you,
anymore.
Phyllis.
You
I'll
have a
go through it
lawyer,
with you, Phyllis.
right?
I'll go
So we need you to take the time, and for instance, there was a mistake apparently on your cover letter. Not okay. No mistakes, okay? No drafting errors. No mistakes because the staff did it and you weren't checking what the staff did. Not acceptable.
We need you to make sure there isn't any error.
3 weeks?
3 weeks, and then that's a submission date, but I don't know if we can do it.
You could do it on March 19th. That's a submission date of February 27th, so they have a month.
Okay.
So February 27th submission, March 19th hearing. Does that work?
Great, that's great.
So
Thank
does
you.
that, I just want to check, does that give Mr. Palatnik and his office enough time to carefully
To
review?
review
the
Mr. Chambash's work?
Yes,
Great.
Okay.
thank you for asking. Thank you.
Continue hearing items, item number 6, 866-49BZ, 200-01 47th Avenue, Queens. You can sign it, and then I'll swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Seat.
Morning, Commissioner. Paul Safaro, the applicant. You should have a copy in your computer given by email showing that the fence wall has been constructed. If not, I have a copy of it here.
Oh,
It was a late submission.
I didn't see it. So you actually installed the trash enclosure? Oh, excellent.
Yeah, it's on the application.
Okay.
And revised the drawing to make sure that it,
Yeah, he
Right, we saw the drawing. Okay. Oh, you revised the drawing to look like it?
yes.
Okay. So where's the trash enclosure now? It's
Here.
different. Okay. This is the trash. Okay, so now it's with fencing. All
You say
right.
you have photos with you?
It's a storage area for
Yeah.
cubic yard dumpster.
Thank you.
And photos are provided.
So behind this fence, you're saying is,
Yes.
Okay, great. Perfect.
there's a photo.
Any other comments after we look?
And the space is clean.
All right. Are there any speakers on this? Great. So thank you for installing. Make it much easier. All right, so I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
All right.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter?
Just 1 second. I need
Oh,
to
sorry.
make sure there are no conditions. No, okay, yeah, motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Item number 7, 645-59BZ, 1080, 10824 Flatlands Avenue, Brooklyn. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Good morning. Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik, PC. On behalf of the applicant, I spoke with the operator last night about the trash enclosure, and they're working to paint it and put a door on it. So,
Do you know, I mean, I know the weather is going to plunge into the zeros soon.
I asked how much time they needed, and they weren't sure. So, but they worked pretty quickly when we got the light installed.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming they can work.
But because of bad weather, maybe we should say like a month to do the work? Does that
Okay.
sound fair?
Yep.
You want to
Okay.
do March 19th?
Yeah, that's fine.
February 27th submission?
Okay, March 19th, February 27th.
And so that it doesn't take us long to review it, just a very clear cover letter that says, here's a photo showing the enclosure painted, and that's that. Okay?
Like the last with the light. Just-
Yeah, exactly. Super direct. So we just say, oh, and that's that. Okay? Thank you.
Item number 8, 624-68BZ, 1880715 Northern Boulevard, Queens. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions?
Good morning, Todd Dale for the applicant. So we attended a review session and know there were a few questions raised. First, apologies for not including the key with the photos. We'll do that for subsequent photos. I think we just visit this site so many times. We
Just
forget.
know where it is,
Yes, we
right?
forget, so but we'll make sure. But just to clarify, the photos that were there, the ones that were submitted showed the planting on the side, and we tried to show a series showing that they are staying alive over a few-month period, and that the front was cleared. The rear photo, just to place it, is actually in the center behind the buildings. It would be Lot 5, and it was facing towards the trash enclosure. So it shows
Yeah, okay.
where the shed used to be, we were actually standing there to take that photo, but we'll provide supplemental photos. For some of the other items that were raised, we'll review the painting with the owner to make sure it's one consistent coat. There's questions about what use is planned for that rear area. None at this time. They don't really need it for any of the storage of the materials. It's not going to be active commercial use. And we, should the board choose to grant the application, we'd agree to a condition, no storage or no commercial
Then you need to
use.
revise the plan, because the existing plan as submitted says storage of dumpsters waiting to be collected.
Well-
Needs to be locked.
When I mean the rear part,
You mean
when I mean the rear part that doesn't have the dumpster, we would still want the dumpsters back in that corner, the trash. So the area that I think says paved open area on the plan
Yeah.
now, we'll put a note there about not to be used. You can supplement that.
So that goes then to the question of landscaping along that perimeter, and then is there, and the layout of the dumpsters where they are, whether there's room for landscaping plus dumpsters.
Okay. We'll provide additional information and we'll review it, but some of the bigger questions that came up, just so you know, there is an existing opaque fence, okay, for a portion of the rear lot. You look at the site behind lots 5 and 7, okay, which would be lot 9, the building that's there. On the lot line, there is an existing opaque fence there, okay? It does not continue past behind the building on lot 1. To be honest, the fence, I think the best way I can describe it is, I mean, we'll provide a plan, but the best way I can describe it is that the fence then comes down between Lot 1 and Lot 5. And there's actually a portion of Lot 1 behind our existing building that we just don't use. They let the neighbor, the residential neighbor to the north, use that as part of their yard. So
there's no fence there?
There's no
That's
fence
the
there.
one
Yeah,
that has no
that's-
fence.
So
Right.
essentially, even though it's part of Lot 1, they, good neighbor, they get more use out of it than we would because we have no doors or windows.
Right,
there.
okay.
But we'll clarify the fence situation that's there. We'll show that it's opaque. We'll review the possibility of any landscaping that's back there. Now, with respect to the trash enclosure, that area was determined to be the best area for it for a few reasons. First, it allows easy access for any vehicles that are coming to pick up the trash. It will be a fully enclosed, it is fully enclosed, but we'll review the enclosure. It's next to the parking for the residential building that's to the north. And to be honest, that trash enclosure actually predates that building. If you look at the plans, it used to be a vacant lot and they built the building. The idea of having the trash enclosure there is it's adjacent to the driveway and the parking, as opposed to if you moved it more towards the rear of the building, it would be near windows. So it was trying to be the least intrusive location for it.
So on Northern Boulevard itself,
Sure.
you've got this area that's called Open Plumbing Supplies, and I don't know how the rental situation works on this site, right? But that's an open area where you see there, when I look at the satellite view, there's a truck that's backed into it, and then there's these crates and things like that. So it's used for some kind of, I don't know what that is.
What that is that the supplies are stored in area, but they've got they have some storage in there, but the idea behind that is to keep that yard open so the vehicles can pull in, load up whatever supplies they need in case someone's purchasing something that's more you can carry out. All right? So it's a yard where the vehicles can pull in and they can drop off and load.
When you say vehicles, for instance, if I come to buy supplies, I could pull my car in there? Or it's only their vehicles?
No, you could, but I would say that generally, as described to me, depends on the level of supplies you were getting. If you were picking up a faucet or something, you would likely
No,
just park
right.
elsewhere.
No, but
That's more
big-
for a larger vehicle.
You're loading a
picking
lot
up
of
tons
pipes.
Yeah, exactly. So it's both. It's both for input and output, I guess is the best way to describe it. That's what that area is.
So, in other words, if you had dumpsters in that enclosed area, that would interfere with the business?
Yeah, it really, really would, especially with, since they've actually stopped using any area back there for storage and they weren't using it for storage, they're really trying to keep it within the building. Putting the dumpster in that area just interferes with operation. So
they-
that's why that corner,
They don't keep any pipes outside in that area?
Couldn't scan it?
Or any tubes or pipes?
they keep, there are some pipes within that yard
Right.
area that are up on racks temporarily
And you-
sometimes.
well,
can
to pull out and to
pull out.
load into the
Yes,
truck.
Exactly.
Because
Nothing that goes onto the sidewalk. It's all within
Right.
the lot lines.
So then, the dumpster solution with landscaping to separate it from the residential?
Sure.
Would be
yes.
a
And
goal.
just, the photos, unfortunately, we'll get more complete photos. It is, I've been there, it's actually closed to the front, and it's actually enclosed on all sides, and it's actually fully enclosed all around, but we'll review the quality of the enclosure to make sure it's fully opaque. As I said, the idea behind that was that's the least disturbance, whereas if we moved it further back behind Lot 5, then you'd get more to the yard, the residences, and the windows. And stuff.
Okay.
But we'll review that.
And
All right.
and also whatever opportunity you can to landscape around it.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the landscaping back there as far as options. As I said, behind Lot 5 and Lot 7, there may be options. Behind Lot 1, not really, because it's a full state, and we also let them use that yard, so.
Yeah.
Right.
So you just need to make it clear that the way the drawings read is there's a fence
Sure.
separating the resident from your property, but it's not the case, there's no fence.
No, there is a fence. There's a fence on the lot line between Lot 7, Lot 5, and Lot 9. There
The
is a
other one,
fence.
but
There
not
is
the
a
one-
fence that runs.
Lot 20, what is the one, lot?
Lot
35.
35.
if you look-
35, there's no fence.
35, if the fence, there is no lot, no fence on the lot line between 35 and 1.
Right.
The fence, basically, the best way to describe it is it takes a left turn at that point. Here, if I can
Yeah, yeah.
show.
So it's just the drawings need to be
We'll change it.
modified.
It
Yeah,
goes down
exactly.
like that. That's how it goes. So
And
we'll
maybe
change.
make a note that, you can say this is the yard of your property when you allow the neighbor to make use of it.
Sure. Yeah.
So it makes clear that you're not donating that property to your neighbor.
We'll make it clear.
Okay.
So yes, we definitely need to revise the plans to clean up the notes a little bit, show the fence. So we'll check the plans.
Yeah, and also there's a strange dark sort of hatching that says grassy area on the Utopia Parkway frontage.
You know what that is?
The whole thing is grassy, not just that, right?
It's true, but the thing is, and I don't know why it's done this way, but the neighbor put a fence in there where between the black and the white there, so there's actually a fence there at that point. I don't know if you look at the original photos, I don't know if we have one from that corner. So the best way to describe it is that they have an L-shaped fence there to sort of create that yard situation, but that front little shaded area would be accessible to sidewalks. Like if you walked on the sidewalk onto that, you could walk onto that, but then you'd stop at the end of that because there's a new.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. All right,
We'll
just make
clarify.
it
So-
clear in the drawings.
so plans-
It needs to be better labeled.
Plan-
Oh, I
yes.
see the fence, yeah.
We'll change. So plans, paint, we'll review fencing and enclosure. And again, we'll note that on the plans as far as change.
I see that there's a little divider that makes it look like it's my front yard for the resident, right? Okay, understood. Yeah, okay. All right.
To be honest, we can be flexible with the board schedule only because, though I believe that the fence is in good condition, I really want them to take a look at the trash enclosure and make any changes they needed. So in case changes need to be made, maybe we can have a little bit more time.
Okay, well, we want to see the proposal for landscaping before it's installed, right?
Okay. So we
Right.
could fix, well,
Because we want to see how much landscaping you can really get in there. The ideal is
Okay.
if you don't need to use it for anything other than access to the rear, like a little 3-foot passage, you have a lot of room for some serious planting.
so if they decide that changes or repairs need to be made to the fence and the enclosure, should we wait until after the
Yeah,
landscaping
I
review?
think so.
also?
That way, you'll
Okay.
be doing all the work at the same time.
Okay,
The landscapers can mess up your fence, that's annoying, right?
all right, so then we'll do this. We will prepare plans with the proposal, and in the interim, we can paint, because
Right.
that's not going to change. So we'll do those two things, okay.
Right, so are there any speakers on this? All right, so,
So a month or more than a month?
I mean, if we're just doing the plans at this point, we could be a little bit quicker if we're not doing the
Right,
work
Because then they'll also
review,
need
so
to
we can be
permit to
flexible.
put it in.
Yes,
And it'll take
correct.
Probably until
Right.
May.
so,
So
I know Mark.
we could submit the plans
what does
faster.
February 27 look like?
February 26th to 27.
That's okay.
Okay. So a submission date of February 6th, which is next Wednesday? Is
Can you
that
do that?
too close?
How about we give them a little more time? How much-
February
little more time.
13th?
February 13th.
Submission.
For the plans.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
so
that would be a hearing for March 5th.
March 5th. Okay, so submit
18th.
February 13th, hearing March
Okay,
5th.
that's because we have-
We can get the plans in and then
Yeah, okay.
do the work after that. Okay. That
Yes.
works. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 9, 3191BZ, 173 Kingsland Avenue, Brooklyn. This project's being adjourned.
Adjourned, right, and we think we're going to give him a lot of time because I don't know how long recovery is. Maybe 6 months? Is that too much?
6 months.
For a submission?
Well, I'm just,
Do they need to submit anything?
they need to submit, but, he's in the hospital. I don't know how long it takes to
But it
recover.
also needs to be made clear what we are
Yeah,
expecting of them
Right.
to submit.
So 6 months, and we make clear what the submission is. That way, maybe if he's okay in 4 months, he'll have time to
All right, so
put
Jill.
it together, right? Okay.
Jill is projects.
So, to clarify, the issue has to do with the legalization again of the canopy sign, right? And the option is it complies with the C1 regulations, or they have to go to the Department of Buildings and get an interpretation on that. That's kind of where we were
Yeah.
before, right? And if they don't get the interpretation, then we just say that the signage has to comply with the C1 regulations, and that's the end of that, I suppose, right? That sound reasonable?
And you should provide plans showing the signage complying
Like
with
C1,
C1 regulations, right? Okay.
Would the board want a note just stating that signage to comply with C1 regulations, DOB to approve?
But the thing is, if he shows the drawings with the sign that doesn't comply with the C1 regulations, that's effectively us signing off on signs that don't comply with C1.
I meant perhaps not showing the sign and just having
Oh,
a note
that's
saying
another,
that any
another
sign,
option, yeah.
which then gives them the flexibility
Yeah,
that in the future,
in
if
terms
they
of
wish
where
to
he
change the sign, as long as it complies.
So either have plans with C1 compliant signage, or have plans with no signage and a note that says all signage.
DOB to approve or ensure compliance with C1.
Great.
Okay.
Great. Okay, so submission date.
And then the third option of go to DOB and get them to agree to the sign that you would like to keep. That's all.
Yep.
Okay.
So 6 months?
Yeah.
So that would be a submission of June 26th and a hearing date of July 16th.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
June 26th.
And July 16th.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 10, 15900BZ, 383 3rd Avenue, Brooklyn. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, to respond honestly to board member questions?
Good morning, Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik, PC, on behalf of the applicant. Yes, firstly, I spoke with the client about the FDNY violations. They're working on them. They thought they resolved all of them. Clearly, they did not. They had the fire alarm company come on. I have a letter from December 2nd, but then it was tested on December 3rd, and I guess something went wrong. So they'll have the fire alarm company come back, fix any of the 4 panels, come back, re-inspect, try again, sorry.
So, and then with respect to the location of the trash
Yeah.
compactor.
So, the door, on the plans, it has, the door to be sealed, so
And
the,
it says window to be sealed. So when I look at the drawings, you're creating one of those self-combusting rooms. You can't have a room that's completely sealed off.
okay, I wasn't told about the windows.
It says door sealed, it says both door sealed. Oh, the back window is not
One is-
Yeah,
sealed.
the two,
No,
there's 2
one
windows.
that's to be removed, and the other one is to be sealed.
These windows don't intend to be sealed.
Right, but
It's just this door
you
and
can't,
the
the door's not the room's not accessible.
through this door.
No,
But if
there's
you're
no
sealing
door.
the door to the storage room,
It
then
says
you can't
door
get
to be
in.
sealed,
March 19th, which one?
right? So you can't get
Unless
into the
you're
room.
opening another, from
So-
one storage to the
So I'll
other.
have him clear.
So this, what's funny about this is, I made this comment at the hearing before, every time the architect makes a correction, it opens up another question because the architect's just not careful enough, right?
I asked him about that, and he said that door was being sealed and the other one was being open, but I see what,
Well, it doesn't say that, so.
well, no, he was saying this one was being open, but now I see that if it's sealed, there's no way to get into that.
Yes.
And unfortunately, I will have to say lessons learned from just few hearings
Yeah.
today. Please make sure that the architect reviews the plans and is consistent, and if there are any corrections made to the new ones that we haven't reviewed, please bring it to our attention.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
I spoke with him about it, but I didn't notice this.
I think this our
Because this
architect
is a-
actually does give us bubbled drawings, so we want a bubbled set and we want a clean set.
Yep.
So the bubbled set is actually why I noticed this.
He'll continue to bubble.
Yes, okay.
It has to make sense, obviously.
So that's going to be the mantra going forward on all applications, all changes bubbled. Okay, I think that's it, right? I think Commissioner Shabeta had a question about the route.
Oh,
No, I think that's okay.
I
Yeah,
asked
yeah.
them about the trash enclosure, they brought it up, and they said that just there's, as you guys said, there's no good way to the street, and that was just the most efficient
Okay.
way to the street.
All right, are there any speakers on this? All right, so I don't want to keep scheduling hearings and then they're not ready. They need to work this out with the fire department, fire department is pretty upset.
So we can have a little bit more time. to work
Yes.
this out.
So I'd say maybe like in April.
We got April 9th, April 23rd, or April 30th.
Whatever day you're
I'd say April 23.
Okay, so April 23rd, continued hearing, submission date of April 3rd.
And hopefully, maybe you could work with them closely with the back and forth on the fire department, because if it's just one submission that goes to the fire department, then we come back to a hearing and the fire department still didn't sign off.
And
Should be back and forth.
And I'll
with the
try
fire-
to see if we can get a letter quicker, so we can respond.
Yes, right, okay, thank you. You're up next. Okay, item number 11.
April.
Are we finished? Yeah, item
Yeah.
11. 32205BZ, 6969 Main Street, Queens. Okay, you're.
You gotta be sworn in.
Adjournment, right? You don't, she doesn't.
Oh,
have to be
this is
sworn
an
in.
adjournment, I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah.
I apologize, yes.
It's just, there's a lot of changes, and we want to make sure we file the correct amendment.
Okay.
How much time do you need?
So much-
April? We're pushing April.
Yeah,
We could also do May if you need more.
can I do that?
Yes.
Great.
So just to understand, they're making changes to the drawings?
It's what we're working on,
Oh, okay.
because they bill less than, not more, less.
Talk to the mic.
Yeah.
It appears, as you pointed out, that they bill less, not more, because of funding, so now I have to work that out with her.
How about a submission date of May 1st for a hearing date of May 21st?
May 1st, and then,
Hearing is May 21st.
okay. May 1st, May 21st. Thank you very much.
Item number 12, 9308BZ, 11316 Astoria Boulevard, Queens. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board? To respond honestly to board member questions.
Morning, Todd Dale for the applicant.
Good morning.
I believe there were many questions.
I don't think there were any questions. I think we're good, right?
Yeah.
So thank you for giving us all of the certificates that help us understand that the project's proceeding according to the law. Nothing like that, okay.
It's been a long process.
So then are there any speakers on this?
No.
I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And this is a requested 36-month extension, right? That's what
That's what
said in
you're
your
granting.
last papers, okay?
Yes.
So a motion to grant for a 36-month extension starting today, I believe, right?
Yes. So it was expired in June 2017, so it should run from the date of the resolution, yeah.
Yeah, date of the
the date today?
resolution.
Date of the resolution, which may be in the future. Maybe a
Great.
couple weeks in the future. Yes.
36 months plus.
Yeah,
Okay, perfect.
motion to grant on that term.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
All right, thank you.
The application is granted. Item number 13, 24709BZ, 123 East 55th Street, Manhattan.
Requested an adjournment?
No,
Sorry, a withdrawal.
withdrawal.
Boy, fast. So a motion to withdraw?
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Withdrawn.
Yep. Sorry, just want to get my papers in order here. New cases, item number 14, 41068BZ, 8505 Astoria Boulevard, Queens. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? Okay.
Is the one that they sent all the comments? Oh, no. No, this is a different one.
You mean this community board?
Yeah, it's a different one.
No, it's a different one.
Good morning, Hiram Rothberg for Basilati Associates. This is an extension of term for a gas station at 8505 Astoria Boulevard. Gas station's been in operation for a little bit over 60 years, serving the community. We attended yesterday's review session, and first off, we'd like to submit the recommendation that this, as it was sent to the BSA in November of last year by the community board. We received a vote in favor of the application, 32-0 in favor of the application, with the following considerations. No plans to modify the method of operation or services provided. The owner has agreed to comply with keep the station free of debris and graffiti, provide full service from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and assistance for seniors and disabled daily, prohibit automobiles from parking on the sidewalk, remove all equipment and debris that is currently obstructing access to the parking area for cars awaiting service, and the repair restoration of the 85th Street and 24th Avenue curb cut near the bus stop.
Do you have a copy of that?
I do.
No, I'd like a copy so I can see it, but then we give it to you. Do you have two? Is that one for, no?
I-
2 pages.
Okay.
No, Trey, I just made one copy. I mean, I plan to
Okay,
make
so
it.
this wasn't submitted, I mean, we should have received it, but,
I heard the comment yesterday.
Yeah.
I called up the community board. They sent it to me, and I decided that rather than submit something piecemeal, I'd rather make one full submission through bsa.com prior to the next hearing.
okay, great.
So we agreed to terms. We're going to address the landscaping. There is a curb cut shown on Astoria Boulevard. It's shown at 40 feet. That's actually a drafting error. It's actually 30 feet.
Oh, okay.
So we'll submit a revised plan showing 30 feet, and if the board requires, I'll have the architect also make an affidavit that it is 30 feet.
That's not necessary.
Okay.
I meant to scare everybody, but I didn't mean to scare everybody.
Okay. We actually, the last approval had an illumination plan for the canopy, and there are no changes or revisions to the canopy, so we'll submit that plan back to the board with our next submission. I know that the board stated that they saw a lot of cars parked on the sidewalk. Those cars, trucks, they're not from the gas station. In the area of the gas station, we have a FedEx facility, we have an MTA facility, we have a large van, and a lot of those, and even Rikers Island, the correctional facility for some reason, they park on the sidewalk, and they park on the sidewalk at the site to access the convenience store. We really have no control over that. But those are the pictures that you see. Those cars have nothing to do with the automobile repair. That's taking the automobile repair operation.
I'm just wondering, so we've had a few other applicants to attempt to prevent parking on the sidewalk by just putting signs up on their own fences saying no parking on the sidewalk, cars will be towed at owner expense. I don't know if that's a deterrent when someone's parking on the sidewalk, but if you're the only property in the neighborhood who says that, maybe that would make you reconsider about parking on that sidewalk.
we'll take that into consideration.
Well-
You know, we're happy to show that we'll put a sign on the sidewalk saying, please, no parking.
No, but it needs to be more, not please no parking, but owners will be towed, you know,
No,
parking.
no, I understand.
Cars will be towed at owner
It's
expense.
just a lot of these, a lot of the vans and trucks that are parked on this, they're actually patrons of the gas station. So,
Well, I think the other thing is, but I did not see any vehicles parked on the sidewalk, but like I said, I did see it across the.
But that's a different thing.
Right, that's a different thing. And I think what's happening is because there's so many users there who are related to city government or federal government or state government, there's a certain amount of, I think.
Hubris.
I don't think they're too concerned about being towed.
Yes.
A corrections
So,
vehicle.
even
I
having
see.
that sign is not,
Oh, that's great.
unfortunately,
Okay.
they just,
But it might work for FedEx, but not so much.
Right.
You know.
Not corrections.
yeah.
All right.
I mean, but it doesn't harm you to have those additional sign along the frontage of 85th Street. I think that's I didn't see any on 24th, and the 24th, the signage is a little bit worn out, so when you're going to make the changes, you might as well make
Okay.
changes along all of them, and add additional signs along 85th also.
that's fine.
Okay.
Also, we're going to move I think it was the air pump. We're going to move it closer to the building where the wall height is higher.
The air pipe and the vacuum?
The air and the vacuum, where the wall height is high. We'd like to note also that, you know, on the other side of the wall, it's a driveway.
I know,
It's not abutting an apartment building or a house or somebody's residence.
It's a through driveway.
It's,
That's shared.
So, do you think, my concern, I wonder if it's not gonna alleviate anything, are we causing more harm? Is the vacuum noisy, or?
No, but, you know,
Is
it's at a lower point in the wall, and it's not a big deal for us to move it to an area where the wall is higher.
Would it serve any benefit to do so, is my question, or could it possibly cause harm, because now you're closer to the actual residents?
Well, you know, it's your call, Commissioner. We can leave it exactly where it is, or we can move it. I mean, we heard the comment yesterday, so
I'm
that's
not
why.
for making work that's not gonna be a benefit,
That's-
but
that's
I'm not
fine.
sure.
Can you leave it where it is and just elevate the wall
Yes.
to make it like flat instead of stepping down?
But wasn't
No,
the comment
because it's the
yesterday?
visibility
Right.
issue. So you
Right.
Oh,
can't do
okay.
that.
Can I think it's the air pump that is located on the section of the site where the wall comes down. The vacuum is located far enough
Right, further back.
where the wall is very high. So all you probably need to relocate is the air
Is the air
pump.
pump, that's correct.
And just where the wall is high enough. But I don't think you need to move it too far in, because then you're very close to the handicap parking area.
Okay.
So within that tall height.
Well, next door to right next to the vacuum.
I think you need space for the cars. The two cars would need to be.
Oh, so the assumption is you're
access
doing
two cars.
two
Same
separate
time.
cars?
Yeah.
Oh. But, you know, air pumps don't make any noise. There's a little
No, they-
clunk when you finish pumping, that's all,
No, they
right?
They make
like
this,
They make some noise, they're like.
there's the grinding sound to get the
Yeah.
pump.
Vacuum does, yeah.
Like that.
Okay.
Did the community board express any concerns about the air pumps or the vacuum?
None at all.
So
We
I
had
think we should
people-
leave it where it is.
We had neighbors show up at the community board hearing as well, and that was never an issue.
Yeah.
So I don't see, I think we
Yeah.
may as well leave it where it is. If there's,
Yeah. Yeah.
I think we may as well leave it where it is if there isn't any concern about it now,
Right.
unless you disagree, Council.
I just want to point out that, you know, that's a through driveway, and it is just used for parking. There isn't any green space or anything where
Yeah.
kids are playing or a family hanging out. So I would like to, want us to be aware of that, and if it's not possible, I'm okay with leaving it there, but I don't know.
Well, it's expensive to move it, so
Yeah.
it needs to be,
We do need to have a
The reason.
purpose, so
Yeah.
I don't see a purpose at this
okay,
point.
so leave it alone then.
All right?
So we'll just focus on the landscaping, which, by the way, might have the desired effect anyway, because that's a sound muffler, right? So,
Also, the station did replace close and replace tanks, and we have all the sign-offs and permits from the building department and state DC that will
Okay,
submit.
can you submit those?
That will submit to the board as well. We'll also clarify the signage. I think there was a mistake on the last approved plans, that they made an error in the signage by not putting something, or they put something in the calculation but didn't show it on the elevation plan. So we'll clarify that as well.
And you'll break it out by frontage?
And we'll break it out by frontage.
I have a question. The photographs submitted, one of them has a sign says Delhi hot cold sandwich. Is that part of the subject site?
Yes.
It's not indicated in the plans and not calculated in the signage, and if it is, it will be over.
Okay.
So it should be, yeah, probably removed. It looks like it's even extending over the property line, potentially. Okay.
We're also going to revise our plan to show a couple of more parking spaces for cars waiting service on the site. We do note that it's an extremely successful site serving the community, and they do get a lot of business at this location.
So you'll just show more striping look?
We're going to show more striping.
Yeah, okay.
Additionally, we've discussed with the owners before about maintaining the site free and clear of debris and garbage, and making sure that everything is, and we're going to do so again, and address that in writing to the board.
Okay, great. All right, and so you'll provide us with a landscaping plan?
We'll provide a landscaping plan. So,
Right,
all in all, we'd like, we think that 30 to 45 days for submission is more than enough time to address everything.
Okay. Are there any speakers on this? All right, 30 to 45 days.
That's March.
So, April.
April, that could be the 1st.
Yeah, the 9th.
Okay, so submission date, March 20th, for hearing April 9th.
Is that good? March
Excellent.
20th gives you exactly
Then,
45 days or so, right?
That's perfect.
Sometime.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you.
Item number 15, 10370BZ, 203 East 74th Street, Manhattan. Please raise your right hand. You're the only one testifying? Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? I do. Please sign to proceed. Sure, you can hand it out to commissioners, as long as they're parceled out. Okay, fine. Just record.
Thank you. 1970, an antique document.
Yes. Do you have one for council? Yeah. Legal document.
Jake?
Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Jennifer Dixon from Herrick Feinstein for the applicant. As you know, this is a modification to request, modification to the variance at 203 East 74th Street to permit the transfer of approximately 6,500 square feet off of that property, and also to permit the as-built condition, which varies in a couple of different ways from what was approved in 1972. So there was a question yesterday at review session about the 1970 approval, and that is actually what I just handed out right now. We did have the file. This has not been submitted yet, but we will submit this into the record. This is the plan for 1970. And in the financial analysis for that approval, it says that the building was about 18,700 square feet. So we had made statements in our application that the as-built condition is substantially similar to both the 1970 and 1972 approval, and that it's slightly smaller than 1970. This is a 10-story building. It does have a couple of hundred square feet more, we think, than the as-built condition, and it has 1 story more than the as-built condition. So basically, the proposal did vary over the years. It was originally submitted as 16, approved in 1970 as 10, then they went back in 72, and an 8-story building was approved. This building right now is 9 stories, and it's 18,000, about 400 square feet. So it's within the parameters of what was approved both times, and we think that that's significant. Also significantly, the variance itself was for the rear yard waiver and for the distance between window and the lot line. That has not changed. That is the condition that requires a variance, and all other aspects of the as-built condition are as right and comply with the zoning resolution.
Okay, great. Commissioner Otley Brown, did you have any comments on this?
I have no additional questions or anything.
Okay. All right, so, and then, I believe there are speakers on this, but I also got a note from the Landmarks Commission stating that they would, if we chose to approve this, that approval needs to be conditional on receipt from Landmarks of a notice of compliance with the restoration plan for the subject site, and the entering into a continuing maintenance plan, because that's part of the terms of the 74-711 special permit. Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't think there's a- there's no
I'm sorry, I'm on the
jurisdiction
wrong,
here.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
okay.
I'm on the wrong one.
Wrong case.
Sorry, roll back. I was wondering why you were looking at me so physically. It's like, I
was gonna wait for you to finish,
And then I'm
but
looking
yeah.
at her, looking at you thinking, well, maybe you're just not working on that portion of the project, right? Okay.
That project at all.
Okay, so I don't think there were any other issues, so are there any speakers on this?
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yes, okay, so let's hear from the speakers.
So please come forward. You, one at a time, you have 3 minutes each. Please come up and state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can line up on the side there. We did receive some hard copies. We also received some emails also, so you can start. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you, everyone, for hearing my testimony. My name is Alita Camp. I am Chair of Community Board 8 Manhattan. I would like to testify against the transfer of air rights from 203 East 74th Street to 1297 3rd Avenue.
Just one question, are you representing the community
Yes.
board or speaking on your own? Okay.
The Community Board. The board passed a resolution disapproving the sale of air rights on March 26, 2018. The only building that could receive the air rights is the building proposed to be built at 1297 to 1299 3rd. Although the builder appeared at both CBA's Zoning and Development Committee and full board meetings, it did not have sufficient answers to our questions. We did not have an opportunity to analyze and review the proposed building. The builder appears to have originally requested a permit to construct a 6-story building. This is clearly not its intention. The original filing has been amended incompletely to represent the 33-story building, which is the size the air rights transfer would permit it to build. The applicant told CBA that the building would be more than 30 stories tall and that the acquisition of air rights from 203 East 74th meant approximately 1 1/2 additional stories and additional bulk. We don't know the actual size, dimensions, or appearance of the building and can't evaluate or consider it. The builder is asking us to permit the sale and purchase of air rights to enable construction of an unknown and currently unknowable building. Plans have been filed for a 6-story building, although some have been amended to show a larger building. We don't know very much about the proposed building and the impact of the air rights transfer. At the very least, transfer should not be permitted until the community has a complete opportunity to review a complete application. The proposed 30-plus story building will cast significant shadows on the courtyard of 203 East 74th Street. The merged lot is a gerrymander. CB8 is gravely concerned that this building will mimic the inappropriate building under construction at 180 East 88th Street. By disregarding the spirit of the zoning resolution, this gerrymandering has a negative effect on the surrounding community. The building could be cantilevered over the neighboring buildings, creating an eyesore and eliminating the lovely streetscape currently on that block. This cannot be what was intended by the city. Development and concern for the community, the preservation of rent-regulated housing, the preservation of neighborhood scale and context could coexist. This building, should the transfer of air rights be permitted, is not one of those instances. CB8 has called for appropriate development on 3rd and other avenues to match the western portion of our community. We want to protect the scale scale and character of our neighborhoods. The particular scale and character are exactly what drive residents to live in and visitors to experience our neighborhoods. The width of this building is only 40 feet. This creates the probability of a vastly inappropriately sized building for the block, which consists of 4 or 5-story walk-ups. We asked the applicant for answers to questions the board had at the time it came before us. The applicant had no definitive answers, was evasive, and declined to provide drawings or address why different building designs were on the internet. We see no reason why it should be rewarded for its obfuscation, lack of clarity, and desire to manipulate the city and public by requesting permits for what appears to be a false building. By the way, this applicant is not alone in filing false information. We urge the city to put a stop to this practice. The applicant, just one short thing, the applicant has benefited economically for well over 3 decades from the variance it was granted at a time air rights transfers did not occur. To allow double dipping and support the sale of those rights is not fair to the community and provides a windfall to the applicant. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes.
Can you just give me the stack and I can pass them down? Thank you very much.
That is a copy of both my statement and a number of letters from neighbors in the community who were not able to attend today. Thank you, Chairperson Perlmutter and members of the board. My name is Vanessa Aronson, and I'm at 175 East 74th Street. And I'm speaking today on behalf of an association called East Siders for Sensible Development. We're comprised of approximately 200 neighbors who are frustrated by what we perceive to be the intentional obfuscation of whatever the real plans are for the development on 3rd Avenue between 74th and 75th Street. The applicant of the amended variance of 203 East 74th Street and the developer of the proposed construction at 1297, 1299 3rd Avenue have not been forthright with the community about their plans. Last year, the developer boasted images on its website of a soaring Art Deco-inspired tower that would stretch the entire block. A month later, the developer's legal representative showed the community board pictures of a 31-story cantilevered building that he claimed over and over was as of right. And when this particular application for the zoning lot merger was filed, the developer concurrently filed an application with the Department of Buildings for a 6-story building with just 3 units. Beyond this apparent bait and switch of the project on 3rd Avenue, there are important issues with the application you are considering today. It is our understanding that to be granted a variance, the party seeking the variance is required to make an evidentiary showing of 5 factors, the first 2 of which are most relevant here, namely that the unique physical conditions peculiar to and inherent in the particular zoning lot, which cause practical difficulties or unnecessary hardship if the variance were not granted. And because of those conditions, and B, second part, because of those conditions, there's no reasonable possibility of obtaining a reasonable return. I question that this application can meet that standard. Meanwhile, the impact of the variance is not without negative repercussions, particularly to the building under consideration today, 203 East 74th Street. If the variance is approved, there will be significant loss of light for the tiny inner court at 203 East 74th Street. The court will lose 36.8% of its natural light on the 2nd floor and 55% of its natural light on the 6th floor. This is important because 2/3 of the units at 203 East 74th Street have windows facing this court and will lose substantial light in their units and quality of life if the variance is approved. The BSA should consider the significant loss of light in this zoning lot merger facilitates and its impact on the habitability of these units when rejecting this. For these myriad reasons, I ask that the BSA review the application for this variance very closely and strictly apply the relevant rules and regulations. Unless there is clear and convincing evidence that the project will be economically not viable, I urge the board in strongest terms to reject the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Harvey Arfa. I'm president of Community Board 8, and I've come forward because I feel in this case and in many others, the community board takes a negative point of view of growth, takes a negative point of view of building necessary housing for our community, and artificially feels that a short building is better than a tall building. Now, in this case, I understand specifically that as of right, they might be able to build a 30 or 31-story building. With this additional grant of air rights, they would be able to build a 33-story building. I would suggest that the difference in shadow between the 31 and the 33 building is very limited. The question of cantilevering, I can't deal with, because I really don't, I don't believe that, I'm under the impression it's not going to be cantilevered, but I don't have facts, so I can't make a statement about that. That's up to you to find out. But the absolute fear of a tall building is, in my opinion, completely wrong, because a tall building is better than a fat building. A fat building creates a very big shadow, a shadow that affects far more people. It is true that this little parcel next door received a variance in 1970 before the happy days of the sale of air rights. I think that 24 or so houses were built as a result of that variance, and those people were able to live in our city for 50 years, almost 50 years. And I think what we ought to do is encourage more housing for our community and enable the city to generate more tax dollars and more residents who are families, who live in the community and are happy to be there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Hi there, my name is Jill Eisner. I'm a district leader on the Upper East Side, 76 AD, and I'm speaking to you against this transfer of air rights. The sale of the air rights, the applicant has filed, as you've just heard, with the Department of Buildings, a 6-story placeholder building. And that's already just trying to deceive the community. And it's something that, we're getting fed up with, especially on the Upper East Side, where the zoning east of 3rd Avenue is non-existent. You can build as high as you want. So we do not believe that this transfer to 1297 and 99 3rd Avenue is necessary. If such a variance is granted, there'll be a 30-story building, as you've heard, amongst 5-story walk-ups, which is detrimental to this very congested neighborhood. As an aside, I could not get on the 6. We were told once the queue started, the 6 would be great. Couldn't get on it this morning. The logistics of city planning don't exist on the Upper East Side. The buses are overloaded, and with the 102, 103, you wait forever. And the crosstown M72, and I'm going to talk about with the new hospital build. The people cannot move. And just to be, for you to know, you will be seeing an applicant for the next block. We have Lenox Hill is going to build, is tearing down the entire next street. So we urge caution in building higher and more density in this neighborhood. What we need is to reutilize the buildings that we have and not to build. I think this land grab is a bait and switch, and I'm asking, Albany is stopping this with some legislative laws that they've passed just recently with the new legislation on land use, and I think that we have to make a stand and not do the transfer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker? Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Good morning, Board. I'm Sarah Camelados, and I'm here representing Friends of the Upper East Side Historic Districts. Due to the shallow lot depth, the subject building at 203 East 74th Street was granted the 1970 variance to construct a building with a tiny inner court measuring just 252 square feet, onto which face several legally required windows for habitable rooms in the building. In fact, the subject building has several rooms where the only legal windows face this small court. Under zoning regulations ZR 23-851, an inner court with legal window must be at least 1,200 square feet and have no dimension smaller than 30 feet. Friends of the Upper East Side commissioned urban planner George Janes to study the impact of the potential 3rd Avenue tower allowed by a zoning lot merger would have on light exposure to the inner court. The analysis attached as an appendix shows that the second floor, which is 14.5 feet above grade, the court will lose 36.8% of its natural light averaged over the course of a year. At the 6th floor, which is 63 feet above grade, it will lose 55% of its natural light in the same time span. These are substantial losses, especially when we take into account that one of the 3 units on each floor has all of its legal windows facing this court, and half the rooms in another unit have legal windows facing on the court as well. Light and air are cardinal urban values, especially as their city becomes increasingly more dense. Any proactive decision to further limit access to these basic standards of livability, especially at a site where they are already compromised, should be made with an abundance of caution. The board must ask itself whether facilitating a transfer of development rights to enlarge the adjacent new development is justified, given the significant negative impact to the light on the subject building. Friends believe the answer to be a resounding no. Additionally, though not under specific consideration of the board, we'd like to share some neighborhood perspective. Located on the same block as the iconic J.G. Mellon restaurant, a beloved neighborhood fixture, this project has drawn significant attention and concern from neighbors since early conceptual renderings showed a design that incorporated the full southern corner of the block. But the applicant's 2017 BSA application and community board presentation described an approximately 31-story building, as we've heard, with significant cantilevers to the north and south that would leave the corner buildings on lots 1 and 2 intact. Then in March 2018, plans filed with the Department of Buildings indicated something else entirely, an 80-foot, 6-story building to replace the 5-story tenements on lots 3 and 4. Given the developer's own representations of the projects that indicated a much taller building, Friends believes that the March 28 filing was a placeholder for the developer's true plans. We believe it's unlikely that Premier and Thor Equities intend to demolish a 5-story building to construct a 6-story building, especially since they own significant development rights on the block. In addition to the development rights, it appears that Premier also owns the buildings on lots 1 and 2 as real property, which leads us to additionally question the sincerity of the plans represented in the BSA application. At each stage of the process, the applicants for this project have presented a different version of their plans, effectively obfuscating their true intent from a very concerned public. Developers should not be allowed to propose 2 completely different visions of the same site to 2 different city agencies, nor should they be able to file placeholder plans with the DOB with the intent to radically alter the scope of such plans through post-approval amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please. Next speaker.
Good morning. It's my pleasure to be here today. My name is Christina Wyman, and I am a resident of 207 East 74th Street, where I've happily lived for 22 years. I'm here today because I am angered and frustrated by the lack of transparency on the part of the developer for the proposed building on 3rd Avenue between 74th and 75th Streets. As you've heard repeatedly this morning, at last year's meeting of the Zoning and Housing Development Committee, the developer's representative showed designs for a 31-story cantilevered building that was claimed over and over to be as of right. However, the applicant feigned ignorance repeatedly regarding nearly all of the public and the community board's questions regarding the amended variance of 203 74th Street, the plans for a second entrance to the building by way of 75th Street, and then filed a separate application, as you've heard, for a 6-story building. Excuse me. When pressed specifically by me on the proposed entrance by way of 75th Street, just off 3rd Avenue, the response is that it would follow zoning law. But the representative claimed no knowledge of exactly how the law would be applied to the proposed building, other than that it would be a secondary entrance. The claims that the representative don't know what they're doing, don't have any idea, is ludicrous on its face. And it is deliberately deceptive to the BSA and the integrity of this process. How can a proposed building of this size and scale be as of right when the developer repeatedly through designated messengers cannot or will not answer straightforward questions regarding zoning and variance? I urge the members of the BSA to carefully consider this application because the community does not believe this application to be truthful and in good faith. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Chair Perlmutter, and members of the board for allowing me to testify this morning. I'm here to voice my support for the application of 203 East 74th Street to transfer unused development rights. I've lived on the Upper East Side since I got married, and my husband and I are raising our children in the neighborhood. We are lucky that we were able to find housing in the neighborhood to accommodate our growing family, and I would like to support the creation of additional housing to preserve affordability and keep up with the housing demand for families and others who need larger apartments. By voting in favor of the BSA application, the board will support the creation of additional housing, which is vital to our neighborhood. It will also allow the owner of 203 East 74th Street to benefit from the transfer, which would not have been available to him at the time of the original variance application. Lastly, we must not discount the recent investment of the government in our neighborhood. The Q train, the dedicated express bus lanes, and bike lanes. We are fortunate to be one of the only neighborhoods to receive extensive capital improvements within the last 5 years, and this should be considered when we talk about new development and welcoming new residents to our neighborhood. That's why I support the transfer of developmental rights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Marco Tamayo. I'm a registered architect, a resident of the Upper East Side, and I am in opposition of this application. Provided that this is a shallow lot, this applicant was granted a variance with such a good relief that presently his mortgage is fully paid off, as well as the developer pulled out several million of dollars, 4.7, from the building equity, therefore making him fully compensated on his disadvantaged lot. In addition, this applicant created more non-conforming use on this building with an unlawful procedure. Indeed, as per CO 77945 of February 17, 2005, on the first floor, and using unethically his professional certification privileges, this developer changed from 2 apartments that faced the street into 2 commercial venues. One commercial venue is within C1-9 district, and the other in RAB, creating an unlawful and non-conforming use. Furthermore, he is requesting to transfer his unused air rights, which will be impact negatively in our neighborhood. The receiver lot will have an extra 2 floors with this applicant's air rights transferred, or 30 feet taller tower whose height will create larger shadows on the surrounding buildings and become dominant and oppressive. In addition, from the aesthetic point of view, and provided that the receiver tower base is only 40 feet wide, its tower will be wider and asymmetric from each other. Then its visual center axis between the base and the tower will be off from each other. Therefore, it creates an anomaly on the building. This tasteless design will undermine the aesthetic value of the streetscape of this block. In conclusion, to grant a new variance to this developer, after he was fully relieved and created an unlawful, non-conforming use, would be a reward to his unlawful and despicable conduct. Also, this action will encourage other developers to do the same. Therefore, the good spirit of a variance is doomed.
Next speaker?
Hello, I'm Karen Lerman. I've lived on the Upper East Side for the past 30 years with my 4 children. I enjoy walking all over the Upper East Side, and I enjoy the difference in architecture, and I really appreciate what this architect is planning to do, what this builder is planning to do, because it's going to create affordable housing. I hope that my children, my 4 children, can live in the neighborhood, and that will be difficult because there is not a lot of housing. So I think we can't stop progress, and I vote for this variance.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker?
My name's Steven Salerno. I've lived at 74th and 3rd Avenue for over 10 years and on the Upper East Side for 20 years. Some of you here today were at the neighborhood meeting where over 200 people appeared and where we learned more about the proposed development and what we can do about it. Many of you were also at the CBA Joint Housing Zoning Committee, where the committees unanimously voted to reject the variance application, a rare occurrence, that shows the broad community support for contextual, sustainable, and sensible development. As some of you may know, the developer initially filed for permits to build a 6-story building. To that, I said, great. It was contextual in keeping with the neighborhood and preserved our community. However, I was skeptical that they paid hundreds of millions of dollars to build just a 6-story building. Unfortunately, we now know, and only because of sustained pressure by the community board and the community at large, that the variance and real plan is to build a 370-foot, or is it 411 feet, 33-story, high-ceiling, cantilevered building in the middle of the block. We have heard and we'll hear from experts, and even though that even though today's variance petition is being characterized as only adding 1.5 floors, it actually has great ripple effects that reduce the height, size, and scope of what can be built. This, all while legislation is in process to limit the heights to 210 feet on the Upper East Side. I will leave it to others to discuss affordable housing, noise, light, congestion, and safety issues. But rest assured, this will not provide affordable housing. The community has made it clear that we want sensible development and not end up with something that only benefits the interests of the developer and not the interests of the community and neighborhood. We urge you to vote no on this application. As I've said before, let's not make this our last mistake. Thank you.
Next speaker.
My name is David Gordon. I live on the Upper East Side. I live in the midst of the greatest construction zone I've ever seen in my life since the 2nd Avenue subway. I lived through that, and it was quite an experience. There are probably more than 1,000 apartments going up in our neighborhood. We are discussing 2 or 3 apartments, 1 or 2 floors, added to a building that is going to be something different on the Upper East Side. It will not be as large as the other buildings going up, and it certainly will not be aesthetically displeasing. Frankly, I'm concerned that we're debating this here, and there's so many people for and against something that seems to me to be so minor. I'd like to see new apartments in our neighborhood. I'm going to see new apartments in our neighborhood. I feel this building is honestly built. We were told at the community board hearing that this would be between 30 and 40 families, 30 and 40 apartments, and we were told the height would be exactly what we're being told today. We're opposing 1.5 to 2 stories. We're opposing a building that will be aesthetically pretty and certainly nicer than what's being built 1 block north, where a hospital is building a building. So I'm in favor of this construction. I think it enhances our neighborhood, and I hope that you vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Diane Jaffe. I've lived on the Upper West Side for over 30 years, and I'm here today to support the transfer of air rights from 203 East 74th Street for a couple of reasons. Firstly, I support the city's longstanding practice of allowing air right transfers to be conducted as private business transactions between 2 lots. I understand that this is a special case which requires approval by the BSA, so I support the owner of 203 East 74th Street right to sell his air rights if the BSA approves her request based on the facts and findings of the board. Secondly, I believe that the project will only enhance the East 74th Street and 3rd Avenue intersection. The zoning in our neighborhood is very well thought out. It preserves the low density of side streets and permits more volume along avenues and wide crosstown streets. Recent new projects in the neighborhood have added to the fabric of the community and are very appropriate in size because they are located on avenues where streets are wider and there is a lot of foot traffic to stores and restaurants. 1297 to 1299 3rd Avenue is similarly located on 3rd, which is a wide street, and because of its unique location in the middle of the block, it will preserve the historic and well-loved J.G. Mellon, and who doesn't love J.G. Mellon, building on the corner of East 74th and 3rd Avenue. I'd like to thank the BSA for your commitment to our city. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers? Appears no. For East 74th? Anyone else? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi. So I just want to point out to the community that this is actually the only thing that's before the Board of Standards and Appeals is a question about whether 203 East 74th Street that obtained a variance initially in 1980, 1970, right? And then in 72 it was amended. Whether all of these years later, its sale of its development rights would constitute a windfall profit for the property owner. The reason that these come back, and so basically all that they're asking us to do is approve the enlargement of the zoning lot. That's it, to facilitate their sale of their development rights to whoever on the zoning lot. We don't look at the project that will be developed on the zoning lot. It's not our purview. And the reason that we even do this is that there was a Court of Appeals decision called Bella Vista, which determined, when was it, in the 1990s, I think, that that the board had to review that proposed transfer of development rights because in the case of Bella Vista, it was a property owner who came in and received a variance and owned the property next door, and 3 years later came back and to transfer the development rights to a development site next door. And the court looked at that and said that was a windfall profit. Had the board known that the development rights had value at the time, it would have taken into account the value of the development rights when the board was reviewing the hardship complained of. So the board asks in these situations, did the board in 1970 look at the development rights and their value? And so then we look at the history of development rights. In 1970, development rights weren't really a commodity. They sort of existed conceptually, but being able to, the transference process was extremely complicated, and you had to own the property next door, or you had to lease the development rights to the property next door. It was very, very rarely done, and as people may know, in the 1970s, the economy was not in the best shape, so there were also no projects being done like that. So the board looks at that history on development rights transfer to determine whether there was value, in case the board did not consider the value. On more recent cases, we look at whether the board considered the value. For instance, if it was a variance issued in 2000, the board had to have looked at the value of the development rights because certainly they would have had value in the year 2000, and today, of course, much more value. But okay, so in spite of however the property, the development rights are being used on this site is not within our view. And this is otherwise an as-of-right project. So if there are issues with respect to the development, that's something to take up, I suppose, with the buildings department or city planning and so on, okay? But I don't know if there are any other issues here. So I would like to close this hearing.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda? Aye. Commissioner Otley Brown? Aye. Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
That's fine.
Yeah, okay. And we'll put it on for decision, say, 2 weeks?
2 weeks is February 12th?
February 12th, is that one?
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
And we'll put
Decision
it-
February 12th.
Okay. Okay, I don't think there were any submissions that still needed to be made, is that right?
You haven't submitted.
We have not
Yeah,
submitted
you
that,
haven't
so we will
submitted that.
submit that.
Yeah, please submit
And,
them to the record.
and then the submissions from the community, we will scan those into the record, so they will be part of the formal record, okay? Thank you, everyone, for coming.
Thank you so much.
Item number 16, 40-80BZ, 3541 and 3941 West 23rd Street and 2022 West 24th Street, Manhattan. Sure. Kramer 11? Oh, Jim, I didn't see you, sorry. James. Sorry. Okay.
This submission from the community, and this is Hiram's thing.
They submitted something, but unfortunately, we can't open it apparently.
Okay.
Once they sent an email, but it was like CPC approved, some DCP approved plans. and
Okay,
stuff
we
like
asked
that.
for those. so
Yeah,
we-
so, yeah.
Just 1 second.
Yeah, Dave, well, you gotta raise your right hands. I can swear you up from there. Raise your right hands. Is he only two? Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board, and respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay.
So sorry.
Okay.
It's noise
It's noise, yeah. Can someone go outside and tell people to keep their voices down, please? Thank you. Sorry.
We'll send somebody up. Don't worry.
Good morning, I'm Jim Power from Kramer Levin. We represent Anbow Enterprises, which is the developer of the proposed building at 39 West 23rd Street. I would like to first address Madam Chair's question yesterday about the landmark restoration work. Our client intends to start the work this summer, and it would be completed in advance of applying for a TCO for the new building, as is required by the 74-711 special permit.
Right, so we will, I talked about it at the wrong case, but Landmarks would like our decision to be, if assuming approval, to be conditioned on the restoration work being completed by TCO as part of our condition as well.
Yes. In response to the other issues raised at review session yesterday, we made a revised submission this morning that includes the city planning and DOB-approved plans for the new building, the DOB-approved plans for the penthouse addition, and complete existing and proposed floor plans for the variance building at 35 West 23rd Street. Those plans are fully dimensioned, and they show that the penthouse addition actually did provide a complying 20-foot rear yard. In response to Vice Chair Chandra's comment.
So, sorry.
Yes.
The second set of plans showed complying rear yard?
It has the dimension on there, and actually, we have here, Jordan Most is here representing the owner of the penthouse next door. He's going to discuss the filings in more detail. We do have that DOB original submission also that shows the dimension. In response to Vice Chair Chandra's comment, with this revision, all of those plans are consistent in the amount of floor area. And as I say, Jordan will now discuss the history of the filings made by his client.
So the submission that you made this morning, we couldn't open, so we haven't been able to see it.
We'll have hard copies here very shortly. Thank you.
You're going to pass that up?
Hi, Jordan Most. Good morning, Jordan Most from Bryant Cave. Here on behalf of 35 West 23rd Street. So I just handed up what is actually, that's this print here. This is from the Department of Buildings rooftop set, and it's the approved plan from the Department of Buildings, which was plan examined, which was mentioned yesterday. And as you can see at the top there, there's a 20-foot 1-inch rear yard. The building actually has about a 14 or 15-foot rear yard, but the enlargement on the roof is set back from the back wall, so it is over 20 feet. I could speak to specific questions, or I could just, if you like, or I could speak to some of the brief history of the enlargement at the rooftop.
Okay, so just to refresh, so 20 feet is the minimum required because it's a shallow lot, is that?
No, for an M1, in the M district.
Oh, in the M district, right. Okay.
Right, so this is an M16 property. The variance was granted in 1980 to convert the building, the floors 2 through 5, to residential use. A certificate of occupancy was issued in 1982 that reflects that change in use. And that certificate of occupancy makes reference to the BSA grant. It has on it, I believe you have a copy of that CO. It shows 40-80 BZ at the bottom of the CO where we normally see it.
What's confusing about this is it was a conversion, I mean, it's not, DOB approved, what DOB approved, but what's confusing about this was a conversion of an existing building, fine, okay, and DOB approves that, right? But that they consider the addition of floor area that is not a conforming type of floor area, and
Let me give
good
it.
with that.
Let me try. So,
Yeah.
so let me continue then. So that's where we are. Right? You've set the table. That's where we are. Sort of 1982, and then 1980 with the variance, 1982 with the certificate of occupancy, and then prior to the current owner of the unit, a prior owner seeks enlargement and to add a stair to the roof. And in the course of, I believe, in their plan examination of seeking approval to add an enlargement, it may be that there was a problem, adding new floor area at that time. And it was probably recognized because it was plain that on the certificate of occupancy, there was a variance and that there was going to be a problem. what happened was, the plan to add that rooftop pop-up was modified, and it was made smaller, and it had a large cutout space, and it was deemed in a reconsideration by the then Department of Building Commissioner to really be a convenience stair and a landing, and not to count as floor area. So not counting as floor area, and look, it wasn't there in 1992. I don't know exactly what happened, but all I can do is imagine that that made it not necessary to come to the BSA. It wasn't floor area. It's conceivable that at that time it was, okay, this is okay, we can do this on our side of the equation. So I believe that's how the first rooftop enlargement was approved, and approved without coming to the BSA. Then if you fast forward, because I know you're going to say, well, how did it happen in 2014? So I guess before I get to 2014, I have to stop at 2000. So that first enlargement was completed and required a new certificate of occupancy. The CO wasn't issued until 2000. And in that new certificate of occupancy, which reflects now a penthouse level space, there's no reference to the BSA resolution.
That I understand.
So that's obviously a problem.
Yeah.
And now jump forward to 2014. In the intervening time period, though, there's been other activity. There's been the merger of the lot, there's been the 74-7 action, which also allows for residential use on a portion of the zoning lot, obviously a lot of residential use. Floor area was transferred from the small condominium building, and that floor area is folded into the 74-711 action. The new building is approved as substantially as residential use. So there's a lot of floor area now on this zoning lot that is allowed to be residential use. So now in 2014, an application is made at the Department of Buildings, but there seems to be general unawareness of the existence of the variance. And I think there's also this sense, again, sense is not really a legal term, but this sense that this lot is allowed to be residential. It's got this variance, which legalized roughly 15,000 square feet, excluding the ground floor. So if I just break down the floor area on the lot, I thought it was an interesting exercise, and 15,000 square feet, or the zoning lot has about 125,000 square feet of buildable floor area. 15,000 square feet were legalized by the variance. That's about 12% of the lot. 24,000 square feet were transferred from the little building to the big building. That was allowed to be residential pursuant to the 74-711. And then, obviously, the floor area generated by the development site, which is about 80,000 square feet, was allowed to be developed as residential. That's about 65%. So I work my way up to 99.5% of the lot is allowed to be residential use by virtue of the variance and the 74-711. That leaves behind about 750 feet. That is what we say, that is what is in this, these two enlargements up here, which we also now realize has this 20-foot complying rear yard. So that's how we get to where we are today, I think.
Okay, thank you. I think that makes sense. Okay.
If I could just make another comment or request. Although we made a revised submission today, the plans as they relate to the zoning lot merger and the floor area transfer did not change from the original submission. My client's building is currently on hold pending approval from the BSA, which frankly has become a significant financial hardship. It's a great building, it has a green design, it has an affordable housing component. We would like to ask whether the board would consider voting today on the Bella Vista aspect of the application so that the building can continue with financing and put people back to work.
Let me ask, yeah, we just got the drawings, so the
You just got
drawings
a-
were
yeah.
needed to be updated to reflect the existing conditions at the subject site. And originally, you only provided the rooftop diagram. So how are we supposed to look at this? We can't vote, how can we do it? You gave it to us now.
Yeah.
With respect, again, to the floor area transfer and the...
No. So whenever there's a change made to the drawings, it's an entire set that has to be filed, right? Even if there are no changes to the other drawings, we keep, the record is the entire set of drawings. And what was supplied to us with the application, and that was the comment made yesterday, was that we only received a roof plan when the approved set includes other drawings. So you have to provide a complete set.
Okay, yeah, I apologize for that. We do sometimes only submit the plans that are being revised at the time of the amendment, so.
If you sometimes do it, then we always ask you for the complete set by the time we're done, right? So otherwise, there's no continuity. We don't know what the final approved project is moving forward in case, and this helps your client too, in case your client wants to make a further addition to the roof, where finally the Department of Buildings is alerted that this is a BSA case, then we would have no record of what it was that was approved, because the last set of drawings, the last drawing supersedes everything else, right? So if you know, we can put this on for quickly, but we can't decide when we can't look at, haven't had time to look at anything, okay? Are there any speakers on this?
Any speakers of the public for this case?
Okay, I don't think there were any other questions, right? Rounds of additions, additional proof of the non-marketed, no, so you, Commissioner Otley Brown, you saw everything that you wanted to see?
Yes.
Right, okay, all right, so then we could put this on, so the submission, has this been formally made, officially made, the submission?
It was made to submit. Unfortunately, they have to recraft it to make it downloadable. And we
right.
also submitted a CD, I think, also, too.
Yeah, our paralegal's on the way to the office.
Yeah, the
right now, and
paralegal's
then
on the
we'll-
way to the office to do it.
We can put it on for February 26th. Are there any further submissions? No?
No.
It's just a matter of the board reviewing this and the complete plans.
Right.
Mr. Powers, does your have a complete building? Does your
It's February 12th. It's in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's 26 and, this one is 27.
All right, so let's put it on for February 12th.
So you can put it on for February 12th. It's in 2 weeks.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Closing?
I appreciate it.
February 12th?
Are you closing?
Yes.
Yeah, we can close.
You can close.
Okay.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
I just want to add, though, I know we just closed, but I just want to add, to the extent that there is a difference between the complete set of plans and the approved set, please point that out to us immediately, right? Because otherwise, we do a compare, and then when we find there's a difference, that'll mess you up, because we'll be at the next hearing saying, wait a minute, there's a difference between what we approved and what these plans show, okay?
You hear that, Jordan?
Thank you very much.
Heard that, right. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, just making sure.
Second, we want to take
Represent the
that,
owner.
right? Yeah, Highland might be best.
Okay.
Item number 17, 49883BZ, 2131 Highland Boulevard, Staten Island. Yeah, sign in the notes, will you? You only one speaking? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? I do. Proceed.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I listened to the
I'm sorry,
hearing.
please state your name for the record.
I'm sorry, Philip L. Rampula for the applicant. We submitted the ZRD1 that indicates that the Renaissance Catering Hall can be demolished and rebuilt on an as-of-right basis in the C8 portion of the lot. We have established that the parking for the Renaissance was not required parking, it was voluntary parking, and that the board had allowed the voluntary parking to be in the residential portion of the lot. So this application has been revised to indicate that we're asking the board to allow the accessory parking in the residential portion of the lot for the new building.
Which is the same approval as was previously granted.
Correct.
And you're reducing it to 51 instead of 56 spaces?
Yes.
Do you prefer to have 51? I mean, you could keep
Well,
it 56.
No, we prefer the 51 based on the amount of landscaping that we believe is needed in the perimeter of the parking lot.
Okay. All right. Are there any speakers on this? don't think we had any other issues, having resolved the main one. Okay, so I would like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Excuse me, Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And I,
Extension of time to complete construction?
oh, there is, okay, sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Rimpula, is there still a request for an extension of time to complete construction? That's in the, it's in the description. It could be in error.
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. And I'd like to make a motion to grant, but to point out to our council that the resolution needs to make clear that the BSA is not opining on the compliance of the new building with zoning. Okay, the new building's compliance with zoning. Okay, so on motion to grant.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
The application's been granted.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, are we taking a break?
Yeah, so
The other one's, oh, all right.
the other one's really fast. We have 5
It's
minutes
postponed.
until noon. Yeah,
No?
let's,
Oh.
this one fast, yeah.
Oh, it's postponed.
Yeah.
Oh, this one's postponed?
Yeah.
Oh, because there's no notice of hearing?
No notice of hearing.
Got it. Do you want to call it?
Yeah.
Yeah, item number 18, 1059-84BZ, 94361 Kings Highway, Brooklyn.
Okay, so.
So, needs to be postponed to at least 20 days from today. Is there?
You have to come up and
Here on
present.
behalf of?
Yeah.
You
No,
can
no, no,
stand,
no.
it's just to discuss calendar.
I'm Stephanie, I'm from Kennedy CMK for the applicant 24-Hour Fitness.
Stephanie what?
Hibbert, Hibbert.
Great.
Again, our apologies, this is our first application to the BSA. It was a clear oversight on our part. However, as our urgent request for postponement yesterday, we will definitely and swiftly effectuate service upon the notice of the new notice.
The new notice.
So,
Did you receive a notice of hearing from us?
so
It
there
had, there's
was
a little instruction sheet.
Yes, so there was some mix-up with that internally at the firm. That actually went to my partner that I work with directly. I wasn't CC'd on the email. If I was, this would have definitely been a non-issue.
Okay.
This was sent over the holiday season, and it fell through the cracks with this one. So we're going to be on top of this.
Okay, so we need something 20 days.
They had asked for February 26th, but I don't know.
Oh,
if
it's
they
too,
could- Yeah.
February
You don't have enough time for
26th.
notice.
Oh, 1, 2, 3, they could, yeah. It's up to the board.
Well, that
though.
depends on how quickly we can get the notice out to them. Can we?
Well, Muriel can do it tomorrow.
She can do it tomorrow, and they'd have to do notice by
Right, at least 20 days before, then at
February
least 10
4th.
days.
Yeah.
Right.
This is 21 business days, 1, 2, 3 is 21, yeah.
Is that all right? You think you
Yes.
can jump
Yeah.
on it like that?
I'm definitely going to be on it.
Okay. So this will be postponed to February 26th.
Okay.
And we'll circulate a new notice of hearing.
Okay, I did have one additional question.
Sure.
I was at the review session yesterday, and one of the comment was with respect to the massage therapy room. As of right now, and with clarification with our client, there is no massage therapy room. It is just storage. So I'm wondering whether you want us to go ahead and also amend
Yes,
the
amend
plan?
your statement of facts.
Okay.
Clarify that.
And
Submit
also the
that right
plans?
away, yeah.
Okay.
Right, and the plans to remove the word therapist.
There's a massage, and what's
Yeah.
going to be there?
Okay, all righty. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Have a
thank
good
you.
one. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're taking a break?
Yes.
Taking a
10-minute break? 5-minute break?
5-minute break.
5-minute break. 5
Is that enough? I thought we said 10. Didn't we say 10?
I didn't hear, I'm sorry.
No, in general. I thought we always said we'd take 10.
Thank you.
I hate these packaging.
And normally, it's for your dentist to protest.
Okay. Item number 19, 813-87BZ, 110 Borum Place, Brooklyn.
Turn the mic on.
Raise your right hand. You affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond on city board member questions. Okey-dokey.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Commissioners, Frederick Becker. We attended your review session yesterday. It seemed the only issue was a notice to the neighbors.
Yes.
Okay. we're ready to do that.
You're going to do that, okay. Are there any speakers on this?
Is there a DEP issue?
Say?
Is there a DOB issue?
DEP?
DEP issue?
Not on this
No,
one,
not
not
on
on
this
forum.
Oh, sorry.
Not that I'm aware of. Okay, so yes, so
I apologize.
in terms of the notice to neighbors, you need to prominently place in the lobby.
Right, and we'll give you photographs of the posting and,
Right, and just to be clear, that the posting should say that they can submit comments to the board to submit or
Okay.
attend the hearing.
we
So-
usually, what we've been doing is we use a copy of the initial filing for like a variance or a new hearing, and then we just change the dates and the
Okay,
time.
that's good. I just want to make sure, because sometimes we have people do postings where it says you can attend the hearing.
No, this,
And that's all.
it's the official notice with dates
Okay.
and times changed.
So, we need to give them time to be notified. What about the end of February?
We can do February 26th? How many? 28?
Okay, February 26th?
Remember, you have a special hearing March 7th. That's all I'm saying.
There's also a hearing March 5th.
So what is that you're trying
I'm saying March 5th and March 7th. Watch the load.
Yeah, but we're on just 20, yeah, we know. But on the 20, this is the 27th of February.
And this is PCE.
PCE, just to know that the neighbors are notified, that's all.
Okay,
Okay?
thank
So
you.
you'll submit a cover letter
With the
saying.
with the copy and a photograph
Yeah, great, okay,
By
thank you.
February 6th.
on February
By
6th.
February 6th, yes.
That's not a problem. Okay,
Great.
thank you.
Thank you.
Item number, appeals calendar, item number 2215, 15A, 14414, 188 First Street, Queens.
You can do this one.
This is the one I did survive in 181st.
No.
No?
No. There's no CB.
Good afternoon, Sandy Anagnostou, representing the applicant.
144, yeah. Hi, sorry, just observing that the Community Board 12.
Yes, I have that
Yeah,
here.
okay.
They did a vote in favor, 21 for approval, 1 abstain for the application. The other issue that's open on this application is the DEP review of the amended drainage plan, which we submitted. The engineer met with DEP, he made several submissions, and it's still under review, so we're waiting for DEP's response on that.
Okay. All right, so what I had mentioned in the last, no, actually not, this is a different one. Okay, so, all right, so, yeah, I did mention this at the last hearing. So so this has been going back and forth a lot, right?
Right.
We've been in hearings, or let's say we've been at the agency a long time, right? And so we don't want to just keep dragging this out. So we really need your client to come to a conclusion about how they want to proceed so that we don't have
Well, okay,
dozens of hearings.
so I'd like to respond to that, Madam Chair. My client, when we filed this application at the board, it was referred to DEP. DEP issued a comment letter in 2016 asking for additional information regarding the surrounding sewers. We provided that. They then issued a letter in February 2017, asking for more information, including the drainage plan for the area, which we provided. They then issued a letter saying that we could amend the drainage plan or provide a sewer corridor. We looked at it and decided we were going to amend the drainage plan, but then we were told that their policy had changed and they no longer accepted that we would have to go to city planning for a demapping action. So that's a very time-consuming and costly.
Sorry, I
and
don't understand the connection between the drainage plan and the mapping action.
That's what we were told. And then we waited for quite a bit of time until they said, oh, yeah, you could go ahead with the drainage plan.
Right.
Referred this to an engineer. That engineer didn't feel like it could be done, or he didn't want to get involved with this project. And then we provided an alternative plan showing the 35-foot wide corridor, which would result in a 15-foot wide home, which DEP approved in June of last year. But at the first hearing, we discussed with the board that because this would really kill this project, we were looking at the option of amending the drainage plan, and that the owner had retained another engineer who met with DEP after the first hearing, and he felt confident that he could get it done. So that's where we are now. He made 3 submissions. Actually, the engineer that reviewed that retired. So there was a lot of delay, and I don't know. DEP also was under the assumption that this case had been closed by the board, which it was not. After they issued their recommendation letter, their approval letter with the 35-foot wide sewer corridor, they actually closed the application. So, I apologize to the board, but there was a lot of waste in time or review time.
I think there's been a lot of back and forth with DEP's policy regarding amendment of drainage plans, and so they kind of got caught, unfortunately, and
it seems DEP has also taken quite a bit of time in getting back to the applicant.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I just don't want this to be going on for more years.
How long does your engineer think it would take?
See, we don't.
You have no idea.
We actually made 3 submissions of the same package. So now I understand it's being reviewed.
By 2 separate divisions, it's being...
But you don't have a promise date or anything?
I don't have a promise date, unfortunately. I begged. I don't have a promise date.
And the problem is, even if, let's say, DEP does respond back, it may not be a response in approval, it may be...
No, of course not.
With additional comments, and there will be some amount of back and forth that the applicant and DEP would have to go through.
So this is the amendment of so it sounds like your client wasn't willing to offer the easement.
He offered it as an alternative. We submitted a site plan, which DEP approved in June of 2018. They issued a letter approving that. But that was basically, I'm submitting this because I can't get anything else based on what the engineer that he previously hired told him, and DEP saying, you may not be able to amend this drainage plan, go to city planning. He did that as an alternative.
But he's not willing, so this is the part I don't understand. The last place we were before the slowdown, kind of, in June, right? We were at, your client had submitted an easement plan, and that's my understanding. So the client had agreed to go with an easement, and then something happened where they were no longer willing to go with an easement.
Well, they hired a new engineer.
Yeah, at the last hearing, we discussed that he did provide an alternative plan. We never withdrew or said we didn't want to pursue our original plan. He provided the plan that DEP asked for to show what would this be. This would result in a 15-foot wide home, and we discussed at the last hearing that this was a very small home, that he would like to have the opportunity to pursue the amended drainage plan, and that's what we did since the last hearing, and now he hired the engineer met with DEP, made submissions, he prepared the amended drainage plan, which I submitted copies of this, all of the documents that were submitted to DEP, my office submitted to BSA. And it just, that we don't have an answer yet from DEP.
And when was the drainage plan submitted?
One was in December.
September, October, then...
December?
It was sent again in December and again in January.
So it was the same plan sent over and over and over again?
Well, the one we just submitted was revised because DEP, when I spoke to DEP, because there was just confusion as to why they kept saying the case was closed, and both of us didn't understand that. So when we spoke to DEP,
they were saying since the easement was offered and they wrote a letter of approval, to them, that was finality. And I said, if the board submits a revision to you, you have to review it again. So there was some confusion there. So what happened was they submitted it again, then DEP asked for a revision of the plan, a new site plan, a revised site plan showing not the easement, and then they wanted a cover letter to restate that they were doing a GCL 35 and that they were building in the bed of the MAP street. And that's the last submission we did. The applicant was not aware that they needed a revised letter. After the two submissions that the applicant made to me that I sent to DEP. And so they're looking at the feasibility of this DEP. Prior to that, we were told by DEP, as with council, there were several projects that at one point, DEP's policy was not going to amend the drainage plan unless it was feasible. So those were involving prior cases that we had. And so there was a back and forth about that, and that's when the applicant came up with possibly doing the easement because they wanted to build the project.
Right, that's why.
And then that's why they submitted the sewer easement in lieu of that, because there was no workaround. And when they realized that that's not feasible, they went and hired another engineer who then said, look, I think I can make this work.
And just make what work? The amended drainage plan
To
work?
do the amended drainage, we can do it. And so they brought it back to DEP.
We actually did not revise the site plan in our most recent submission. It's the original plan.
I'm sorry, the original, I
right?
apologize, yes.
Yeah.
It's just they wanted a revised cover letter to state
Right.
that they were doing this, and they wanted to amend the drainage plan because it was revising what they said about the sewer easement, providing a sewer easement.
Okay. All right, I don't know. What do we do? Give 4 months?
I don't think 4 months.
Well,
More, longer?
You're gonna,
Less.
6 months? I mean,
Less.
I don't want it, I don't
Yeah,
want
but-
this to be here for another 2 years.
We
of
don't
back and forth
either.
and back and forth,
Right.
right? So we give them some serious amount of time to
Okay.
work this out, right?
And if we have to go and meet with them, we'll meet with
Yeah,
them.
Yeah, because I would say, I don't actually want to hear anymore about your interactions with DEP. Just work this out. So 6 months, and that's enough time for back and forth with all the engineers you want to hire, right?
But is that, absent the DEP thing, the board had no issues with their project other than, because I don't want that then,
Well, without looking
the only
at old
outstanding.
notes and so on, I think that that if there were open issues, you need to address them in a filing, right? I just don't have my notes from the very first.
No, I
So
don't
I-
believe that
I
there
didn't think they
were.
were, but.
That's the only, so from the
And the community board.
approved, yeah.
Yep.
Right. We said the fire department had a conditional sign off that the building has to be fully sprinklered. I don't know if the drawings show fully sprinklered.
They do, there's a note. And DOT also signed off on the project.
Right.
Right, that we have, right.
Yeah, and you
Community
noted
board.
at the review session on June 4th that the critical element was the huge sewer easement in DEP's comments as of April 2018.
Okay. All right, so make sure that the drawings show sprinklers.
Yes, and if DEP does come back and say we don't accept the amended drainage plan, we do have a set of plans that we submitted that shows the sewer easement, 15-foot wide building, so we would just go with that.
All right, so let's do this for 6 months to allow you plenty of time to have all the meetings you want with engineers and DEP.
Okay.
So what do we?
So that is a 6-month submission?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that is a submission date of June 26th and a hearing date of July 16th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 21, 2017-323A, 108 Croak Avenue, Staten Island. This has been adjourned, right?
Okay, the applicant requested an adjournment, which is the second.
Oh, there's, right.
I think they're
because-
still trying to work this GCL thing out, yeah. I don't know why it's taking so long.
Hold up
Yeah,
is-
so we spoke to Ms. Russo because she has a residential dwelling, and I think it's section 2 of the GCL 36 allows, doesn't require you to come to BSA if
Right.
other residences on the block have COs for residential occupancy. And so we were discussing with her whether or not she even needs to have this application, but we
Right.
wanted to verify that she could get her CO with DOB without having to come back here. We
Right.
didn't want to withdraw and then her find out that something was not right. And so maybe we give her 2 or 3 months more, or 4, 5, 6 months, I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know how much
That was the
time she had
discussion.
asked
I haven't
Veronica.
spoken
Do
to
you have the
Veronica
notes?
about this case in a couple months.
Okay. So she was last here in July. We were adjourned in September, and here we are again adjourned. So.
Yeah, I don't have
6
anything in
months seems
Veronica's
not to
notes
be
to say a
enough-
timeframe. I'm
6
sorry.
months seems not to be enough time to have cured the problem. I don't know why. And it doesn't really matter if we put this out for a long time, because if it's going to be done as of right, she can be filing drawings and having a nice time at DOB, and we just withdraw it here, right? So I would say, let's give it 4 months, something like that.
Okay,
right?
and do you want a letter to go after this is the
Yes.
last adjournment? Okay. So 4 months. Plus letter. And that would be submission, May.
That's happy anniversary, because the first hearing date
And then
was
it would
May
be a year.
22. Yeah.
Okay, so that is. So that would be a submission May 22nd, a hearing, continued hearing June 11th, last adjournment.
May 22nd, right?
Yeah, and please, this is Veronica, she's not here, but so, just somebody let Veronica know that she should get in touch with
Yes.
the applicant and let her, and,
Last adjournment, yeah.
yeah, last
Okay.
adjournment, it's serious. She should, like, sit back and
Sure.
watch time go by.
Okay.
New cases, item number 22, 2018-97A, 50-story Stora Avenue, Staten Island. You sign here, Ed. You don't have to be sworn in.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Edward Laurie, the applicant.
So we also got a letter of no objection from fire department. We already have that. Okay.
Yes.
All right, and let's see. Commissioner Shabeta had a question about, even though it's not really within our purview, we just wanted to know what the purpose of the building is.
What's the purpose? Does the owner have intent for the building?
Well, the owner is a contractor himself, so he's going to use half of it for his own use, and the other half is going to rent out for similar use.
Similar contracting use?
Right.
Contractor's establishment?
So in other words, contract material storage or, okay. Right. Are there any speakers on this? Right. I think we had, let me just see, DEP sign off. Okay, everything was fine. All right, so I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown? Commissioner, I'm sorry. Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Sorry. Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And you have to do a motion to grant.
Oh, yeah, motion to grant.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Zoning calendar, continued hearing items, item number 23, 1715BZ, 133 Beach Fifth Street, Queens.
Good afternoon. Lyra Altman, Lofts Lyra Altman. We are requesting an adjournment.
Right.
If we could please have 6 months to make sure that we have all the information into you properly.
Okay, so this is the last adjournment.
We are aware of that, we
Right.
understand. And we would request August 13th, because I just noticed that the 3 weeks end on August 11th. There are 3 weeks in the Jewish calendar that you don't want to do anything.
Oh.
It's a period of mourning for the destruction of the temple.
All right.
So I know my clients would prefer not to have a hearing during what's considered a bad luck period.
Okay, so we've had, as I said yesterday, we've had 3 hearings on this, 1 adjournment. We got started over a year ago, right, and hearings. So you need to, because it's been so long, we last met on this in August, because by then in May, it'll be, or whenever we said, June, when did we say no? August?
we're
It'll
requesting
be
August 13th.
It'll be a year since we heard
Last
the
heard.
application,
Understood.
right? So the board can't be expected to kind of memorize what it did in August, a year before.
I wouldn't
So-
expect you to.
Right, so you're going to need to, it's more work for you, but you have a lot of time.
Understood, that's fine.
You're going to need to go through all of the videos and all of the review sessions and make sure that what you are submitting to us on time in one package is completely responsive to all of the comments that were made at the hearing. And I want to draw your attention to the comments that were made by Commissioner Shabeta, because this case is really relying on the structural issues, right?
You mean Shetta?
I'm sorry, Shetta, I'm sorry.
I knew
Shetta.
what you meant.
Yeah, no, but I shouldn't say the wrong name.
Yeah.
Commissioner Shetta, because the case is completely relying on the structural subsurface conditions here. And so we can't have a submission where Commissioner Shetta says, I don't understand why I didn't find the information about costs that I asked for, or subsurface supportive excavation, or those kinds of things, okay?
Understood.
100% of what was asked for must be included, all right?
We are aware, which is why we're asking for so much time, to make sure that everybody can do their portion of the work, since first the architect has to do their work, then Jessica Corus needs to do her work. There seems to be a step-by-step, each person has to go after the next.
Yeah, the financial analysis, but one of the reasons when we've been waiting since August. So I hope that since August, the architect has already done the work,
Well-
and the financial analyst has already gotten far along, because that's part of not understanding. That's a lot of months between
Actually-
last and now.
What ended up happening, and I had stated this in my adjournment request letter, is that we were talking to other people about other opportunities with this site, and unfortunately, none of them panned out. That was why. So we were put on hold by the client while he sought to explore other options and just couldn't find any, unfortunately.
So you haven't started responding at all to this?
We have not, which is why we want to make sure that we take 6 months.
Do you want more time?
No, we think that should be sufficient, but I do appreciate the offer.
I believe this site is one of the sites that the uniqueness is very tough to prove because of previous submissions. Your geotechnical engineer submitted before material that indicates that what was claimed as uniqueness is not unique. And the analyses that we requested last hearing, I believe they are costly. And I was actually anticipating that they are not going to be submitted, like at the time you indicated last hearing. This is a suggestion. If you want to take it. If not, you could submit whatever material you promised before. But let's go down a little bit with the size of the building. Let's focus on the townhouse option. Let's reduce the size of the building. I don't think subsurface is going to help you out.
Subsurface is not going to do?
It's not going to help
Not gonna
out
make the argument.
with regard to the uniqueness. You could focus on the DEC requirements, you could focus on the irregularity if you believe that it's causing any hardship. But honestly, the subsurface thing, the geotechnical engineer submitted to us, he said the problem is the clay and the sand. The clay is soft, it's weak. The sand is liquefiable. Liquefiable sand is all over the place. And it's tough. If I have this job, if a client come to me and say, I'm a geotechnical engineer for 30 years, and if somebody comes to me and say, can you prove this site is unique? I wouldn't suggest him to go that route. It's very tough.
I hear what you're saying. I'm
Because
obviously
you
not
have-
going to
you
have a
have-
back and forth with you on this, as I'm not the engineer.
I know.
So I'm taking notes on what you're saying.
I'm just trying to help you and help myself because, looking at things like over and over and repeating myself is really frustrating. And I hate to be a bad guy or the bad guy, but.
Nobody
if-
said that,
if-
for the record.
Understood. But You know what, the happiest moment for me, when people submit the right thing, and I look at them, and I feel like they are okay, and I say, yes, it's a go. But when somebody comes with the same thing over and over and over, it's not good.
That's why we've asked for ample time. We want to make sure that we can provide your board everything they've requested. We had started to do this, we were put on hold, we've now been given the go-ahead. But before we actually put people in action, I wanted to make sure that your board was going to grant the adjournment.
Right, okay, but just to take advantage of what Commissioner Sheta said, you know well that the board has not been persuaded that there is a unique physical condition here, and in particular, that the requested scope of waivers are not the appropriate scope, and that the focus was on townhouses, if there was to be any waiver. And so if sort of, let's say, a recommendation that you not pursue that avenue anymore, because that it's just not going to go well.
We've heard what you have to say.
Okay.
So is the board okay with August 13th?
Yes.
Okay, so your next hearing will be August 13th, the submission date of July 24th.
Right.
August
I just want to
13th.
make sure in terms of commissioners' calendars. So August 13th means.
Commissioner Shabbat is not here. He's the only one. that's not.
Oh,
He
okay.
needs to be there.
Oh, me too, sorry.
You're
Yes,
also out.
Yes, I'm gonna
Yes.
be
Oh, sorry, he's not
We
here.
do need
also out.
Commissioner Sheta here, we
Yes,
understand.
Okay,
please,
so-
avoid August for now.
Sure, okay, so that leaves September 10th is the next hearing,
I suppose we'll take it.
and submission date of August 21st.
Thank you so
So,
much.
but that's
Let me
August 21st.
let me rewrite that if you don't mind.
You'll be reviewing in like the first
I
week of
could
September.
review while away, but
Okay.
while
yeah,
away I
can't
can
here.
be.
So it's
Okay.
August, let me just make sure I have this right. August 21st for the submission, and September 10th continued hearing.
That's right.
Also, Lyra, since this is the last adjournment, please note that there was open environmental issues that should be submitted prior to that hearing so we can complete them.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 24, 8715 BZ, 182 Minute Street, Brooklyn. This application is being requested to be withdrawn.
Good afternoon. Lyra Altman on behalf of Jay Goldstein, requesting that this application be withdrawn without prejudice.
It's not closed, so
Not closed,
they can request.
they can request.
There's no requirement for a good cause or anything.
Yeah, okay. I don't know. I don't really have an opinion. Easier never not to see this case again, but, okay. All right, so a motion to withdraw without prejudice.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you on behalf of Jay Goldstein.
Item number 25, 15715 BZ, 3925 Bedford Avenue, Brooklyn, is requesting an adjournment.
Hello again, still Lyra Altman from the Law Office of Lyra Altman this time. Once again, we are requesting an adjournment. As you are aware, the homeowner who previously had owned this home has now sold it. The new owner, we provided you a deed. The new owner has decided, although we had initially requested March 19th, when I spoke with him yesterday, he decided that he wants to do further changes to the building, and he's requested 6 months as well.
Okay. So with this one again, we started in hearings in August of 2017 and were adjourned 4 times.
If you recall correctly, the spouse passed away unexpectedly at a very young age, which she was not ill, it was unexpected, which is why this whole job went somewhat on hold as he was trying to figure out his life. And he decided that he was just too painful to keep going, so he's decided to sell the house to somebody else, move into another home that his wife was not involved in.
Okay, but nonetheless, it's been at the board for a very long time.
It has.
It will be 3 years at the 6-month period, right? So, I'm sorry, 2 years.
It's been a long time at the board.
2 years at
Given
the 6-month
circumstances, absolutely.
And it will have, and it was submitted to this agency in July of 2015, so it'll be 4 years at this agency, right?
Correct.
We don't like things to be sitting here for 4 years in
Neither
any
do we.
capacity, right? So what I said yesterday holds. The instructions were very clear about the envelope.
We've passed those along to the new owner as well,
Okay,
of
it's
course.
not to pass, it's to give the owner the instructions that that's the envelope, and if
We've
they
told them.
want to have variety of, affectations within the envelope, that's a different issue, but the envelope has to be as described, okay?
Believe
And
me,
I-
it might be changing the envelope further, but not making it larger.
So reducing the envelope?
That's correct.
Reducing the envelope.
That is correct.
Okay.
That's what I'm being told at this point, but as I said, we're still working on design.
Let me see if I can phrase this another way. I don't want to have any back and forths about this.
Understood.
I want the rear yard to be the setback as instructed, and the FAR to not be greater than 1, okay?
He's been instructed as to that as well.
Okay.
Ms.
And
Sullivan?
it won't be pretty, let's just say, if it doesn't look like that.
We
Just
understand.
just procedurally, a new affidavit of ownership?
Of course, we're going to have to submit full new documents. Because we have a new application form as well with the new owner.
Would you like that one on the same schedule as the prior one we just calendared, or can this one
I think we should
be sooner?
do it based on our own.
The gentleman, you know what, we can keep it on the same schedule.
Okay, that would give you plenty of time. Okay, so,
Well, it gives him plenty of time to do his design.
okay, so that is, sorry, speakers. We haven't been calling.
Right. Well, this is an adjournment request.
Yeah.
Oh,
We didn't-
sorry.
Yeah, so,
September 10th, August 21st.
Wonderful.
Great.
Thank you.
It's the last adjournment, correct? Let's make a note on the.
Yes, I will send a letter.
Okay. Item number 26, 2016-4127BZ, 1547 East 26th Street, Brooklyn. Come. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? Sorry. Okay, sign in and proceed. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Dennis Delangelo, I'm the applicant representing the owner. I attended the review session yesterday. The note on the removal of the existing walls and floor decking, I assume that would go on the floor plans and the building sections of the proposed drawings, the P
Yeah.
drawings. And I assume that would be in the conditions of the approval, if it's
Yes.
approved. The question of the height of the building, this is a much simpler roof design than we've had in previous submissions. It's just a basic hip roof. What we've tried to do here, because of the aesthetics of the cottages to the south, is try and maintain that appearance, which is the main reason we went with the 16-foot front yard instead of the 15-foot as of right, because we could only go 16 inches into that 15-foot yard. By setting the building back to 16 feet, we can match the existing overhangs of 24 inches with the gutter. We're trying to maintain the same roof pitch as the original building and the buildings to the south.
just a question. Before you had a front yard of 17 feet.
Yes.
So then why did you go to 16 feet? Why not, why can't you
We
do that at
lost some
17?
floor area on the interior of the building with this last design, keeping the exterior walls at the exterior. So there was some square footage that was lost, and we made it up in the front to try and keep the bedrooms with the client's program.
So then how does the front yard compare to the neighbor's front yards, all those cottages?
Well, the buildings were set back 30-something feet. The original building was set back, but we did a front yard study, and the majority of front yards in the area are actually 10 feet. On the other streets, obviously not on this side of the street, but even across the street, they're all less than the required 15 feet. It's really just this group of buildings that has an ample space around the buildings, ample front yards, rear yards. They're very small buildings on 50-foot lots. This one's a 60-foot lot. So we are trying to maintain that appearance, the aesthetics of the buildings, and that's one of the reasons we went with the hip roofs, one of the reasons we're trying to keep the original roof pitch, and because of that, the width of the building dictates the height of the ridge, and we came out to about 18 inches higher than what we've been working with, because the building now is 37 feet of that roof. Just by the math, instead of reducing the roof pitch, we just maintained the same roof pitch, and we ended up with that 18-inch difference. But that is, as was pointed out, to the center of the building. The dimension, I think, that was asked for is from the south to the ridge, or from the street to the hip.
Right, because it's not placed, you can just see it on the drawings, but you don't place it with dimensions.
So we'll dimension the ridge line from the south, and what we have is a vent, front and back, going east and west at the ridge, which is actually set back from the street line and from the rear lot line. If you look at the elevations, it's really just to vent the attic.
So, but what does the hip do for you? It's this, yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand. What does that little hip ridge do for you?
It's venting the attic. In other words, instead of having a hip, which would close off all four portions of the roof, all four segments, I'm just extending the ridge to get a vent in there, a gable vent, so we could vent the attic. The attic's not going to be occupied, it's not going to be within the energy envelope, so we just want to provide ventilation. But it is back from the street and back from the rear yard. And we can dimension that also. But the presentation to the street with the hip roofs, which require the same overhang all around, from the streetscape, you can see that the presentation will be just the two hip roofs. The gable is further back, and the main ridge is further back.
Okay, so you'll dimension the distance to the hip.
Front, back, and to the sides.
Okay.
And the issue of the rear yard, I appreciate the board's consideration on this. We will set back the second floor to 25-foot setback, and we appreciate your thoughtfulness on that.
Okay, all right. Are there any speakers on this one? No? Any other? No? Okay. So those pretty minimal changes, right?
I would think so.
So adding the 2-foot set affects your floor plan, and you're going to have to.
Oh, we'll change the zoning, we'll change the elevations, we'll keep it to scale, I won't just change the
Right,
numbers.
right, good.
Bubble plans?
What?
Yes. Bubbles?
Oh, yes,
Bubble
please,
set?
very much. Please bubble the changes on once this is a new thing we're doing as of things we learned today or yesterday. So please provide a bubble set and then a clean set, signed and sealed.
Would that be, the bubble set would be the examiner's set? Because what we've been doing is highlighting in yellow for the examiner.
Oh, well, you can do it like that. Bubble is just kind of a term of art that I always use, but you can highlight in yellow the changes. That's fine.
Only on the examiner's set?
On the examiner set, then there's the final set, which is clean,
Yes.
signed and sealed, right? So the bubble set, both sides should be signed and sealed, but we will ultimately stamp the clean set.
Sure.
Right? Okay. All right, so then,
Sure. I'll put it on I can put it on March 19th.
That's
Or
good.
19th.
That's good, yeah. That's not a lot. Yeah.
So submission date of February 27th for March 19th hearing.
Can we move it a week further out, the end of March, or is there a date available?
Of course.
Further out,
So
so
the next,
always
that
available.
next hearing would be March 26th, and the submission date would be March 6th?
Yeah,
Okay, great.
thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Item number 27, 2017, 8-8BZ, 356, 362 East 139th Street, the Bronx. Raise your right hand. You affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board and to respond honestly to board member questions. Actually, this is for an adjournment, aren't you? Well, we got the letter, so.
Oh,
Yeah, sign it.
yeah, because
Just sign it. I have the, pass it up there, so she has it.
oh, this is fire department, thank you.
Good afternoon, Amanda Ionati on behalf of the applicant. We received fire department approval sign-off letter dated January 25th. Made a submission to the board yesterday, including that letter with the stamped approved roof plans and also the...
Sorry, January 28th.
Oh, you said 25th.
You said 25th.
25th is their letter.
It's there.
That's the unit's letter, this is John's letter,
Oh, okay.
right? Yeah.
All right, so I don't know about the.
Oh, I didn't see the second
Okay.
letter. I just got one from the 25th.
The one you handed
From
is dated the
Thomas.
28th.
But it's granted. Yeah.
I submitted this letter yesterday with the 3 stamp approved roof plans.
These are different letters, yeah. Yeah, okay.
Which one
So,
should we be, just for the record, which one should we be?
I mean, it should be both, they're both from
we're
fire
both from
department.
fire department, so it says, dated January provides adequate fire department access to and upon the rooftop. Accordingly, your application for modification is granted, subject to the following conditions. That's the part we need, right? This determination only modifies compliance with respect to the rooftop access and/or clear path requirements as set forth above. It does not modify your obligation to comply with other applicable provisions of the fire code, which I won't read. Modifications, so we'll include those comments from the January 25th, 2019 letter.
And just a note, Mr. Daly, or Chief Daly's letter from January 28th is just referring to that letter, that was approval.
Right,
Yeah,
okay.
So we can consistently mention both of them.
Yes, okay, and I don't actually
Both are in the
know
record.
They're both
difference.
on the record.
This says fire, it just says fire department, and it's signed by.
Chief of Technology.
Yeah,
Technical
chief of tech, right, yeah. Okay, so that will be part of the conditional approval.
And the full set of plans that I submitted to the board yesterday were the plans upon which that letter was issued.
Okay. Anyone have a chance to look?
I did, and I was looking, comparing the various heights that were proposed and the setback distances, the waivers that was requested, the drawings that we had last seen to what was submitted, all the numbers corresponded.
So I'm just asking, are we comfortable with the idea of doing, because we were originally going to adjourn this to February 12th,
We're
right?
still waiting on DEP.
Yeah.
Oh, we're still waiting on DEP.
Still waiting on
Okay.
DEP.
All right, so we have to adjourn this to February 12th? Continue, and so what I would like, given our experience, is that the architect submit to us immediately a set of bubble drawings, bubbling the
Bubble draw-
changes that were made on this
For the
last submission.
Fire department?
For the whole set, right? The set is submitted to us, and because,
Right.
as far as we know, the last set of drawings that we reviewed were for the
We're
January
in December.
8th.
They were in December. The only
they were-
changes with this plan were for the fire department, so
Right,
I'll
but
bubble
so-
those.
So no, you don't bubble them. The
Okay.
architect bubbles them. So I don't know if you were here earlier, we had a terrible problem with an architect who submitted drawings with many changes that were not called out to the attorney or
Okay.
to the board.
Okay.
So from now on, the architect must
Okay.
bubble all changes to the drawings
Okay,
and sign and seal the drawings, and then give us, and then we need a cover letter that calls out what the changes are, okay?
okay. And these are submitted to the formal submit, not just
Yes.
something to the examiner?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
No, these are formal
submit-
submitted drawings, and then there's a clean set that doesn't have bubbles. That's the set that
That's
we
that one.
snap.
That you should, yeah.
So I don't need to resubmit that one?
It's up, so here's the thing. I don't know that this set is the same set that the architect is bubbling. So I need the architect to be responsible for the drawings, because, yeah, so it should be coming from the architect, one set of clean and one set of bubbles with a revised issue date. So, and so if the
Okay.
issue date today.
So you don't want them to match then the date of the FDNY approval letter? Because the date of those plans match the FDNY
So
approval
this is
letter.
related to the FDNY approval, right?
Yeah.
So you were responding to that. Now, we have a set that's submitted to
Okay.
us
Okay,
that says these are the changes that were made since the last submission. In December of specific submission date, right?
Got it.
With those bubbled. And the submission, the drawings,
they're dated January 2nd.
yes, so the
What
drawings
the-
then will be dated as of the date that the architect bubbles the
Bubbles
drawings.
them.
Okay? He bubbles one set and gives
has
us a
a
clean
clean
set
set.
of that date.
Okay,
So somehow we'll work out an official set of requirements going forward with every single final set that's submitted.
Yeah.
So, okay.
So
We
we're
title
in this-
them proposed plans final, like proposed plans bubble to
Yes,
distinguish?
exactly.
Okay.
I mean, it should be clear, because there'll be bubbles all over one of them,
Yes.
presumably.
Even the revision date is bubbled, that's how you
Yeah.
know it's the revision date,
Yeah.
right?
So we, okay.
Okay.
You can have the same title.
This used
Bubble
to be
revision
such
date.
standard behavior in the architecture community, I lament its loss.
Are those your, is that your set, Amanda, you need back?
Do you need this back?
I don't need it back.
Okay.
If you don't want it, I'll take it. It's just,
Okay.
I delivered them to the board yesterday, so.
Do you want
Up
that
to you.
back?
Yeah, if you
Yeah,
want
you
them
can,
back.
you can take them, we don't, okay.
Thanks.
All right, so whatever we said,
February
February 12th. And as soon as you can submit these, please, like ideally by,
By Friday?
Okay,
okay,
this Friday, sure.
thank you.
Let's go here first.
All right.
And then,
Did I
is
already
that
ask
enough
you-
time for DEP?
No, we don't know
No,
if it's by.
DEP,
DEP,
you
we
said
should hear about
first.
February 1st.
Okay.
February 1st, okay.
Okay, good.
And then I'll need a little time to have the revised EAS.
Oh, so
Submitted.
is February 12th too soon then?
Well, assuming DEP's going to sign off on the noise analysis, I only need the environmental consultant to take that noise memo
at the
and
back.
put it in the EAS.
Does it have to go on the plan?
Okay, but it can't be submitted on February 11th, is the point. We need to check it, right?
I have a question. Will those noise comments not have to be reflected in the
They're
plans?
already reflected in the plans. And we note the proposed acoustic vents on the third floor terrace.
Okay.
And you don't need the acoustic vents on the roof?
No.
No, they're higher than the receptors. Yeah. Right? I think that's right. Yeah. Okay. All right, so are we sure that this is enough time? Because it's actually not very far away. We're basically 12 days away.
When we submit the revised EAS, does that go back to DEP or is that just a final copy for you?
I think it's the final copy.
But we still check it, we still have time. I think February 12th is tight. That's why, because we can't review it on February 11th.
So
We offered her the 26th, I don't know, those are the two dates
this would be the
you and I
30th,
discussed.
And these are two PCEs.
Okay, so the 26th,
26th?
yeah.
And so that's submission date of February 6th, so you have a bit more time after DEP responds.
Right.
Okay, and February 6th, hopefully we'll include the updated EAS, final plans, and bubble plans.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
And it's going to take the first day, right? That's good. Item number 28, 2017-33BZ, 398 Lenavar Avenue. I can never pronounce that right.
That was
Got
right. Lenavar. You said
Lenavar?
it.
Is that what it is?
Maybe.
It's a Staten Island thing, it's true. I'm from Bay Ridge, sorry, I'm across the bridge there. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay.
Philip L. Rampula. I listened to the review session yesterday. I just want to comment on drawing 3A, which is comments about the required yards. I don't think the interpretation by the board is absolutely correct. If you look at drawing 3A, on Staten Island only, which is a growth management district, you have a 100-foot front yard, a 100-foot corner lot, which is only measured 100 feet from the corner. And if you look at Drumgoole Road West, we indicate how much of the lot is a corner lot. We have a dimension out there in the street that it's 100 feet. Everything else beyond 100 feet is subject to the adjoining conditions of the adjoining property owners. So what happens is, for that length of 40 feet on the zoning lot, on the combined zoning lot, that is actually a rear yard. It's not a side yard. It was mentioned in yesterday's review session that the 18.62, which is the smallest dimension of the lot, is my 20-foot side yard, but it's not. Beyond 100 feet from the corner, we have to rely on the yards of the adjoining properties.
Wait a minute. The definition of a side lot line is that it intersects with the street.
I know that. But the definition of yards, in growth management areas only, is for anything beyond 100 feet from a corner, you have to rely on conditions of the adjoining zoning lot.
Do you have a citation for that?
It's right there on my drawings, 23-741. It's where I note on Drummagool Road East, where I'm saying, subject to lot conditions as per section, subject to adjoining lot conditions as per 23-741. And it has, the zoning resolution actually has an illustration that shows the different conditions.
What's the length of the
2341
block?
23-741. The distance of the lot is 133.7.
No. The length of the block frontage on Drumgool.
The entire block frontage?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, is this the short side of the block, or is Lenovar the short side of the block?
Lenovar's the short side.
Yes. Lenovar is the short side. So we're left, I'll give you time to look at that.
I'm not seeing it in the zoning resolution.
Yeah.
23-741. You're saying it's part of the lower density growth management area text?
Yeah.
Actually, this Article 2, section, Chapter 3 stops at 2372.
Yeah.
Then that's a typo on my end.
Yeah.
If you look under underlying, if you look at side yards, it says beyond 100 feet of a corner.
I think it's, I remember seeing this, and I found the right, it should be.
Section with a street line, luxury.
I should have brought my laptop.
We don't have enough here.
Are you referring to 23-461?
Yes, I am.
Okay. 461.
I'm not sure about that
No.
without seeing, no.
No.
461 talks about the 20-foot side yard
Yeah.
on a corner lot.
Right. That's what we're talking about.
Right. So beyond 100 feet from the corner, there is a section, in fact,
But you have to make sure it applies to you, right? So this is what is this, an R3X?
yes.
R3X. So you have 23461A, R3Xs, and it says, one side yard shall be at least 20 feet in width in a corner lot, and then there's an asterisk for R3Xs that says you need to look at paragraph C, and then we know about, they don't have anything actually that's specific to corner lots there. Minimum side yard requirements for zoning lots adjacent to certain side yards doesn't apply.
Or is it 23-711, standard minimum distance between buildings?
No, it's not standard minimum.
Minimum distance between lot lines and building walls in lower density growth management area, which is 23-881.
No, it's right past that section. I could see the coffee cup ring on my zoning resolution.
So it's somewhere between 711 and 881.
And I believe the title is Side Yards Beyond 100 Feet of a Corner.
Side yards. Beyond.
Well, we can't spend a lot of time looking at this like this. Okay, so,
But be that as it may.
so,
I can-
and your argument then being what? That you have to have a 20-foot side yard where?
on the corner portion of the lot, which is the side yard dimension of 97.25.
So then I go back, if this is the case, and I don't know that the answer is yes, because without looking at the section, because you're actually citing to 23461A on your 97-foot length, right? That's the one that just says on a corner lot, you only need one side yard that's 20 feet wide.
Correct.
Right? So in the and you already have a side lot line, and this is the way you always argue with DOB, that as long as one of the side lot lines, and there's no denying that that's a side lot line, because it intersects with the street.
Correct.
So you conform to the 20-foot side yard requirement, that is that 18-foot dimension.
So that's the definition of a side lot line, but not the definition of a side yard.
You provide a side yard on a side lot line.
Not after 100 feet from a corner. If you have this condition and your lot is more than 100 feet long, the lot is considered a corner lot for a distance of 100 feet, and then beyond that, your yards are dictated by your adjoining property owner's yards. I wish I had my resolution in front of me so I could go right.
Okay, but, I'm sorry.
By virtue of being in the lower density growth management area, it modifies the definition of side yard, which says in the case of a corner lot, any yard which is not a front yard is a side yard?
No. No, the chair was talking about what the definition of a side lot line is. And I believe there's a difference between the definition of a side lot line and a side yard.
But a side yard is always located on a side lot
Extending
line.
along a side lot line from the required front yard.
I will submit a copy of the section.
No, you don't need to do that because we go a little further. So even if, let's just say you're correct, you've got an existing building on this lot, and for breakfast, we have projects where existing buildings take advantage of their existing non-compliant conditions and expand. So the diagram that you showed on 3A is the potential total tear down with the outline of an existing building on the lot. So what everyone does is they maintain the existing building, and to the extent of vertical enlargement, which is sometimes allowed on existing 1- and 2-family houses, independent of the non-compliance as in terms of vertical enlargement, without looking that up, I can't tell you
I know
whether
the
you would
section.
apply. But you would then expand, so actually the floor plate would look more like the dash line plus the solid line, and that would be your house, because you'd rely on the existing building, and then this would be an enlargement to your existing building, even though you're tearing down all the finishes and it from all experience, from the rest of the world, you would be seeing a new building on the site. As far as everyone's concerned, it would look like a new building.
Yes, except that it creates a practical difficulty in building that, because what I'm showing as a footprint of what could be done after the yards are taken away. I now have a jog to the front of the building, and I would have a jog to the rear of the building.
That's often desired. We see many projects where there are jogs. The prior project has quite an interesting, the prior project that we just saw that came in for a special permit is an existing house where there are two horizontal, let's say, two rectangles attached to the front and the back that make this frankly bizarre courtyards. They didn't consider that a hardship. They seem to have considered that desirable because they came here for a special permit. So I don't think that that's making a case for hardship. And anyway, it has to be a unique physical condition that has to do with either building obsolescence or the shape of the zoning lot or such, right? And we've already talked about, it may not be one zoning lot now, but it could easily be one zoning lot in a minute.
When it does become a one zoning lot, and you're looking at 3A, it does set itself up for an odd-shaped lot.
It's maybe odd, but it doesn't present a hardship. It presents perfectly nice.
Because it's large enough a lot to absorb those requirements.
Right. And actually, a 43 by 32 house, if that were actually what you were required to do, but I don't think so, is not a bad size of a house either. We have applications for much smaller houses than this that come for variances, right? So, are there any speakers on this? Any other comments from the board? So I'd like to bring this to a close. I don't think there's an A finding.
If you close it, I'd like you to set it over for a decision and give my client the opportunity to withdraw.
That's fair. Okay.
Yeah.
So then, I'd like to make a motion to
Do you want
close.
to close it, or do you want to keep it open because it does affect the way the withdrawal would be?
I would like to keep it open and just give me a week's time to submit.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so then we put it on for,
We want February 5th, this would be the 29th, and that's taking into account adjournments.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Sorry, I was asking the chair if February
that's right.
5th was okay, she says it is. So, hearing February 5th, which is next week. Is that enough time to talk to your client?
Yes.
Great.
And if you could get that section that you're setting in.
I don't think we need
Not
the section
necessary.
because we're, oh, you're just curious.
I'm
You're
just curious 'cause
Yeah, but I don't want to.
Add it to the record.
fair enough.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's the zoning resolution. We'll look it up, right?
I'll submit it through staff, just as a point of information.
Oh, great, not to the record.
Yeah.
Just email it to me.
Yeah. So, okay, February 5th.
Thank you.
Item number 29, 2018-107BZ, 1441 South Avenue, Staten Island.
Oh, good. Wow. This is all the team? Team, raise your right hands. I gotta see. Right hands, I don't see all the hands. Okay.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony for this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Good. Let's go. Yeah.
While people sign in to do that. Good afternoon. Todd Dale, on behalf of this application. We did attend review session and heard, we were pleased that the board was satisfied with a bulk of the submission, but understand there are still a few questions. In order to address outstanding concerns of the board, as you can see, we've brought the team. We have members from the attorney team, the architect, school, the programmatic needs analysis, and most importantly, we have the property owner who also speak to certain questions. Before we get into maybe some of the more specific details, I just wanted to make a few general comments with respect to the application. And a suggestion is, as we review this, how to view this application as a whole. Just want to emphasize the fact that this application is seeking an enlarged space in this new building to provide additional space for an existing school that is actually currently operating at the site. Successfully has been there. So a number of the items that are being brought forth as far as like the proposed plan and use of the school, it's not only theory, it's practice. And it's a situation where we're relocating from the Corporate Commons 1 and Corporate Commons 2 buildings to this new building. So I think that's important to note. But I also want to note that even though this is in a manufacturing district, the proposed building calls for office uses on the upper floors, and that really it's only use group 6 uses that are going to be in here. So even though we have the manufacturing zone and there is this loading dock shown there, that loading dock is really there out of requirement in the zoning resolution and not out of necessity. And really it's not proposed to be used very much at all. And finally, I just wanted to note the fact that this site is a self-contained site, and that some of the concerns that are raised, understandably, and we're interested in student safety also, but that because this is a self-contained site and it is private property, we do have a lot more control over what can be done as far as directing traffic and providing for student safety. So just wanted to, as an overall view of the application as a whole, I think it's important to keep those factors in mind.
Well, question.
Sure.
Because you said the loading dock is there just because of a zoning requirement, why not seek a waiver of the zoning requirement requiring a loading dock?
I will defer to the architect and property owner as far as the design of the building. I think that, as I understand it, there was hope that it could be used for certain things. There's a rooftop garden that's being proposed, so it's nice to be able to have an option. They can speak more fully to why the loading.
Have an option for.
An option for bringing items up to the rooftop garden. But they can
Also, you have
speak to-
office tenants who may have
Well,
deliveries.
they can speak to that. The bulk of deliveries are actually proposed to come through the passenger elevators. The reality is most of the offices that are there, they're going to have deliveries of Federal Express packages and pizzas for lunch, less that eat, but they can speak to that more specifically. As far as the questions that came up, I know there were a number, but as I recall from review session, there was questions about the schedules shown on the programmatic needs study, about the student populations and the separation, questions about the bus schedules and transportation to the site, and then also the screening. If the board is fine with it, we can speak to questions about the school schedule to start. I know there's questions about the math and English and why there's duplicate things. We do have representatives from the school here, including a teacher who can talk to you about what's going on in the existing school and what's proposed and maybe provide some clarity before you start that. So if the school can come up. So.
Hi, I'm Dana Valini. I'm the Vice President of Operations at Integration Charter Schools.
My name is Allison Losavio. I'm a third grade teacher, math teacher.
So one of the questions I saw that you raised was, it looked like there are multiple math and English possibly during the day. So state ed requires 360 minutes a week of English and math. So that's 7 periods in our schedule. So there's about possible 3 extra periods of remedial English or clubs like a book club or even advanced math. So that's what those periods.
So a particular student might have a math class in the morning and a math class in the afternoon? Okay.
And also for, I know ELA is also 7 periods, so there's writing period and there's also a reading period as well.
Okay, which is a distinct class, so. All right, thank you.
Yeah, so I know with the homeroom, that's included in first period, which is just mainly for attendance and breakfast. We do have a wellness program, which is the social emotional program, where we fit homeroom needs during that time as well.
I think my question about homeroom wasn't for the lower school, it was for the older kids. So the question, and every time you speak, can you stand at the mic? Otherwise, we don't pick you up, okay?
Sure. So there's no traditional homerooms in any of our schools. So with the high school programs, they go straight into first period. Their attendance is taken every single period, but their main attendance for the day is counted in first period. So we don't have any traditional homerooms. We have a longer day than a typical DOE school, so we didn't want to extend it any longer, so it's just first period.
Okay, so the students then move from class to class according to the subject? Okay. Okay. Okay, go ahead. Oh, I don't know that we're finished. I thought there were more questions.
Remaining questions.
I thought you were addressing other things, but okay.
I know there's a question also about, I think Mr. Shabbat may have raised a question, the questions about the mixing of the student population.
Yeah.
Ages and what was there. As we pointed out on the submission, the third floor is primarily.
Todd, the microphone. Stand, mic.
The
yes.
third floor, sorry about that, I should know. The third floor is primarily the Lavelle Preparatory School, and the fifth floor is primarily the Nicotra Early College Charter School. Those 2 age separations. The new venture school that comes in, and it was shown on the class schedule, they come into the site from 4 o'clock to 8. So when the younger students have left around 2:30 is when the new venture students come in. There are going to be 2 classes that are proposed of 17 each that will use the instructionary culinary classroom that's on the 4th floor. However, the space for the classroom is separated from the area that the other 2 schools would use. The other thing to note is that the lunchtime period for the Lavelle students, or the younger students, doesn't take place at 1 o'clock. So the only brief little area where you have some of the new venture students who are older would be at the same time, occupancy on the same floor, even though it's in different areas, the occupancy on the same floor would be comparably aged students. So there's never going to be a separation where you have very young students and the older students. I don't know if Jeremy.
And that would, I'm sorry, and what time would that happen? If the Ventura students come in at 4 p.m., what time would the Ventura students be with the children of comparable age?
So those 2 classes that we're proposing to have on the 4th
culinary
floor,
classes.
they would come in at 1 o'clock, and they would be there from 1 to 3:30 within that one little area, and then they would start their regular classes with the rest of the school at 4 o'clock.
And that's on the 4th floor? Yes. And the younger children would be at what floor at that time?
The 3rd.
The 3rd floor.
But I thought the 4th floor has other activities besides the cafeteria? It has movement classes, music, I guess that, I don't know what.
Yes, it has the main office, it has their movement classes, but I
Yeah, right.
believe, if Jeremy, the head of our security, can speak, the way that they'd be coming up, they wouldn't be mixing with any of those movement studios where the elementary students might be. It would only be possibly the lunchroom where there would only be high school students at that time.
But you see, that's, when I went through it, I thought I saw that there would be a time that they're on the same floor. Are we saying that that's not the case anymore?
They are.
They're on the same floor.
So the question is really, the same way that we're trying to isolate office users from the little kids is to isolate adult students from the little kids. When they're on the same floor, even though that you're saying they're in a different area, the adults can wander down the corridor, as can the kids, on their way to the toilets, for example, et cetera, right? So if you're really wanting to isolate the older, the adult students from the children, there should be a way of arriving and participating on the floor that's completely separate from the children, where there's locked doors where you need key cards, and then all of that can be on a release after 4:30, assuming there aren't any after-school classes, because I don't know if the sixth graders have like movement studio when they're preparing for a performance or something like that, right?
So I'm Jeremy Zielinski, I'm the Director of Security. Currently, the way it's scheduled is that the little kids will be coming in. Once they vacate the premises, then that's when the older kids come. So we currently are in existence right now, doing the same exact thing. Right now, Lavelle Prep is 3rd through 12th grade. So
But that's
it's the
not,
same model.
That's not the case at 1 o'clock.
At 1 o'clock, there's only 2. They're high school kids, they're not adults. They're 16 to 18, right? So
18 to adult.
Right, but that's still high school age. So the high school, on that space would only be the Nicotra Early College, which is of comparable age. So there would be no flow or interaction or anything
Wait,
like that.
who's in the instructional kitchen?
Those are New Venture students.
And those
They're
are
also high school.
Those are high school students. So
But
go
but
ahead.
the age group of New Ventures is what? 16 to 21. So they're adults. Like those are adult. And I say this because for most children, my children, every adult they meet is either someone I know or someone who has a degree to be around children. Likewise, I think that these children there should be some sort of protocol for adults who age of 21, 18 to around children. That shouldn't be something that we embrace at this point. We should try to work around that somehow.
Well,
So, once the students are in the class, they're brought up by a teacher assistant. Once they're in that instructional kitchen area, they are not allowed to leave that classroom. Even if it's for the bathroom, they're walked by the teacher assistant. So there's never a possibility that they're roaming around the halls or by themselves at all.
So how do they get up? So then when they get to class, are they being personally escorted up to class?
Yes.
How do they get into
What
the
if you're
building?
late?
Sorry, go ahead.
And what if one's late?
So that happens.
Right.
Frequently. So when you're late, you've got to come to the front desk, you have to sign in that you're late, and then they call either security or they call a teaching assistant to come escort them. They don't just let them loose. Yeah, they can't just arrive.
And you're using the restroom escorted into the restroom?
Yes, and there's 2 adults outside of the restroom every period.
Couldn't we just do this by adding a door? I mean, for example, how did the students the older students get into the building? Which elevator?
The same elevator. And actually, most
Which
of
elevator?
the students take the stairs. They only take the elevator unless they have an elevator pass for an injury or something like that. So the majority of the students are always taking the stairs.
They're taking the stair A.
Correct.
Up 4 floors.
Correct.
Just wondering if there's a way for them to take stair B.
Well,
For example.
the high school and the elementary school have staggered times. They don't arrive at the same time, and they don't dismiss at the same time.
Right, but. To the mic? Yes, always stand at the
Sorry.
mic, sorry. We've been listening to hearings that we can't hear because people don't stand at the mics. No, I'm looking at this, and if we were to say, you put another set of double doors in the corridor at stair B, because you already have the servery blocking access to the cafeteria and so on, so that's blocking up that corridor. If you just put a set of double doors next to stair B, I'm waiting for you to see what I mean. That's the middle stair. Oh, that drawing number, sorry, 204.
204? As long as we have the page numbers. let's use them. All right. So by stairway B,
If you see if you put the double door at the elevator P1,
So those elevators, by P1, that's stairway P? Okay.
yeah.
Okay. I'm following, okay?
So, okay, let me just talk this through, because what we're concerned about is the older students, right? Who are, you don't think of as traditional high school age students, right? If you put a double door at P1, elevator P1, in that main corridor, and it was on a key card, the only thing it would prevent, it doesn't prevent you going into the New Ventures classroom, which is what you want, right? It doesn't prevent you going into the kitchen, which is what you want, the instructional kitchen. And all the rest, I think, is offices, with the exception of Movement Studio 4. That way you could control everything. So even if, and those students arrive by the office elevator. So you allow P1 to have a controlled access, P1 elevator to have controlled access from the public lobby with a key card that allows it to exit on 4, and that's it.
so just to clarify, what you're saying, put a double door in there.
Where the label is 8
under
feet.
P3.
Yeah, it's labeled
Door there.
8 feet, right?
I mean, if that would,
And then it obviously, because this is a fire corridor, has to have some kind of a
Automatic release.
release, a fusible
I think
link or whatever.
that's an entirely reasonable suggestion. I'm getting nods from
You're getting nods,
the
okay.
entire team, so.
Good. And you did this really great security plan, thank you very much, it's really helpful. So then you could add some designation on the security plan, whatever that is, however that key card operates, with a fusible link or something that swings the doors open in the event of a fire. Or closed, they're supposed to be closed in the event of a fire, so maybe that's a good thing.
Noted. Yeah, we'll definitely do that. And as I said, I mean, our main interest is the safety of the students. And just to reemphasize, that the school does have an existing situation with multiple ages. So we're dealing with a school that has experience with multiple ages, and we're happy to apply it to the new site.
Okay.
I don't know if there are any other school-specific questions we have right now. I know the next thing on the list for the session is the elevator, the looking down
Right.
elevators.
So my question, I think the other commissioners were okay with it. My question was really about the classroom occupancy. The schedule that we got didn't for me explain, or maybe I didn't understand it, so that could be, didn't for me explain how you know that all the non-homeroom classrooms. So with lower school kids, unless it's a very unusual pedagogy, the kids are in their classrooms. That's where they go, right? But when it's high school students all moving around, it was harder to understand that you're using all the classrooms fully, right? So that, if maybe you could talk us through that, I'm not really sure if that's
Well,
doable.
we designed the classrooms due to the amount of students that we're accepting into the school. So we only have 17 kids per class as per our charter.
Right.
Because we're 40% special ed, and that's the sweet number to keep the class flowing. So every single room, even during transitions, whatever it is, will always be occupied. We very, very, very rarely have vacancy. It just doesn't happen.
Okay, but everybody else was okay with this, right, the schedule? All right.
We can always go back to the school, but I believe going back to review session, the next item that was was brought up were the elevators. They have the double doors between the student and the loading berth. I believe the architect team here can speak to that and the design and the planned use of that.
Hello, yeah, good afternoon. Eugene Flotteren from Cetrodi Architecture.
State your name again.
Eugene Flotteren from Cetrodi Architecture. So I'm the architect for the base building. I'm the principal in charge. So SE2 is meant for the school use. It's double opening, and SC1 was meant for the actual loading dock and any kind of move-ins or construction that would go on. So SE2 is locked from the loading dock side inside the elevator cab. So when you hit the call button, it only opens from the school side. On the school side, and on the loading dock side, you hit the button, it won't open. The other elevator is locked, the reverse. And it's done for redundancy, so if any one elevator went down, the double doors, so you can kind of switch this kind of over and lock the inside freight side of the loading dock, so now the school can use SE1 in an emergency where SE2 is down. So it's just really redundancy of these two elevators, and if there was, another kind of, there's a rooftop farm on the building, so if there's ever a moment where they have to do a lot of work on the top and bring a lot of soil up, off hours on a weekend, they can close off both elevators to the school and use both freight elevators. So it gives them redundancy, it gives them a little bit of flexibility.
It's giving the main building redundancy.
And the school. Because if one went down, if SE2 went down, there'd be no elevator that day. So you can turn SE1 on, unlock the student side and lock the freight side of that elevator. Now the students could use SE1 all day while SE2 gets serviced.
And the people who use the office building wouldn't be using an elevator that day?
That day, they would not be able to use the freight elevator. There's the freight elevator, but at the end of the day, was, the comment about the loading dock being not it's being a zoning requirement and not necessarily a use that was in our client's program. None of the other buildings in the complex, I see the Corporate Commons 1 and 2, they don't have these separate freight areas. Our building had the loading dock requirement by zoning, so we had to provide it, we talked through it, but it's really being used for the move-ins, move-outs, construction potentially of a new tenant floor, which only happens hopefully after they lease up, it'll happen once every 10 years, a tenant might come in and out, and it's there for that. It's also there for getting the trash removal out and give us a place to hold it for the day before it's moved out that night. So it actually helped the program. It wasn't FAR, in terms of floor area for the building, so we kept it and we're using it, but it's not a heavily used, there are no deliveries in this building. Right now, every delivery, FedEx, UPS, they come to the front door. They don't come around the back. It's not, a supervised area where they're going to find a person that will help them into the building. It's going to be coordinated, scheduled, timed,
So the
tenant
owner
move
is
in,
here,
tenant move
right?
out.
The building owner.
Yeah.
Here's my issues, right? For one, my experience with loading docks is they need to be made available to the tenants when they need to be made available to the tenants. This idea that a tenant only moves out once every 10 years, not in my experience. Lots of tenants build out their spaces, and in 2 years, they realize something, and then the space either is demolished, or they sublet it, or they move on, and so on. So you have quite a lot of construction in a building of this size. So that means the service elevator is very necessary. The other part of it is a service elevator, exactly like you said. It handles trash. So it becomes not the most salubrious location in the building, elevator speaking. So what you have is children riding around in a place that's just had trash bags and trash cans and so on in it, dumpsters even, right? My question is, why can't we have one elevator devoted to the school? Not hard to do, a little more money. Yes, please.
I'm Lois Nicotra.
And I'm Richard Nicotra, and we are the owners of this building. We also own about 1 million square feet on this block, along with 2 Hilton hotels. Most of our buildings don't have freight elevators, don't have loading docks. There's doctors, there's lawyers, there's accountants, even a few architects. Everyone uses the passenger elevators. We have 3 passenger elevators in this building and 2 freight elevators in this building. If you look at the loading dock, there's a door. that if someone, if we didn't even use those elevators, for the most part, those people would go through that door and be able to use the 3 passenger elevators that we have. That's what they do in all of our buildings. This is not Manhattan. This is Staten Island. This is private property. We control who comes into our project. You know, this is a little special for us. This is not just another real estate play for us. The school is named after Lois and I. And we're proud that, you know, we're one of the few people that are still alive that have a school named after them. Because most people are dead that have a school named after them. We are committed to making this the best educational complex on Staten Island. We are dedicated to Staten Island. We are dedicated to bring art and flowers to Staten Island, which is not the first thing you think about when you think of Staten Island. And we are at the property every day. So we know what's going on, and it is true that hardly anyone uses these freight elevators. We're doing a 40,000 square foot rooftop farm. We think it's going to be a wonderful addition to the children. We're going to have a weather station up there. We're going to have beekeeping up there. We may even have a few chickens up there. We have a not-for-profit restaurant on the first floor of this restaurant, a second one. Both was stamped by the Paul Newman Foundation. Few people know who Paul Newman is anymore, but they have come and it's the second one. The first one, so far, we've donated $800,000 to the community of Staten Island from our first a not-for-profit restaurant. There'll be a second one there, and we hope the rooftop farm where the kids will work and have be able to grow basil and tomatoes. That will be sold and used in the recipes in that not-for-profit restaurant. Also, most importantly, we hope that this school, between the hospitality program that they have and the culinary program that they have, will be a feeder for all hotels across the street. Not everyone is going to be a brain surgeon. We need front desk people. We need event planners. We need secretaries. We need waiters. We need chefs. We need cooks. And we're working with them with this school to making sure that we provide those jobs for those students. We do it already because most of the corporate park is doctors and lawyers, as I said, and we do have a nursing school in one of our buildings. And you'd be surprised how many of the nursing students, as they graduate, they get jobs within the doctors. There is not a manufacturing facility for miles from this location. Doesn't exist. It's hardly any even on Staten Island. So South Avenue is, as our architect said, front door, they come in, Federal Express, UPS, the pizza guy, that's what's coming in to the front door. And you are right, people do have construction. And in our other buildings, believe it or not, they use the passenger elevators. We don't have a freight elevator. So what an opportunity that we have to have 5 elevators in a building, one completely dedicated to students, and one that is dedicated to other deliveries when we want them to use it. If we don't want them to use it, they're not using it because we're there.
Okay, so you said an elevator completely dedicated to students.
Yes.
That isn't sometimes a freight elevator during the day, right?
No.
Okay, that's
There were
not what the
2.
drawings say.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, there were 2.
So you're stating that one elevator is dedicated solely for students and not used by any other part at no point during the day?
At no point during the day, that is their elevator.
So the drawings don't show that, okay?
The elevators are lockable.
Can you speak to the mic?
Restate your name and come to the
Elevators are
mic.
lockable, so you can lock either set of double doors in either cab.
Yeah,
It's
that's not
permanently
what we're
locked.
talking about. We're talking about dedicated to the school.
Like
So if
elevator
we-
4 belongs to the student.
Right.
So in this instance, if you look at the plan, the elevator S2 would be the one that's dedicated to the students.
As
And
one.
we're 100% agreeable to it. The reason that is that if we talked about the double door and the redundancy was, let's say that S2 for some reason goes down. We want to have the ability to open up the door on the S1 side temporarily until a repairman could come in so they could use that temporarily.
Under the circumstance that other elevator, during the time that it's open to the students, is exclusively for the students and no one else in the office.
But
Correct.
how do we control that? So.
I'm there every day.
I know, but let's just say.
I'm there every
You
day.
know, one day, maybe you'll move to like Bermuda and somebody else will be in
That's
charge
not gonna happen.
of the.
My parents were born on Staten Island. I live on Staten Island. I am dedicating my life to make Staten Island a better place to live and work. No one will ever build a building like this. This is silver lead. We have a rooftop farm. We have 2 acres of land that we've preserved with walking trails. We have a vineyard that we're putting in.
Okay,
Look,
let me
but
just ask you
I'm
the
passionate
question.
about it.
Can you just tell me why we can't just say, you close off SE2 to the loading dock, no access from the loading dock, and SE2 is devoted entirely to the students, and you can use SE1 all you want, all day long, construction, everything, and it doesn't open, or it can open to the school side, I suppose, I don't know why. Why does it need to open to the school side?
Redundancy.
Redundancy.
No, never mind redundancy.
In case one
So it
goes down.
opens to the school side, but it's only for,
In the case of emergency.
in case of emergencies. But SE2 does not open to the loading dock. So it's the school's elevator,
Yes.
okay?
That's the plan. And honestly, it's, to have 2 freight elevators in this building is a waste of money.
Good.
But we put it in because the city wants loading docks are a waste of money for us, but because nobody uses a loading dock on South Avenue. We don't have those big deliveries coming in. Oh, well, the elevator is being installed as we speak. So that's the other.
What's being?
The elevator.
The elevators are actually being installed as we speak.
Okay, so make sure you don't order doors for SE2, right? And the cab, make sure when you get the cab, it doesn't have a door that opens the other
But
way.
it does.
Or floors that aren't within the school.
Yeah, but it,
So when the school takes their trash out.
Come up, I'm sorry, you have to come up to the
So when
mic.
the school takes their trash out, we're supposed to put their trash in the elevator that they're using every day? That's what the redundancy is there for, so they can use the other elevator.
No, wait a minute, you just told us that the service elevator was for carrying trash for the building.
yes.
So the answer is, yeah, you're putting your school trash in the school's elevator.
And the
but
day,
it
and the
let-
day one elevator's down and the other elevator is being used for passengers, and that evening the trash is supposed to go out, I'm not supposed to have that extra door there? I mean, these elevators are locked with a key.
Here,
Very
so-
simple to unlock.
Yeah, but
to
so
go to the
understand this, is it's very hard for us to know that you're not going to have these elevators functioning all the time for others.
Well,
And it-
you know,
And we often have schools like this where there's a devoted elevator, just one devoted elevator, right?
well, we have that.
That's
We
what
have
we
that.
think we have with the locking mechanism. We just added the redundancy for switching these 2 cabs in the case of an emergency.
Well, and I also think we think that it's a 40,000 square foot rooftop farm where we're going to cultivate fruits and vegetables on the roof, 8 stories high or 9 stories high. We may need on the weekends to be able to use both elevators when there are no children,
Ah, so that's a difference.
to be able to do that.
If I could,
I need a better, I'm not feeling comfortable about this. We're making this up as we go along. You need
it's
to
not
come up with a
situation. No, we're
better,
not. The
a
two
better
elevators that are
solution.
there that are shown, we said their plan is there. During the normal course of operation, SE2 would be exclusively for the students. SE1 would be, if it was needed for the very rare deliveries that might come in through the loading berth, would be for that. It would also be used to bring the waste down on the regular basis that we talk about. You know, I understand the board's concern, you don't want to have the intermixing here. We don't want that either. We want the student safety there. On the upper floors, the board has been agreeable to having security cameras or locked doors or various barriers that we put in for our security measures. Are the security measures that the board would be fine with? That if we put in security measures there, if we put in cameras there, in addition to the fact that the elevators are locked? Because I understand what the board wants, but the ability to have the 2 doors on each side does provide flexibility in the case that there is, you know, as you said, redundancy, or in off hours if we're doing something on the rooftop garden. You know, the board has been very, as I said, the board's agreed to the various security measures we put up on the upper floors. Why can't we put comparable security measures here that would satisfy the same situation.
But this is a new build, so this is the part that I'm having trouble with, is a brand-new building. Why can't there be a devoted elevator for the school? It's a brand-new building, the
There
school's
is.
taking
There is.
3
There is.
floors. No, it's an elevator that is a multi-purpose elevator that is, sometimes the key is on, sometimes it's loading trash, sometimes it's loading supplies for the rooftop garden, for the rooftop farm, which is used by lots of people that are not school-related. I'm having a lot of trouble understanding this. Why can't you have one devoted school elevator? And in the event of a breakdown, you deal with that with all of the other elevators that are in the school, but why can't there just, in the building, why can't there just be one elevator devoted to the students?
And just because
You got it.
I hear it back and forth, we're kind of
Forget about
trying
it.
to devote
Forget about it.
it.
I will call the elevator company tomorrow, and they'll see if we can disengage or redo this some way so that that one elevator doesn't open up the loading dock. Okay? That settles it.
That's done. Good. Okay.
Wonder what kind of fruit we're growing up there?
You really have a wonderful project. It really is a wonderful project, what you're.
Oh, thank you. I mean, you know, this is, I would wish that you would come to Staten Island. I wish you, and I remember when I was here
We
2
come.
years ago.
Yeah, we come to
I
Staten
always was
Island.
here.
He lives on Staten Island.
Yeah, I know, but you've never been, you've never seen what we have done on South Avenue.
Not enough.
You haven't seen the art that's on the media.
No,
You
I'm
haven't
not,
seen the
I'm not
flowers.
saying this isn't a good project
We
and
just
all of
planted
those things.
80,000 bulbs.
But don't mix up the total project
No, I
idea
understand.
with our concern, which is based on bad experiences.
And you're right.
With children and adults mixing, with children being forced to ride in nasty elevators, and you should see some of the schools that we've been
First phone call
exposed
is to
to.
the elevator company.
Right, okay, there you go.
Okay.
So,
Anything else tonight?
Yeah.
all right,
Don't go
so
away.
we discussed the extra door, we've discussed the elevator. From the review, I believe that another question that came up was regarding the departure, the arrival, the bus schedules, maybe how the public buses and the school buses and the cars come. I know you have on your computers a copy of the expanded site plan, but we brought a blow-up of it, and I believe Jeremy can speak to that, Mr. Coach can speak to how the current bus operation works and how it's proposed to work.
Yeah, Mr. Dale, could I
Take the
suggest maybe taking the microphone if you're gonna,
Yeah, because we lose you every time you step back, we can't hear what you say in the recording.
Be like at the
I'll let them take it.
at the Carlisle, we'll
There
do
you
a
go.
couple of Cole Porter songs. Yeah.
Yes.
So this is the 2 buildings that exist now. The school is in Corporal Commons 1. They've been here for 10 years. There's a road that comes from South Avenue. You make a right into our property, and we line 5 school buses up on this area right here. And there were teachers here with walkie-talkies, and when the time comes, the kids are in their class until the buses come to the door. So they call 2 buses at a time. They come by the entrance, the kids get in, and they leave. This whole process takes 15 minutes to get them in and out. It's worked beautifully for 10 years. We don't have a problem. And on this side of the building is where the parents pick up the kids, separate, working beautifully. So what we're doing is just expanding now the school to this building. The same thing, we have 2 more areas where we can line buses up. So now we have 7 buses that we can line up. And this kind of shows you, because I know there was a question about the loading dock, but this is where the 2 buses will stay. And this is the plaza that we've created for the children that is separate. If you see from here to here, we've created a 6-foot planting bed. There are, a different elevation here. We also have 2 other entrances from South Avenue. People from Staten Island would know. So we have 3 entrances to get into the project. We are proposing that the students, parents would come this way and drop their children off at this plaza, make a right and go out, and the school buses come this way like they're doing now. It's a beautiful system. It works beautifully. There's not a problem.
Where does the 46 and 96 bus go?
It comes this way, makes a right and a left, and it stops right in front of Corporal Commons 1.
Okay, so now if it stops there and then it leaves, right?
Right.
And it leaves the compound.
It makes a left, and it comes back out to the south area.
So when the students get out at the current station where it stopped, are you planning to change the route of that bus?
No.
So show me how the students walk from, they're going to get out now at the 4696 bus stop.
Here.
And walk to the new school building.
No. There'll be a bus stop here. There was a city bus stop here, right in front. This is...
So you're saying the 46 and 96 route will be changed?
No, we'll have another bus that'll go that way. We have done, the MTA loves coming in here because it's one of their stops now where they can relax, they can use, we had it let them use our bathroom facilities. We have this socially responsible restaurant called Cameron's Cafe. They can come and have a cup of coffee and whatnot. So we love them when they come here.
So show me now how, there's a new number, so it's not the 46 or the 96, it's the 76 or something that will come?
I don't know what number they're going to give
Okay,
it.
so let's just say the 76 bus comes, show me the route.
Same thing. They come here,
Yes?
as they did. They make a right. They pass Corporal Commons 2.
Mm-hmm.
They pass the loading dock area, and they wind up right here to pick up.
Okay, so,
And then they make a right on Teleport Drive, which is a 60-foot street, make a right onto South Avenue. We just got a new light put up
so
there,
you've
too.
got a city and MTA bus driving through the parking lot, right?
Well, it's
This
not-
new
it's-
little parking area.
It's-
And they're driving past the loading dock where arguably there's a construction truck there unloading sheetrock.
Not when students are coming in or leaving school. Not going to happen. It doesn't happen now, and it won't happen then. And again, we can, when I was doing some leases with some tenants from Manhattan, and they were talking about the rules and regulations, I know what you're talking about, the union truck drivers and all of this that come in, and they were telling me the rules, that they got to have guys at the loading dock, and the money they spend doesn't happen in my buildings. Everybody knows what to do, and everybody knows that we have a schedule. And really, the union drivers are mostly with the liquor companies. Those are the guys. Well, you don't see a bar here anyplace. I mean, there's not a...
Drivers from, okay. Let's say unions work for people work for a lot of
Yeah,
different...
but the majority of those truck drivers are there.
Just going to supplement what's said. I think the important point to note here is that students from the various schools will arrive one of three ways: the yellow buses, the city buses, or parents, okay? As noted, the school has been at this place for 10 years. They have a system. They're very experienced in dealing with this. If you have any questions, Jeremy can speak to the current system that's set up, but they have the walkie-talkies by the staging area for the buses.
Eight people on
Yeah, and there's a lot of security people that are down on the staff there that will direct the buses to come up for either the departures or the arrivals. And essentially what's being proposed here is, as discussed, there's the school right there where the yellow buses drop off and the parents drop off. All we're doing is adding the same type of system where you have the yellow bus drop-off area and then the parent drop-off area will be there. So we're just expanding the current system that's been in place, that has been operating safely, that there haven't been any issues. So as far as the arrival and departure, there's a lot of control that's been exercised successfully. There have been no issues, and
So
it's really a minor
I don't
addition.
disagree with the way you have it laid out now, because parent drop-off is in a different location than the school bus drop-offs, and the 46 and 96 bus also travels on a different route from parent drop-off, and I note that there's no loading dock that anyone is conflicting with. I don't know where the trucks go. It's not a known thing when you look at that, where the trucks go. Here, all of the activity is focused on one point. The parents drop off, the buses drop off, the MTA drops off, the trucks drop off, all at the same spot, right? And so that's where I'm having difficulty. You've got a lot of pressure on one little spot. And I'm not saying it's not a nice layout and so on, but you've add transportation pressure that even the DOT has expressed concern about, and we know it's private property, but when we look at schools, we listen to the DOT's concern about how children are going to be accessing the site.
The same system that the same system that's working here for 10 years is the same system we're doing there. And we have 3 entrances. We will have signs on these 2 entrances that no trucks, no delivery trucks will be able to come to those entrances. We're going to make sure they have to come this way and this way. Just like they do now.
So how does the yellow bus come?
Same way.
That's the point.
Same way.
So the buses, the trucks, the MTA, and maybe the parents all will come the same way.
No, the parents, we have 2 different entrances.
But they're
for the
all
parents.
dropping at the same spot. So
No,
now
they're
the
not.
parents- Yeah.
Buses, the MTA, and...
Jeremy Zielinski,
The
Director of
trucks all
Security.
go through the same way. The parents pick up from the other 2 of them.
But they still drop off in front of the school. So they're actually
On the side
traveling
of
the
the
other
school.
way.
On the side of the school.
They're-
This is actually a street, right?
Their pickup and drop-off is on the other
It's got
side.
an entrance,
The parents drop to the side.
Correct.
Okay, that's not what you're
and this here is where the yellow buses and the city bus is going to exit. That's a 2-way street on this side of the building here. And just to clarify the MTA, it's not changing the 46. I have dedicated school pieces. That's what they call school pieces. They're just for my school. They don't pick up outside passengers. So if they stage here or here, it's still the same route when I hit South Avenue.
So a school staff member who wants to take a bus, what do they do?
Well, the regular line comes in.
So they take the 46 or the 96, which is not changing its route.
Right. But, so the MTA sends me 5 dedicated school lines every day, just for my students.
But they're not yellow buses,
No,
they're
they're city buses,
MTA
yeah.
city buses.
And they ride the 46 route, but they don't pick any passengers up.
They just drop off.
A lot of
That's it,
schools
yeah.
have these arrangements.
Yeah.
I know my daughter's high school had that, where the bus actually came 1 block in from its usual route, parked there and waited for the school to finish, loaded it up with the students, and then left, and then continued on the regular route, but it was dedicated for student dismissal.
So it's effectively, even though it looks different, it's effectively
like a school
another
bus,
yellow bus.
yeah.
We have
And
it
what's the
also in
what's the regularity of those buses? Or is there only one at school closing, or do
I
they
get
come
5.
every 20
I
minutes?
get 5. They
5
all come in at
over-
once, and they stage up out on South Avenue with a dispatcher that I speak to, and they come in one at a time.
So you have, wait a minute, but so you have 7 yellow buses and 5 MTA buses?
Currently, right now.
Currently?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure we were aware of that in the EAS,
But-
right? So we need more on, you've got 12 buses arriving onto the site, which is not going to be increased, right? It's the same 12?
I don't think they have, you just received these 5 extra designated
Oh, he
buses.
says right now.
The MTA, the city buses, the 46 line, there's still a 46, but they're just for students.
Okay, okay.
So you have 5 MTA dedicated buses
Correct.
currently, plus 7 yellow buses currently?
Yes,
And this has been going on for how long?
10 years.
10 years.
Yeah, so, but you're adding a school where you're adding more students.
So the student population isn't going to rise that much because we currently have them in the location now. We're just moving them to a newer space. And the other school that we're adding would be a different arrival and dismissal times.
Yeah, if I could just to clarify, I mean, essentially, the way to view that is the system exists. The school use that's proposed in here is an expansion of the existing school. Think of it this way, we're essentially adding an extra bus stop to the route. That's really what, in the core, what it comes down to. So this is a very experienced, group that manages this, the MTA buses, the yellow buses, the parents coming in. And think of it this way, think of it as just adding a bus stop. That's really what it comes down to. You're going to have this additional spot here for the yellow buses, the additional spot for the parents to drop off, and then these MTA controlled buses that will come in will make this additional spot. So it's not, we're not having to create things from scratch. There's an existing infrastructure here where it's being expanded in addition.
And in their defense, I know it sounds like it's a lot of buses converging on one spot, but the dismissals usually happen quite rapidly. where they're in and they're out. It's not a situation where like for an hour, kids are running up and down the street waiting for the buses to
15
come
minutes?
and possibly getting hit by a car. It's really fast.
And
Put
then,
the students out, they go into the bus pulls off, next bus comes in, same thing. And students are gone within 10 to 15 minutes, they really are.
and I would say, if you come to Staten Island, this is the most organized dismissal, because the big problem on Staten Island is, double parking, triple parking between buses, parents, on city streets. We don't have it here. Private streets, big streets, place to line up. We've got 50 acres of property that they can queue up on. Yeah, I wish the other schools on the island could have this kind of a system, which they don't. Because if you read in the papers, in the advance, there's fights with parents and, blocking parents and trying to get in, and school and buses and whatnot. So we've got a pretty good system here that's worked for 10 years.
Okay, so then what you showed us earlier about the route isn't actually the route. So let's do the route again. You've got these 5 MTA dedicated school buses that come in, and let's just say they're doing a dismissal time, right? What's the route?
Same route.
Yeah, so it's gonna be exactly the same route. They're gonna come in on South Avenue, come down Teleport Drive, come down, the yellow bus is gonna stage here. I have someone at the corner calling for this bus to come in right now when that bus arrives. The students that are on that bus are currently inside of the school. They radio upstairs, they bring them down, escorted by an adult, as the city buses are leaving. So all we're really adding is just...
No. Trace for me.
Okay, so-
Do it slowly.
Okay,
One
so-
bus comes down,
They-
and what happens?
Okay, so when the buses come in, they muster up over here.
Okay,
The person on the corner will tell my security what bus is coming in next.
okay.
As that's coming in, we'll send them downstairs. So as the bus pulls in, the kids will arrive, they'll get on the bus, we'll call the next bus in.
So what happens to that bus? The first bus you just
Okay, so the
described.
first bus will make the left and exit the teleport.
So how did it get to the new site? It didn't go to the new site.
Okay, so that's what's currently happening. So for the new site, it would come down here, muster up here, and instead of making the left, it'll just go straight to here. And then after they load, they'll exit the teleport that
So
way.
I'm having trouble because we didn't pick up the kids in the other building.
We also have this.
So not
Right.
all buses,
So-
so not all the school buses will go to the new building?
No,
So there's.
So let's try this again.
Right now, let me
Yeah.
let me put it together. So what's currently happening is going to continue
Yeah.
to happen.
correct,
And there's other buses that are dedicated to pick up the children at the new school.
correct.
And they, at that point, are going to make a right off Teleport Drive.
So they're gonna make, I don't know what the name of the street is gonna be, but they're gonna make the right and exit South Avenue this way. So it's gonna be a separate,
So there are some buses
Exit.
that will be making the right on the side,
correct?
and they're picking up from the new school. They're picking up from the new school.
Right here.
And some buses that are picking up from the building that are currently,
Mm-hmm.
how it's currently working, and they're going to be making a left on Teleport Drive.
Right.
Okay, so here's the thing, because, again, this was something we were making up as we were going along, as we're talking, right? Please submit to us, no, but it sounds like that, because every time we ask a question, it comes out a little bit differently. Please draw a map that shows which buses come in which route and pick up which school, and we need this because DOT also needs this, right?
well, sorry.
Right, let me just finish, so that it's very clear that on dismissal, certain buses are coming in at whichever location, they're picking up from the school on the first building, and other buses are coming into another location and picking up at the school in this location, right? At the moment, it sounds to us, based on your materials, that 7 buses and 5 buses are all coming to this new subject building, picking up all the kids. That's the way the submission reads. Okay.
Understood. What we will do is we'll take this expanded site plan,
Okay.
and we will put in nice colored lines, color for MTA, a color for the yellow buses. We'll color designate where the parent, car drop-off is, and we'll show all the lines. What's existing will be clear, what's proposed will be clear, and we'll do the map. You'll be able to look at it, and
How
in a
many,
minute
which
it'll be done.
bus, how many buses
Sure.
go in which
Not a problem.
direction? Okay.
And I
Easy,
think-
we'll do it.
And I
We'll
think
do
it'd
it.
be helpful if you show that what I'm assuming is trucks will only be going out one exit, and that's on the Teleport Drive side. I'm assuming if you could put that into the, so we know.
So the same map, what we'll do is we'll do a
Where
bus
every car
route
goes in
and a
and
truck
goes
route
out. Great.
also, and we'll put them together. We'll use the full spectrum of colors, make it nice and clear. It'll look like the MTA subway map, and it'll be very clear to everybody.
Okay.
No problem at all.
I just want to say that
Okay.
they actually have the advantage of the average city school because it's on their private property.
Yeah.
And they actually, they want to make sure their students get there safely.
100%.
And leave safely, so they're going to control access to their
Yes.
site at critical times. Unlike the school across the street from me where parents triple park and kids are running across the street and they're 9 years old.
Right.
So
I didn't know it was
I
parking
think
in your
that this
driveway.
No, it's great, but there's nothing
preferred.
wrong with us knowing what it is, and DOT expressed concern. That's
Sure.
one reason I have concern, because those are the.
If I could speak to that,
specialists,
the DOT question, just for a second. During the course of the application, we received correspondence from the School Safety Department of Transportation representative. When we reached out to the firm that prepared the technical memorandum, just to give some background here. First of all, we've been in communication consistently with Department of Transportation. We've not received a response back. I don't think the board has received a response back to the letter they submitted. But as described to us, when they originally prepared the technical memorandum, we were prepared to include a school safety plan. However, OEC, in conjunction with DOT, determined that they did not want the school safety plan included because this is private property and not public site. So that's where it stood. So we were prepared, we were told not to. It is our understanding in communication with Ms. Heyman at DOT that she wasn't aware of that, so she was just reaching out to get confirmation from OEC. I think it's a case of two arms of DOT didn't talk to each other. Okay.
Understood, but we, as opposed to seeker requirements, we're asking DOT
Sure.
to take a look, okay?
No,
Right.
we're very excited about this colored map.
You're going to pick the colors, right?
Oh, yes.
Personally.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, so we talked about the school, the bus schedules, Department of Transportation. I know there was some discussion about, the school plaza, but we did provide the elevation and everything like that. I don't know if there's any additional questions you might have about that, but, as noted, the design, we show that there's the elevation different, there's a significant buffer here in fences, and there is a strong security presence out there with adults all the time. And because of the controlled manner in which the buses arrive, which we will show with the map that's forthcoming, there's really not any instance where there's going to be any students who are outside of this plaza, and even then, they're going to be in the plaza for a very limited time.
So in concert with your security specialist, to make clear when you create that route, beautiful colored map, showing the routes of all the vehicles, when they come, how long they stay, how you're going to control the offloading and unloading of students relative to the arrival of anyone using the truck, the loading dock. Okay?
So we will do that. We'll also, as we said, we're prepared to set forth no delivery times for the dock. And I understand that there was discussion, but, that can easily be controlled. So in conjunction with everything we'll show,
Right.
we will also agree to a condition that there will be no delivery those hours, and we'll commit to that.
I have a question also, because I'm into doors and locks these days. What if we added a gate to your loading dock, that the gate, during loading, the gate to the loading dock, that's not that crosswalk there, must be in a closed position? That way, even if you have a truck in there, it can't pull out while your dismissal and arrival is going on.
Let me ask this, and maybe the architect team can speak. So you're saying you would want a gate here,
Yeah,
so if a truck was there,
it can't back
can
out.
can a truck pull all the way in, though? Like, doesn't
That's what
the
a
door
loading,
already
that's what a
exist, though?
loading berth is supposed to do.
So if the door is already there, isn't the gate functionally there already?
No,
You know what I'm
because
saying?
of
Like,
the-
I don't know, there's never going to be trucks that are isolated right here.
No, let's just say a truck is in the location.
Sure.
In there already.
Mhm.
You can't all of a sudden, while the kids are getting out of the bus, hear dee, 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 that it's backing up and everybody has to panic and make sure the kids don't get hit by the truck. The other is that a truck will know that the gate's closed, can't pull into the loading dock, so it has to pull over somewhere and wait for it to load. It's super clear. You could even put a little light on it or something like that, like you use for taxis, loading dock occupied or closed or some, like that.
Sure, I understand what you're saying. I believe this gate already does that, but we can review it with the
No,
architecture
it
team.
doesn't. It doesn't lock it. It's an open loading dock area.
Oh, and the reality of it is, if there was a gate here, I mean, without a gate here, at least the truck has a place to go. With a gate here,
Oh, right.
the guy's gonna come and say,
Where do I go?
well, I can't say he's gonna park there, he's gonna go, I mean, you're better off.
No, he stays in the parking lot.
According to the earlier statement,
Yes.
that wouldn't happen.
Yes.
No, it is not gonna happen, because we are going to limit the
There you
times
go.
that trucks can come in.
So it won't matter a bit.
A gate would be of no consequence.
Yeah, the hours that they can deliver. I just, it is not a big deal for us to put a gate here.
Let's do it.
You know, if that makes you happy.
Makes me happy.
If you promise you're gonna come to Staten Island,
I'm promising.
and you're gonna check my elevator to make sure it doesn't
Just
open.
noting that installing a gate here is not promising the
Right.
site of the chair.
Yes, that's correct.
It's a joke.
It is a joke, yeah. Just, it's so funny, but our record has to show when we're joking and when we're not joking.
Okay. No
So,
jokes
yeah,
here.
it's not a requisite in order to install a gate that I come visit the site. But the gate will make me more confident that we won't have an interface between
Okay,
children
that's no
and
problem.
trucks.
We can do that.
And your security expert can then put some kind of a control mechanism on it that alerts truck drivers, that the trucking, loading dock is not available right now. And that means the truck can pull into one of your many parking spaces and wait. Right?
So the only, it is a way to get a car out of the way that's not supposed to be there, if that were to happen.
Why is it there?
Because things happen, right?
But this would be different if it was the only place to go. Look at the size of the site and how much parking there is on the site. Even the school buses are queuing someplace else.
Right.
Right?
Right.
So a truck can easily queue if it's advised, don't come this way, right? And that can be done through security controls, just like a taxi call has. There's a little light on it that says, we need a taxi. Instead, a little light that says, loading dock closed, please wait.
Agreed.
Okay.
We'll do that. All right, so I don't know if there were any other core items. I think that was
That
it.
was
So, to summarize,
Oh, dear.
we will provide an extra door up by the passenger elevators on the fourth floor. We will change SE2, so it's one door only. We will add a gate, and we will provide the most beautiful color map of all the bus routes and truck routes and everything.
Other door on the fourth floor.
Yeah,
That's what he said,
by
SE2.
passenger
I mean,
elevators.
sorry, not P1.
By P1, P2, P3, yeah.
Oh.
So the door, the elevator, the gate, and the color map. Done.
Yes, good.
I checked the note.
I don't-
Excuse me, I checked the note for the sound attenuation. It's a little different than what was mentioned in the tech memo, so we could coordinate, like changing the note.
That is the easiest of the five. We will do that.
Very easy.
Tracy, do you have the plans in front of you? Can you look at one of the drawings?
Sure.
Can you look at page 15 of the PDF? This is just technical thing, very quick. It's not gonna. The detail number 2. You see the pipe next to the footing? Is this a requirement by seeker?
I don't believe so.
On the drawing before, there is a note on the plan view that says
Unless it's
water vapor retarder.
yeah.
Do you see that?
It says, I'm sorry?
Water barrier,
Water vapor retarder.
Vapor.
yeah.
It points to the dash line.
Vapor retarder,
Oh, yeah.
WPO2.
Yeah, that
one?
note means it
Do we
was
have
required.
architect here? Yeah.
That note means it was
One
required.
second, please.
Mentioned.
Because I've seen projects in Staten Island suffering issues because of this, so I don't want your project like be the next victim.
And what's the?
The dash line, is this the perimeter drain around the building?
What page are you on?
Page 50.
BS 201. BSA 21.
Yeah.
You're pointing to a dash line, is this the perimeter drain that's shown on detail 2 on the next page? If you go to the next page, look at detail 2.
Page in the other direction.
That's what it says it is.
I'm sorry, the page before.
Yeah,
not the next.
that's pointing out in plan what's on that section.
So this is the pipe all around the building.
Yes.
Is this a requirement by seeker, as you noted in the plan?
It's a requirement by our consultant on the facade, just for watertight and vapor.
Okay, just with respect to the pipe placement, I have done work in Staten Island, and I know that the subgrade material, the soil, has a lot of fines in it, and soil with fines, when it's dry, it's very strong. When it gets water, it softens, so it becomes softer. If you put a pipe like this at the foundation level, if you look at the pipe, the lower invert is almost at the bottom of the foundation. So if you can take this pipe probably a foot up, so you can catch the water before it hits the foundation level. Because if you leave it like that, like wetting and drying cycles could cause the soil material at the foundation level to soften and could settle the building, especially this is not a two-story building. It's a taller building.
I can review with our civil engineer, who provides us the
This is just a
detail.
suggestion, if you want to talk to your, actually geotechnical engineer.
Yeah, well-
He would help you with that.
You're talking about the drainage tile?
Just the pipe
exactly.
itself.
Yes, if you look at the pipe chair,
Yeah.
You're suggesting it goes slightly higher.
Of the pipe,
You're suggesting you're going slightly higher, about a foot higher than the bottom of the footing?
yes, you take it higher, probably a foot, and one more thing, the filter fabric, it's much better to wrap you see the gravel trench? And instead of wrapping the tile itself, the pipe, you wrap the gravel trench. So it's like you put a defense line outside, and then if you want to wrap the pipe itself, you could wrap it with wire mesh. That works better. And instead of like replacing this pipe in 2 years, if you do double defense, the 2 years becomes probably 10 years. So it works better.
I just want to add, though, we're not engineering your project.
okay.
We just have a very skilled engineer who sits on the board, who gives you, let's say, alerts you to issues, but your engineer is in charge of your project, okay?
Okay, so I'll review with him and double check about what their suggestions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, then noted, the door, the elevator, the gate, the map, attenuation, the pipe. For our purposes, the board schedule, I believe that we could do all these map changes very quickly, in a week.
Wow. Various weeks, 29,
Well, I mean-
27.
The next one potentially is 30.
That's 30. So 27, it's too much. That's
But
too soon.
this, yes, too soon.
Okay,
And so that,
13.
but then we have a hearing March 7th.
All right, but it's, okay, so we have an option of, how quickly can you,
He said a week.
that's a week, because this would be a week. So we want all of the answers, and it would be due by next Wednesday. Is that really doable?
Yes, we can get it done.
Looking at the architect and other specialists, everyone can get this done by submission by next Wednesday, where the changes to the drawings are clearly bubbled on the drawings, right?
Very good at bubbling.
You don't
You don't have
bubble
to-
it. I don't want you to bubble it. I want the
very good
architect
at
to bubble the architect's drawings.
Sure.
So the architect is responsible for alerting us to the changes.
We're going to have a set of bubbles from last round of comments? Do you
No,
want
no.
to do those or a separate set of bubbles?
Separate set of bubbles. Yeah. So, and one of the reasons you say that is because the last drawings, I hope, had a revision date on them, and the next set of drawings will have a revision date, so we know that the bubbles are referring to only today's revision date, the date in question's revision date, okay? Then, Mr. Dale, you will have a cover letter that explains what the changes are to the drawings and points us to them and tells us where they are. And that's to facilitate us being able to review this really quickly.
DOT.
And also, sorry?
This is gonna.
Oh, yeah, DOT, good point.
We can forward it to DOT, but as they said, it's on private property, so I don't know if they're going to,
Well, if they choose not to review, there's nothing we can do. But I thought they expressed concern, and once they express concern and just leave us dangling like that, it seems.
And just so you know, we have tried very consistently to reach out to the party that sent us the letter, like multiple times a week, and we just haven't received response back, so.
So if they don't want to comment, ultimately, that's their decision. It's just that we would like to hear from them, right? Okay, and so your list of changes, everything that you're providing, so that we can quickly, when we review, we know exactly what we're looking at, and we know that the only changes to the drawings are the ones that are bubbled.
We'll do the plans, the bubble plans, the colored route map, and a cover letter explaining.
Yes, exactly.
Easy. Next Wednesday?
Next Wednesday, submission for February 26th hearing.
Are there any speakers actually on this?
Sorry. Any speakers? Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, everyone, for the
Thank
team
you.
for coming. Appreciate it.
Next Wednesday. So submit February 6th, hearing February 26th.
Okay, now.
Now we're lunch,
taking
yeah?
a lunch break.
Lunch
Sorry,
break.
everyone. Okay, so a 30-minute break, back at 2:45?
2:48.
2:48.
You're selling yourself short.
Yeah, 2:48, which is really 2:50.
All right, ladies and
just be
gentlemen, we're going to take a
honest.
lunch break, and we're going to come back at 2:48.
No, 2:50 to be honest, because
2:50.
whose watch tells you really 2:48? I mean,
Digital
they do
watch.
Digital, but if
Digital
you look
watch
at a
is
clock,
2:48.
if you look at that clock, you don't know.
We're still on the record.
Second, let me get there. Okay, we're back on the record. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for January 29, 2019. We'll continue with the zoning calendar, new cases. Item number 1, 2018-38BZ, 1717 Richmond Road. Staten Island, sorry.
Sworn in, Mr. Palet.
Oh, I keep forgetting.
Hello?
Yeah, it was mixed.
If you're part of the team, up. What do you mean, not yet? Oh, okay. Raise your right hands. Coming? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Okay, sign in and proceed. Thanks.
Hi, Eric Black. While Elise is passing up
That's Daryl.
some photographs, I will start talking. We intended to do a review session yesterday, and we have the entire project team here today to answer all of your questions. Property owner is here. He's not going to speak, but he did talk to us extensively about the wall. So we have a lot of information that will assure you, and we can give you more information to assure you. The project architect is here, Steve Gambino. He designed the whole site. He can go through that with you. And we also have a representative of Starbucks here themselves to speak to as well. The first thing is the lots. The lots, lot mergers have been filed and approved by the City of New York. We don't know why they're not showing on the tax department the tax maps online, but we do have information which we can submit to you. Elise has it right there. You already have it, that it's already been merged,
It's already been merged?
the lots, yes.
So you must have some official document that shows.
Yeah,
The
Lisa's-
RP 604
have
didn't
this,
show
right?
an approval, it just showed an application.
Yeah, it's not stamped as approved. Because we have this, right?
No, I don't
And
think we had an approved RP 604,
Steve, was it
did we?
approved already?
You have to come up to the
Okay,
microphone.
Steve, you will speak afterwards. Steve, we'll get you information to show you its status. Steve has been of the belief, and he's the project architect, that it has been approved, but we don't have anything here to show you today.
Okay.
Going past that issue, because I think that was probably the kind of a housekeeping issue compared
Right.
to the substantive items that you raised yesterday. You raised a very good point yesterday when you spoke about
But
development.
just to throw this in to make it easier, in case it doesn't show up in any formal way, just include lot 43 and 3 in the description, so we all know we're including all those
We could do
lots.
that, so that way it's a fail-safe.
Yeah.
We'll do that. The issue you raised yesterday, the overarching issue, I think, was the showing the site as a development site, which confused the team. And I sort of explained to them what you're trying to do. And I understand after listening to you and Vice Chair Chanda back and forth, which is that we are traversing not just our tax lot, but the entire zoning lot. And by doing that, it calls the entire site into play on your review. There's a good reason why we're doing that as far as the design and the layout go, but we understand that you would want to see, via the use of shading, which is what we're going to be giving you after this hearing, to show you pretty much all the areas where cars that are related to Starbucks will be utilizing, as well as the drive lanes, as well as the parking spots, as well as the drive-through, and as well as the building itself. We will give you more information on the landscaping. Stephen has given you a decent amount of information on the landscaping on the plans on drawing 01.00, but we'll give you some more on that. With respect to the wall, we heard Commissioner Shetta's and the Chairwoman's discussion yesterday with respect to the wall. The wall, as I've been explained from the owner who's sitting there in the middle with the burgundy shirt, the wall was installed about 1.5 years ago at a cost of over $1 million and is fully code compliant with every requirement. It is not, to the best of anybody's knowledge, in any danger of collapse. To the best of everybody's knowledge, it has been designed in full accordance with all regulations. Now, I don't know that for a fact, other than what I've been told. So we will be happy to get back to you, because I heard the concerns that you had yesterday. We'd be happy to get back to you with an engineering report to ascertain
So
the
understand
wall's
this,
condition.
because it's not before us, the integrity, the structural integrity of this wall. It's just that when, as just an observer who knows a lot about structure, I'm speaking for Commissioner Sheta right now, and an observer who just say has been exposed to collapses, right? It's obvious, it gives you pause when you look at this site. And so it's really just a recommendation to the owner that this site is in a very tenuous location, and that to the extent that the retaining wall isn't doing all of it might do, even if it's meeting code, they should be, let's say, aware and make other efforts to stabilize that.
We didn't talk actually specifically about this wall yesterday. We were talking like general. And what we said is this is kind of like a tall wall. I didn't see any design. I didn't say this wall is not good. It might be good.
Yeah, and it is, to everybody's knowledge, it's a new wall, it was just installed, and it's all approved and permitted and signed off, so we have, I mean, it might not be aesthetically the best looking thing in the world, but it's...
Aesthetics is our purview, right? But how you built that, how whoever built that retaining wall, and whether it succeeds ultimately in preventing those two residential buildings from being part of Starbucks is
Listen,
really
you're not off the
more-
mark. About 5 years ago, a wall right down the block did collapse. I don't know if you remember it. It was along a similar landscape with the same kind of thing, so it's prudent of you to raise it. But if you're comfortable with what we have, then we'd like to be comfortable with what we have also. We would not like to hire an engineer to prove to you the safety of the wall, because it has been all permitted and
But
approved.
again, it's not our purview to look at the safety of the wall, it's just we're alerting the owner.
We're all
It may
aware,
be
and,
obvious, but on the same time, a little shocking.
Yeah, no, he's very aware. He spent over $1 million on it, so it's, he's paying for it right now while he's trying to get this approved, so he knows. And moving on, you raised another question, which Stephen can speak to, Stephen Gambino, and he could talk to in a moment, which was the sound from the drive-through, from the menu board. Steve did all the measurements himself. He's reviewed your comments yesterday, and he doesn't think that there's any issue with the retaining wall with the sound, because in his belief that it would bounce off the wall and go back into the street.
No, my question wasn't that, the people up the hill will hear the menu board necessarily. It was more that the sound study makes it look like there is no retaining wall and no steep slope there. So it says that you'll achieve something like 60 dBA 25 feet away when there's a wall and a slope. so I'm not sure what you would attribute. I just don't think it's an accurate representation.
Right, because it's speaking to a distance, and there is no, you can't achieve that distance,
Right.
because the wall is
Now-
blocking it.
How sound deflects and so on, and reverberates against the wall and all those things, I have no idea. Will it be that, will we create one of those incredible rooms by that? You know, there's those perfectly square rooms, you stand in the middle and you whisper, and, you stand at the corner and you whisper, and the guy in the middle can hear you perfectly.
It's in front of the Oyster Bar in
Oyster
Grand
Bar, I was
Central
just gonna
Station
say.
downstairs on the
Right.
diagonal of
That's
each thing, and you
So
just,
you might be creating something like that with
Yeah.
this enormous wall, but I don't.
Steve could speak to that in a second, whatever you say you'd like him to. And I think probably the real person I want to hear from is Andrew Valari of Stonefield.
Yes.
And Andrew, why don't you come up so you could speak? And he'll talk to you about the design, the layout of the traffic, of the circulation within the site. And before he speaks, I do want to call out to you that we passed up to you imagery of other locations on Staten Island, one of which one it is specifically escapes me. It's the Burger King. with the
Amboy
bank.
Road.
That was a board approval itself.
On Amboy Road.
On Amboy Road, obviously your board is familiar with it. But not just that, there are other as-of-right sites, including a Starbucks, which is cited within Andrews, the lead one there. The interesting thing about Staten Island, and all over the country for that matter, in these suburban-type environments, is what we're proposing is normal. It's in shopping centers, it's located within pad sites, within shopping centers that share more than one use on one property, that share parking lots, that share circulation, and you can see it replete over and over here. You can see a McDonald's in there, you see a TD Bank in here, you see a Burger King in there. You just see over and over again the same exact situation.
You're talking about this hand?
Yeah, that handout. And Andrew is going to speak to you about that. And then Starbucks themselves are here, and they're happy to speak to you about how this is a model that they've mimicked at hundreds of locations around the country, where this exact model operates. And when I said to the folks from Starbucks, I said, well, that doesn't mean it's going to work. He said, we didn't become one of the biggest companies in the world by building things that don't work. And it does work. We've used it all over the place, and it works great, and they get people in and out. I think the real beauty, not to steal Andrew's thunder, as we keep going through this, is that there is no conflicting traffic pattern within the parking lot. Every single vehicle travels on its own vehicular route in a one-way direction, with the exception of the points of egress and ingress, the curb cut, which, as Andrew is going to speak to, is more than sufficiently wide to accommodate the flow that comes into the traffic. And that's the only place where you have two different directional flows. The rest of the site really maintains a good one-way flow and allows for an offshoot of the drive-through traffic into a very long line. But I'll let you, I still all your...
Yeah.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Andrew Valeri. I'm a project manager at Stonefield Engineering and Design. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of New York, and I'm the traffic engineer and civil engineer on the application. So yesterday, we listened to the executive review session that you all held, and we listened to the specific concerns regarding traffic and parking and circulation and drive-through, things like that. So I'd be happy to answer any questions on that at the conclusion of my testimony. It's going to be a brief presentation. And really what I want to start with is the traffic study that we had prepared. It looked not at a Starbucks as a generic land use. It looked specifically at a operating Starbucks on Staten Island with a drive-through. That's located at 106 Page Avenue. It's actually the first page in your handout. So based on that study, we know things like how many cars specifically were generated by the use in the morning, in the midday, how many people did not drive a car, walked in from a neighboring land use, how many people parked and then walked into the site, how many cars were in the queue at the worst case, how long it took to make orders for you to get from the menu board to the picking up your drink from the window. So we have a wealth of knowledge based on that, and that's really the basis of our traffic study, which I know is going to get submitted to the DOT. But if I may introduce a site plan. There is a site plan that Stonefield Engineering produced. It's very similar to the one prepared by Gambino Laporta. We basically did a quality assurance, quality control of the site plan to make sure everything was up to snuff. And we made a couple of recommendations regarding the site plan. It's actually on the easel right here. So to talk about driveways, there are 2 driveways proposed, and that's in an effort to provide a simple and consolidated layout. There's one main point of full ingress and egress, and then there's a secondary driveway that wraps behind the Starbucks building to provide egress for the drive-through. That was devised in an effort to kind of minimize the amount of conflict points. You have a driveway in an urban area where there's vehicles driving over a sidewalk where there may be pedestrians. We wanted to really limit the amount of conflict points you have here. And also by providing a site that has one-way circulation through the site, you really minimize the amount of conflict points. Another point I want to discuss is the on-site circulation in the drive-through queue. One of the common issues you see with drive-throughs, fast food, convenience-type uses, as you can probably tell from your handout, there are some sites that are smaller, they're constrained in terms of how many cars they could put in their drive-through, and in the worst case, you have instances where the drive-through queue directly abuts parking, and at certain times, when there's a long queue, you could be blocking parking stalls. In this case, you don't have that. On this site plan, you have a sufficient supply of queuing. The study we did at 106 Page Avenue showed that at the worst case, there were ever 8 vehicles in the drive-through queue. In this case, it's not going to create any issues. There's no parking that it's abutting that would be blocked by a queue of 8 vehicles. And it's shown on the site plan, there's actually
You're required to have 10, so you should be talking about 10, right?
Okay. On 10 also works. It's also provided on the site.
So you're talking about the subject site now?
The subject site. The subject site. The number 8 that I was talking about is what we saw at Page Avenue, 106 Page Avenue. 10 is also going to be provided well enough on our site.
So as you go, so we're looking at the Page Avenue, so we have a handout here.
Yeah, that's the first page.
Page Avenue. And you're comparing it to the proposed site. So, and I see it's in common with, I think, all the ones that you provided. On Page Avenue, the only way to get to the queue is coming off of Page, taking a right and going past some other cars, and then turning left, and you're in the queue, right?
It's not the only way,
The
but that is
queue is
one way of
shaped
showing.
as the access, the normal route of access. What you're proposing for the subject site is that people come in off of Richmond and take an immediate right past cars parked, and then a circle left and wrap around to the queue, where the most direct way to get to the queue is to go straight. And so how would anyone know not to go straight if the queue is supposed to, because that's the easiest way? And your Page Avenue is a clear example of the easiest way, takes you onto the queue properly. Go ahead.
And if I may add.
Okay. I got to remember all the points.
Sorry. Just to continue on that comment, with all the samples that's been provided, the amount of queuing space of 10 is contained around the building. So the entry point, while there might be many lanes merging to get to the queuing area, the difference here is that there are multiple entry points to get to the queuing area, which is not wrapping around the building in a very exclusive way. Whereas all the examples you have shown, they're all exclusive. The drive-through is very exclusive. It's wrapping around the building and there's a wall around them. So the only way to enter is from that number 11 spot.
Right.
Here you have a choice of entering at the number 11 spot, or a choice of entering at the 5 or the 6 or the 7.
Right.
And our concern is, how do you prevent that? I can see a solution, and that is you simply require every vehicle to turn right and then make them go around, and one either goes to the queuing area or the other one continues looking for the parking on parking space 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Or once you're done, you come around and then you exit.
Right.
That way you don't make it a two-way parking area that is coming in and out of the two-way lane. Sorry,
You raise
in and out, if that's a possibility.
It is. So you both raised a number of good points. Something that came up when Stonefield did the QA/QC of the site plan was that we proposed a stop bar that says, do not enter, right turn only immediately upon entering the site, so that all traffic knows when you're entering to make a right turn and wrap around the site. It's on the easel here. I'm just going to circulate that just so you can get a better
You can
look.
take the mic.
You can take the microphone if you want.
Yes, so you're concerned about vehicles not knowing exactly where to go once they enter the site. We saw the same issue right here. So what we're proposing is a stop bar, striping on the street that says, or on the pavement that says, do not enter, signage as appropriate, right turn arrow, so that all traffic upon entering knows they need to make a right turn and wrap around to get to the back of the queue. So there's an orderly fashion of getting in line. So those are some great points.
Are those effective, those stop bars? Because it doesn't prevent cars from traveling. Are those effective?
It's effective when there's also a line of vehicles up until this point.
What if there isn't?
It's just how anybody obeys signage or not. There's
That's the point.
Human nature.
enforcement.
You're just going to cut through if you don't.
Can I suggest,
You could, you don't really, no,
can
I
you
wouldn't
put
recommend a curb.
bollards? Can you put those plastic bollards that kind of separates out the queuing area for the reservoir spaces so that even if somebody didn't want to read it when there's bollard there that prevents you, so it forces you to
Bollards perpendicular in the road or parallel with the floor?
parallel to the reservoir. Only along the drive-through.
Right. The flexible bollards is a great option, and I think that's something that we could definitely look into that forces people with a physical barrier to make this right turn. Flexible barriers, another plus of that is for deliveries, you have the option to run them over when you need to.
Well, my question about deliveries, they happen around the same time what time do deliveries happen?
Deliveries for Starbucks would happen between the overnight periods of 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. Sorry, did I say 5 p.m.?
No.
10 p.m., 5 a.m. overnight.
So if you had these bollards and somebody doesn't see the ball, I don't know, anyway, then they drive straight, and now they're forced to make a right because they can't get onto the queue. Now they're working against traffic. Like, how do you prevent them from misunderstanding the deal?
There is no way to prevent 100% of people, but the signage and striping that's recognized around the industry standard, that is designed for the 85th percentile. And like Eric says, the people from New Jersey, I can't.
Let's not disparage them.
I'm from New Jersey, so I could say those things. The last couple points I wanted to make were regarding the uses that we're proposing. So Starbucks drive-through, it's convenience-based. People will do it on their way to work. Typically in the morning, people drink coffee in the morning, makes sense. What we observed at Page Avenue was when specifically the parking lot was at its maximum, which is in the morning. The other use on-site is a general retail building, no specific tenant identified yet, but when you compare the two sites, you actually have a compatible use, whereas Starbucks will be busy in the morning. The other use, retail, would be busier in the midday to the afternoon. So you'll kind of have this oscillating effect of who's parking and when on the site. So we're really confident that the amount of parking that we're going to have will be sufficient. So I'd be happy to answer any other questions you have regarding circulation.
So Commissioner Shanda yesterday had a question, which I'm curious how that would result, is what if you move the curb cut to the center of the site? And so it's essentially splitting it, but it's putting you more at the easy point of entering onto queue number 10.
Gotcha. Okay. So
Or maybe it's more than center of the site.
the reason I like the site plan and the way it's laid out right now, or why I think it's optimal, is because drivers don't have that many decisions to make. If you were to move the driveway further to the north or to the right on the plan, you have the option of entering and making a left or a right. Here, everyone comes in, the only way you can go is right. There's only one way of traffic around the site. There's really no decisions that any driver would have to make. And that's the reason that I like it from a simplicity, from a consolidation standpoint.
Well, the way you had it, it wasn't you only have one choice. The way you had it, you had two choices, or three even. Go straight and get on the queuing line, go up and take an immediate left and park in numbers 1 through 7, or go right and travel down that lane. So that's actually 3 choices.
So going straight was never an intention of this project. There's definitely some circulation concerns that if you put the striping and the signage that would inform people to go to the right, that takes away going straight. You're definitely correct. You do have an option to park once you get onto the site to your left. Those are ADA spaces. not going to have that much turnover. There's really only
Not all of them.
Only 2 ADA
Yeah.
spaces.
there'll be two ADA spaces. That's correct. But what I'm saying is where the stop bar is and the signage that directs traffic to the right and around the site. There's really only 3 parking spaces there.
And remind
sorry,
me
4.
again, where will the stop bar be? Which parking space?
Let me show you the
No, both.
Both bollards and stop bar.
It would be along
So
which
the stop bar would be pretty much at the end of the curb, right here. So there's
that-
only 4 parking spaces to access when you immediately come into the left. 2 of them are ADA.
So around between 2 and 3, is that what you're saying?
They're not labeled on this drawing. Yeah, between the, you see the ADA hatching here?
Yep.
There's only 2 more stalls and then the stop bar.
Oh, I think the plan you have and we have is slightly different.
It is slightly different. This is the plan Stonefield put together that slightly improves on what you have in front of you. I'm sorry if you don't have a copy of it. I can definitely circulate that to you at the conclusion of this.
Okay. Okay, and then my other question is, why not instead have the entrance from the far end instead of this end?
The far end, as in the north end, all the way to the right?
The north end, closer to where the retail.
It's a similar answer, just in terms of simplicity.
No, that would give you the same simplicity,
Yeah,
it's just flipped.
Yeah, you're flipping.
Maybe I'm not understanding where the driveway was. To the
Yeah.
north here?
Yeah.
Right near where the retail is,
Right.
yeah, somewhere there where you go in and you've got the same relationship. You have parking spaces number 1 through 7 up against that retail.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have this little drive lane, but the difference is the drive lane sends you right to the queue.
Mm-hmm.
Or I don't want to go on the queue, I want to sit. So then I take a left and I go into the parking lane.
I think my answer is really similar to my last answer, just in terms of simplicity and reducing the amount of decisions a driver has to make.
No, it's fewer decisions.
Fewer decisions, exactly.
No, what I'm describing, you come in and I want to go to the retail.
Mm-hmm.
So retail and parking. So I take an immediate left and I park. Or there's parking right alongside the retail. So I don't have to think about it because it's free, right? And if I'm disabled, yay, right? There it is. Otherwise, I've decided I'm not going to sit, and I know because there's adequate signage that the queuing for Starbucks is straight, so I go on to the queuing. Very simple. It's actually the same exact plan as you
Just
submitted to
flip
us.
it. But the only problem is the way in which your spots are now angled. They're angled for you to come in on the
Right, yeah,
south
but so
portion
you
of the
flip it.
lot and
Just stick
swing
a-
to the right.
Right.
But also, it precludes you from going the wrong way down the parking aisle. And if you do it the other way, I think that people are going to be like, I'm not going to go all the way around here just to cycle back to get to spot 13. I'm hanging a left, and I'm going to spot 13.
Commissioner Otley Brown, you're absolutely right. I think what both Chair and I are saying is that you literally take this and flip it to a
Yeah,
mirror
just-
opposite. So in that case, all the lanes, instead of having the angle in the way that is, it will just flip to the other side. So when you come in, it would be totally in alignment with your travel movement.
Yes.
So then you're saying I could come in and I could do an immediate left
Right.
to get to spot 13?
Right, and these angles would be then more. it
Going
would-
the other way.
Going the
Going the
other way.
correct way.
Literally, sorry, I'm sorry, I messed it up for you.
Can't have 2 fingers on a screen at once.
There's also a programmatic reason why we're making the request here. And just so you know, we spent a lot of time on the plans. Before the plans got to you, we redesigned them to accommodate this discussion. The reason why it's over here, next to the Starbucks, which is I can orient myself, next to the Starbucks as opposed to the discussion we're having next to the other building, is it's one main reason a Starbucks programmatic request. The way that the road is on Richmond Road, as you're traveling down, you cannot see the site. There's a slight bend in the roadway there, although a lot of people go to get coffee on a plan. Other people just get caffeine fit and see Starbucks and go in. They know that.
Everybody knows the Starbucks.
Right, but not some of their purchases are impulse. Not everything is planned.
No, but let's just say.
So it gives the driver a chance to see it, to see the sign, to see the store, and to make the turn. And that's what Starbucks, why their wish is that
So
way.
can I just
because
say
they're
that
driving-
once a Starbucks installs in a neighborhood, it takes you about 45 minutes of
There
your
seems to
life
be,
know
yes,
that
to
that's
figure out
right.
there's a, yes,
And the
especially if
cars-
you're under 12,
And the
yes.
cars driving down Richmond Road aren't exactly going very fast.
Well, you can comment on the island drivers better than I can, so I'm not going to say anything.
I'm sorry, the traffic involved in.
Can I just ask a question for clarity? Is the design also being dictated by the maneuverability standards of the aisle widths and the angles of the parking?
The design that we have, it works in terms of maneuverability.
But just to clarify, what they're suggesting is that you'd flip it, so the angled parking would
Yeah.
go
The other way.
My-
No, I just.
Yeah.
My concern
We
with
should have
flipping
them
the
both submitted
site,
to DOT.
moving the driveway to the right, is right now, we have a long drive-through queue. It's more than what we need. The way the site's set up right now, it actually allows maybe an even longer drive-through queue. But if you were to move the driveway to the north, you're kind of limiting yourself at exactly 10 or 11 or 12 or whatever is the maximum that way.
No.
If I'm understanding what you're saying. I'm sorry if I'm not.
It's really, it's the identical plan, it just faces the other way. And it gives you, right now, the way you've got it, is you could wrap the 10 cars down around the curve, inside that paved thing that's labeled paved parking area, and all the way out to the inn, into the inn, right? You could have 25 cars in the queue. If you were to flip this, you could have 25 cars in the queue.
But wouldn't you be entering around here where the...
Right, so let's say where it says landscape area, let's say that's where the curb cut is.
Okay.
I don't know, you and I are looking at the
There's 3 landscape areas,
So-
the furthest to the
By
right.
spots
The
36
furthest to
and
the-
37.
right. So the
Yeah.
furthest to the right.
It doesn't have labeled numbers.
Right, so let's say we have a curb cut there. So you have a lane, and there you can choose to have a similar kind of perpendicular parking against the building, or you can leave the perpendicular parking that you have along
it
the
is.
Starbucks as is, but have a continuous drive-through, so and with that, the lane angle changes instead of this way, the other way, and then the cars come in and make a left to park, or they go straight and they join the reservoir queue, or they park on the parking spaces that are behind the angled spaces. That's all.
And those 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 will still angle the same way?
They will angle the same way because it's right along the path of line of traffic.
Yeah.
Right?
I know that, but I'm wondering if, because part of the reason why they're angled is to save space on your drive aisle. Otherwise, you need more of a backup space if you're a 90-degree angle. So I'm just wondering how that works when you have 8, 9, and 10 going in one direction and 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24 going in the opposite direction.
I see.
So do I have the...
I see, I see, I see, I see, I see what you're saying.
Do I have the concept correct here? You have perpendicular stalls along the building.
if
You
you
have your
want.
driveway
It's your
right about here.
choice. You can
Okay.
either have it on that side, or you can
Right.
have it on both sides.
And then you flip the angle of these stalls so you can have traffic to go that way. Wouldn't you also need this driveway to get out?
It's your call, if you want to.
Well, you need a third driveway in that case because
then that's-
you don't want to have other people only going out through the drive-through. So you'd still need this driveway to...
But then it could be exit only.
You'd have exit only. It's just another spot where cars are going across the sidewalk where pedestrians aren't. That's one of the reasons that we're trying to limit the amount of driveways.
Okay, rather than just design this in the air again with green markers and stuff, if you could look at the alternative in diagrams so we can see it in a submission.
It's Eric Polanic, and Steve Gambino is here, the architect. He would like to give you his input on how he came to where he is. But we don't have a problem after this hearing, we've all been speaking, about mocking up a couple of different sketches and giving you what our comments are programmatically and our intentions, and to give to you and have another hearing and talk about it a little more. So we're okay with continuing on the conversation and giving a couple of different ideas.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Steve Gambino, the architect. I just wanted to address this issue of the parking or flipping the parking location. We did look at this. We did look at flipping it to in the other direction and lining up cars on the lot 41, if you will. And what we felt is, well, first of all, we're obviously looking to maximize our parking capacity. By doing that, we felt that there were a lot more areas that were starting to restrict our parking capacity because of the circulation pattern that you're talking about. So, but when we laid the parking area out this way, that singular direction and the angle of the parking allowed us to really adequately approach the queue for Starbucks. So I don't think that it's as critical an issue that even if you're coming into this parking lot, that you have three decisions. Because if you're going to park, you're going to park in the parking, and you're going to Starbucks, you're going to park in the spaces that are directly to your left. And if you're planning on going to the queue, you're going to proceed and go to the right, as long as we have that stop bar or the bollards or something of that nature that precludes you from queuing up at the forward approach. So I think that solves the problem. So to flip this and kind of reinvent the wheel, which we have looked at many circulation patterns here, I don't think that we will really come.
I think the board's just saying if you can show us some alternates and say why you've picked this one, if you could, in your next submission. I think that's what we're asking for, to see why.
Because
But-
we can't do this in the air with a green.
No, we're looking to redesign here. That's not, that's not.
So, since you've done the alternatives, just provide those and give us a narrative as to why those alternatives did not work.
I believe that is possible.
Great, okay.
All right,
Good.
thank you.
I want to ask the council about the community board. Can you tell me what happened at the community board? It seemed like
Community board went
a
great.
decision. It did.
It went great, yeah, it was a very friendly community board.
So can you tell me why so many voted against?
It's one of my favorites. I don't know why people were voting.
Was there any discussion?
There was very little discussion first of all, it was 3 or 4 months ago. My memory is not so refreshed. I do remember the evening, though, as being a very friendly evening. Stephen, you were there that evening, I believe you were
Maybe
there as well.
somebody with a slightly better memory can tell us why it was a
There was
split
nothing, there
decision.
was no heated discussion. I mean, go on what you remember, but it was.
Yes, it was a wonderful evening. There really wasn't much discussion about the circulation that was negative in the community board meeting. There was only one objection that they had of people coming and crossing over the yellow line.
So it's the traffic.
Which was
Eric, let him speak.
which was the core of our conversation afterward, which happens all over Richmond Road, which is, of course, people will make that turn.
Their concern was jaywalking or driving across?
No, just someone coming from what would be the.
Southbound.
Exactly, thank you. Southbound and cutting across and the yellow line and coming into the parking lot. We can't control that. But that was the only objection that the community board had.
There was nothing else, no other negative feedback from them?
No, they just wanted to know when they can make their coffee. Go buy some coffee. Seriously, it was very positive during the meeting, with exception to someone that voiced that opinion, and that was it.
And I think whether it's you're here for the drive-through special permit or not, if there was
Any business would have that.
That possibility exists.
Yeah, there's no question that possibility exists regardless of use,
Yeah.
as long as that place is, any profitable business will have that.
You have to come up to the mic.
One of the things that came out during this meeting was they were very pleased to see that we had the capacity on the site for that many cars and that ability to queue that many cars on the site. They were concerned about that. And that cars would not be, on Richmond Road trying to make a turn into the parking lot because of the approach, the manner of approach, and the ability to queue so far, which is another reason why we went with this plan. Because when you think about it, you can go into that site, make a right-hand turn, and you're off of Richmond Road. Your queuing line, no matter what happens, is never going to back up into Richmond Road. So that was also one of the dialogues that we had during the community board meeting. You're back in.
Steve has a much better memory than I do. I do remember it being a pleasant night. One more thing on the discussion that we had about moving the curb cuts, which the traffic consultants were just pointing out. If a curb cut were to be here, you do have the potential for the drivers to try to scooch across Richmond instead of coming up from Dongan Hills Avenue to try to get into that curb cut and shoot straight across both lanes of
You mean,
traffic.
and then to cut,
If you put the curb cut on this side of the building, you're going to entice people who are anxious for the coffee to shoot across both lanes of
You have a
traffic.
traffic light there, don't you?
No,
no.
no, it's not a signalized.
Wait a minute. Oh.
So they were just pointing as another reason. I mean, I know we've talked
But
about a lot of
isn't
different
that
reasons.
the direction of traffic? I'm confused. Why, they're allowed to make a left-hand turn there.
Yes, but in this case, they wouldn't be making a left, they'd be crossing 4 lanes of traffic. So,
How did they get to the?
rather than making the left, which is a little bit safer than trying to get all the way across an intersection.
All right, I think you could detail all the reasons why.
We'll give you the detailed reasons. That's something we were just talking about. You know, to us, it's 6 of one, half dozen another. We're not overly committed in one way or the other than their program and fitting all the cars onto the lot. So that's what's driving it for us and why we desire it where it is.
The reason I mentioned traffic signalized intersection in Dongan and Richmond is because in the analysis, it seems there is it's a signalized intersection. So unless I'm misreading it.
One more to the north, it's Buell Avenue
Yeah,
is signalized.
Buell.
So Dongan Hills in Richmond is unsignalized. Keep going
Buell,
one
okay.
more, that's what's signalized.
Got it.
Okay, that's to the north.
Yes.
Again, we're all sitting there hearing your comments, and nobody's that visceral one way or the other than Starbucks with their program and what they're trying to achieve and why they desire it here. They really do favor it there. But we'll give you a more detailed analysis. It addresses all the comments you made, and you can see everything in front of you.
Okay.
I don't think we have to bubble anything yet, because we're not changing anything,
not
but when it is time, I will bubble as the creator of the instigator of the bubble rule.
Yes.
If you do have that, just one more thing, if you do have it on the north side, you're cutting off your reservoir spaces right there at the northern curve cut, because nobody is going to be able to, if you have a car here at the entrance that's on the end of the reservoir, anybody entering is not going to be able to really maneuver past the cars here to go around to get to the end, nor are they going to want to. So your line is going to start snaking out onto Richmond Road. If you're ever that popular and that busy.
Yeah, well, that was Steve's,
You are, but if you are, that's going to be problematic, where you're not going to have that issue if you have the entrance here, because you have an additional space for maybe 10 more cars.
Yeah, you can get,
That's a fair point. I'll take that.
So does that mean you still want to see alternatives, or you're okay with just adding the bollards and the stop sign?
Okay, I think, and I would defer to Commissioner Otley Brown because she does drive through a lot more.
and she drinks a lot of coffee. She has a big gulp in front of her.
No, and she drives a lot more. She drives a lot more than I do, so I will defer to her, but that's a very good point. And one of the findings is that it doesn't impact the traffic network. So if you can, instead of providing the alternatives, do add the bollards and the stop sign. I think that would prevent the additional conflict, but do in your narrative indicate that you had looked at this and why this is preferred.
We'll set forth the other ideas and then refute those
Is
ideas.
that,
Yeah, okay.
Should we hold off on sending to DOT until those bollards and?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, if you do desire to send to DOT still, I think Stonefield can get us a revised plan right away. We don't have to wait for a submission date.
Right.
So that you can get that off to DOT while we're pending the formal
Yeah, I
submission.
don't think it'll affect the traffic study at all.
Okay. So then, okay, so you'll also show a site plan showing the landscaping on the entire site?
Yeah,
right?
that's speaking earlier to your idea that you and the vice chair spoke about yesterday, and Steve understands it with outlining the development site and showing the landscaping for the entire site and showing everything in its entirety. The other thing too is we need to update the objection, just to let you know, because you raised the point of it's the entire site. Our objection only references one lot right now, the lot that the Starbucks is on. So we are going to update the Department of Buildings objection to include the entire site.
Okay. And then we had a question about the trash.
Trash for Starbucks is kept inside. It's brought out when they do pickup. It's all their locations.
So it's, does that work? So it's picked up, it's inside?
It's kept
and-
inside, it's picked up by commercial carters in the evening hours, in the overnight, synced up with when the deliveries are made in the middle of the night.
Okay. All right, any other comments, questions? Are there any speakers on this? Starbucks? No? Okay. All right then. So you need time to get an objection
Yes.
and time for making changes to the plans.
We could submit, I mean, the plans we could submit to DOT this week, and we could submit revised materials to you within 2 weeks. So whatever really fits your schedule, there's nothing here that requires anybody to do so much.
Well, we need, so we really need DOT's review of this, so that might take some, what is their review time usually, 30 days?
It varies.
Yeah.
Varies. If we were being reasonable, 45 to 60 days? Huh?
That's a good point.
We want it, yes. Okay. Okay, so then, let's say, mid-March submission, that gives DOT enough time to review?
Yeah, if you're pending everything on DOT, that would make sense, yeah.
Yeah. So late March hearing, March submission?
Well, there's March 26th with March 6th, that's 12, or March 20th, April 9th.
Yeah, March 20th, April 9th. March 20th submission, April 9th hearing, to give DOT enough time to comment.
And I would suggest that even prior to the submission day, Mr. Palatnik, if you can get us the information we need to provide to DOT
That-
ASAP,
He said that.
that would be helpful.
As you said, we'll do that. I just want to check my calendar to make sure it comes out, because
Thank you.
I have one more thing for the architect. On,
Jewish holiday, so.
on drawing number 6, the section AA, is this the real shape of the footing for the retaining wall?
No.
It's not. Can you please notate that on the plan? Say schematic, not to scale, anything like that?
It does say schematic section.
Revised plan for DOT 1.
On the footing,
Yes, sir.
please. Thank you.
It's, yeah, it says schematic section AA. You
The
don't like
footing, this footing is not a footing for a retaining wall, so I just
Okay,
want to
you
make sure
just wanna
that we
make-
mention that
okay.
on the plan. So, just in case something happens.
You know what another way of doing it is? Don't even show the footing, just show the outside profile.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, eliminate anything that
Yep.
looks like it's pretending to be structure. Yeah,
So this drawing that you're referring to, the section, the section is diagrammatic just to give the profile
Right.
of what the soundboard is in relationship to the property line.
right. So don't show any footings, just show the outside profile
Understood.
of the retaining wall meeting the slope of the land.
Yeah, we had an
don't care what-
overzealous draftsperson draw
Yes.
more than they should have.
So
So,
one
but-
day,
Could
yeah,
I-
right.
Could I just speak, though, in terms of the sound diagram here and the relationship to the wall? So when this diagram was prepared, it did not take into consideration at all, as noted on the diagram, that there is a, 20-foot about, concrete wall there.
Right.
Which, so the worst-case scenario for sound projecting in that direction is if there's no wall. So with the wall, the sound projection would be obviously, reduced dramatically because
Right.
because of the profile.
So it's your materials indicating that it's a 60 dBA sound level on a private person's property where there's a house, right?
Correct.
Those are your drawings, so I'm saying, why show that? Why don't you represent what would actually happen, which is the retaining wall on the slope would block the sound, reflect it probably back to the driver, who will hear an echo.
Exactly. Well, this is worst-case scenario if there
Right.
wasn't even a wall. So I just would have, the reason why we presented it this way, we would assume, well, if there's a wall, obviously, there's no DBA crossing the property
here you have this overzealous draftsperson who draws a retaining wall that's not real, and then an underzealous draftsperson who doesn't bother to make a note that locates the retaining wall and says the retaining wall will block the sound.
We've seen this.
Okay. You got me there.
Okay.
I was the underzealous one. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. One by one, we will convince every architect in the city to our line of reasoning. They don't go along easily. Eric Palatnik, so we're good with the dates of March 20th and April 9th?
Yes.
Is that okay for you?
That's great for me, I just checked, yes, thank you for asking.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for
Thank
your
you,
time.
everyone, for
Thank you.
coming. Appreciate it.
Item number 2, 2018-109BZ, 9-03 44th Road, Queens. Hey. Let's go.
Okay, let's swear in everybody.
Let's go, team.
Okay.
Wow. Where's all the team? No, still another team. This is the team?
This is my team.
The team that's going to present?
Yes.
Okay, raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Sign in and go. It's already 4 o'clock. Ooh.
Showing the footing, the guys.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm Howard Goldman. I'm representing the applicant in this. This is an application for a special permit to locate a charter school in an M1 manufacturing district in Long Island City. What I'd like to do to save some time is to go to the comments that were made at review session yesterday and just go through them and give you our responses. So I do have the architect here. I have the developer. I have the school and the environmental consultant. So if the board has any questions, those people are here to answer your questions. First comment had to do with the search criteria. Why did it say no industrial? We were looking for buildings with no industrial use on the C of O because it was a mistake. One of the brokers said that. We will correct that. It was meant to say we're not looking for buildings in industrial or manufacturing zoning districts. So we will correct that. Comment 2, why did the search criteria say we needed 80,000 square feet when the programmatic needs at 35,000 square feet? Answer, the programmatic need spoke to the elementary school only. With the middle school added in, the total is 80,000 square feet. Okay, and we will clarify that. We will make that clear. Next comment, the facts and findings said the proposed location is as of right. We will clarify to say it's as of right. The building is as of right with respect to bulk, but obviously not use, because that's what the special permit is for. So we will clarify that. Next comment, show the use of the classrooms by grade and also the other.
Sorry, can we go back just
Yeah,
a little
sure.
bit? You said the programmatic needs report was for the elementary school only. This is a K through 8 program.
Yes,
Right?
there's 2 schools.
The programmatic needs report is K through 8, according to the chart, the programmatic needs report. I don't understand then your sentence, your statement that it only covered the elementary school. When you look at the programmatic needs report, it allocated floor space for each group of classrooms K through 8.
Mark, you want to come up and
Yeah.
explain that? Is Mark here? Introduce yourself.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Mark Crisante. I'm the Director of External Relations with Our World Neighborhood Charter Schools. So what we have is basically a K through 8 building where we will have a set of kindergarten and first graders during the initial phase of 2020, going up to fifth grade, but we will house our middle school, which is 6 through 8, into this building as well in Long Island City.
Wait a minute.
I don't think
That's not the question.
the question before you is why did you use the amount of 30K instead of 80K?
Well, we were using just that because that was for K through 5.
No.
initially.
Let's all be together on the same page.
Okay.
Let's look at wherever in the world the programmatic needs report is. Actually, no. It's tucked away someplace in here. Does anyone find it? Here. No, not here. Did anyone in the team bring the programmatic need report?
Ariel, do we have the programmatic report?
Because we have a 66-page exhibit. So needless to say, it's a little hard to find things on the fly. Here we go. Exhibit 7. It's called General Facilities Program Requirements, K through 8, General Classrooms. And at the bottom of year 8, it says a number. And then if I go down, and it talks about art, science, film, language, all that stuff, common spaces, nurse, social worker, everything. Total amount of spaces needed in year 1, 22,700. In year 8, and normally, we go to year 5 normally, 32,000 square feet. That's not 80,000.
Sounds like a mistake.
Sounds like a mistake.
Yep.
Just like that. It just sounds like a mistake?
We made a mathematical error.
A 50,000 square foot mathematical error?
We substituted one number for another.
All the way across the board, 31,000, 30, 28, 27, 25, 23, 22,000?
We'll get to the bottom of it.
The numbers are contingent on each other. I really think that you should reflect on it and.
The real number is 80,000 for elementary plus middle school. That is the number. So we will fix this thing.
Let's see, how did this say this exactly? There were materials submitted to us upon which the board relies. The materials are in conflict with each other. These materials that you supplied to us are quite detailed. We've had a rough day today with submissions that were made that were not representative of the project. I don't feel good when there's a 50,000 square foot difference between what's represented to us.
And it's calculated up to that.
Yes.
It's, the numbers in the report are they all arrive at this number. So this is a little more than a little error. It's something that.
It's a scrivener's error. The real number is 80,000. Full capacity, elementary plus middle. It's 80,000.
Yeah.
If there are errors in presenting that, we will fix it.
Okay.
And just to clarify, the error is not only in the year 8 totals, it's in the year 1 through year 8.
Yes.
The numbers that create.
Right, the numbers that led up to the 32,000. So all of those numbers.
I take responsibility, and I will look at it, and I will fix it.
Mistake. That's net classroom square footage.
Okay.
That's where the error was. In fact, the gym, cafeteria, corridors.
Oh, is that what's going
It's only a
on?
net classroom number that got carried across.
Scott
Sorry,
Barone, the
No,
developer.
sorry. The gym has 5,000 square feet. This one says 4,000. You got a 4,000 square foot gym traveling across. You've got nurses, you've got everything. The only thing that's not in here, I give you, is corridor space. Corridor space counts for, I don't know, 15%, something like that. 20% on a good day. It doesn't account for, what's the number, 200, 300%?
I can't speak to
200%.
technical mistake that may have been made there, but I can tell you from an academic standpoint that the gym that's there is at least 7,000 to 8,000 square feet if you actually look at the plans that are drawn.
And your name for the record, because we don't have.
Scott Barone, I'm the
Thank you.
developer. So from a practical standpoint.
So let's start again, okay?
I understand that you can back into areas, we see this all the time. You can take a floor that is available to you, that happens to be in the marketplace, and the floor is a 60,000 square foot floor plate. And the school administration says, well, we really only needed 30,000 square feet, but we can use 60,000 square feet. We can have a little more of this, a bigger gym, a bigger cafeteria. We can make use of it, but that's not the same thing as our programmatic needs. Please let me finish. The programmatic needs are when the board of directors of the school sits down and says, we have this many eighth graders, we have this many seventh graders, each one needs this many classrooms, we need to teach art, science, math, et cetera, we need these rooms. The school construction authority minimum standards for a room is this, a gym for students of this age group is this. You total that all together, it's a number, and then you go to the real estate agent and you say, find me space, find me locations that can accommodate that. Yeah, go ahead.
I just think I found what probably happened. When you go from your number of units to your square footage of units, you should be then multiplying it to the total space, and you're not.
Thank you.
And the total is not adding up in all of these columns, so they are, what's indicated is less than what I just added up. There, like, for example, year 8 is coming up to more than 40,000, like close to 47 or something.
The number and Ariel introduced.
Excel spreadsheet.
Sorry. Ariel Holzer from Goldman Harris. Yeah, we will correct that statement. I will note that in the Exhibit 5 on the initial submission, where the school, we entered in the school submission to the charter board, they note that the elementary school only will need 43,000 square feet by full term, just for the elementary school. So that obviously is a mistake in terms of the sheet and will be corrected.
So I just would like to say something here. Council, this is your project, right? You shepherd along your clients with your project and you coordinate all the materials. It's your responsibility to coordinate the materials and not to give us things that to bring into question the veracity of your submission, okay? It's your job. And by the way, you're fact witnesses, you swear in, right?
Yes.
It's not okay for you not to have checked the work. It's not okay that it's not coordinated one document to another document, and I'm saying it to you in front of your clients, because we've seen a lot today, and of let's say, less than totally top drawer operation on the part of the professionals, okay?
Just a clarification, the broker, this is not built space that they're backing into. This is to-be constructed space. So the more space they ask for, the more expensive the construction will be.
But I thought this is a built-to-suit.
It's being built for the school based on their needs.
Right, but the way the broker's letter reads is, we wouldn't have been able to go to any of those other sites because we couldn't afford, we school, $17 million or $15 million to build this out ourselves.
That is correct.
Right? So this is the landlord building to suit. But the landlord, of course, ends up with a building that's much bigger than would normally be permitted as of right. So gets benefit from building this really big building, right?
This building is completely as of right.
Well, let's just say the
With
use
respect
isn't.
to bulk.
No, let's just put it this way. Would a developer build a building like this if he didn't already have a tenant?
Possibly. It could be a medical office building.
Right. I just simply throw that out rhetorically. Most developers wouldn't build something like that without a tenant, and this is a place where they know they're going to have a tenant. So the developer stands to gain from building a school building of whatever size the school says it desires, right? So that doesn't necessarily account for the discrepancy in the floor area. I'm
All right.
sorry, I'm a little exhausted from
So am I.
today's some of the behavior of the professionals today, okay?
Okay, point taken. We will correct it. And I can confirm to you that 80,000 is the proper number for full capacity, elementary plus middle.
Okay.
Next, comment, show who's using the classrooms and the other facilities, what grade is using them, when are they shared by different grades. We will revise the plans to show all of that. Next comment, what is the status of the construction currently? The three-story commercial base, the superstructure is fully constructed. It is not enclosed. Okay, and we will submit photographs of what it looks like now. Comment, provide proof that the Department of Buildings signed off on the floodplain regulations, compliance with floodplain regulations. DOB signed off on this as part of the new building permit that was issued for the three-story commercial portion, and all of that is on biz, and we will submit that to the board.
So in other words, there will be something that indicates that DOB reviewed the compliance with floodplain regulations.
That is correct.
Which you will submit to us.
Yes.
Okay.
Comment, show the elevations on the roof, different elevations. We will submit that. We will revise the plans to show that. Comment, why is there a play area notation on the roof? Response, that was a holdover from an earlier version, and it will be taken out in the revised plan.
I don't think you responded to the access to the classroom through a staircase.
We're getting there. I
Okay.
organized them a little different.
Oh, okay.
They're not exactly chronologically. I think you may want to speak with the architect about that one. Comment, the interior stairs, let's put that off a little bit. Comment, include all of the security controls on the plans. We will do that. We will include it in the revised set that we're going to submit. Comment, the stucco material is an issue. Our only response at this point is that we are looking at different ways to address that. There are a number of considerations that come in, and this is hardly my expertise, but there's the area context, there's the cost, and there's the weight of the new structure, the six-story structure that's being
I'm going to make it simple.
Please.
No EFS. Whatever the architect has to do to find another material that is lightweight, et cetera,
Mhm.
no EFS. That's all, not a discussion.
Okay?
Okay. We're not going to discuss how good a material it is or anything, we're not using it. Yeah, okay.
Just introduce yourself.
I'm Joe Sultana, I'm the architect. Can we use a cement-based stucco instead of EFS?
You can use something that's applied to masonry directly.
That's exactly-
But you cannot use foam that sits on the outside onto which is sprayed something that's pretending to look like stucco. Okay?
Okay, thank you. Good. The DEP letter or the DEP comments, the environmental consultant is in touch with the board's environmental staff and with DEP. We think that their concerns have already been addressed in that the subsystem has already been installed. The vapor barrier has already been installed under the ground floor of the building, and I don't think DEP knew that. With respect to a phase two, there actually was a phase two, what they call a limited phase two, that has been submitted, but I don't think DEP knew that. So the consultant is in the process of straightening that out with DEP and with the board's staff.
It's true.
Thank you. DOT, obviously, we're looking for a DOT letter. DOT made comments about the modal split calculations being correct. That is a work in process with the consultant. Apparently, DOT was applying new modal split directions from a secret technical manual that has yet to be published. So we will sort that out with DEP and with DOT and the board's staff. So the final issue that I have left is the fire stair and how its relation to what you call the convenience stair within the school. And I would ask Mr. Sultana to come back and explain how that's going to work.
Not eight.
The additional floors we're adding to the buildings are already two means of egress of the entire building. The convenience stairs take the children up into the building separately from the rest of the building.
Yes, understood.
We've been talking about protocols of having fire drills with the children in order they know exactly which staircase to use when they get out of the staircase.
Okay, so we're not the fire department. Fire department is here. Fire department works very closely with us on these applications, and so I've asked fire department to look at, I don't know if they've had the chance, but to look at the idea that you can walk through what for all the world looks like a fire stair because it continues through many floors. You can walk through the landing to get into a classroom. If it were a fire stair, I'm sure you can, but this is a convenience stair. I don't know the answer, and I'd like just want fire department to weigh in on it. Chief Daly, do you want to speak about it now, or you want to? Okay, so they're going to look at it because the question just came up yesterday and they haven't had a chance to review it, okay? So it's really not us, it's fire department, and we rely very much on their opinions, okay?
So that's my list. If I've left anything off, let me know.
Okay.
Or if the board has any questions for the gang.
Okay. Just again, the construction status, the building is up to the third floor but not enclosed, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. I just wanted to make sure I got what he said. Okay. And the ZRD1 and the Schedule A don't match, 3-story versus 8-story? And the ZD1 and Schedule A don't match.
There is a PAA that has been submitted to add the school portion on top of the 3-story.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever is required in connection with that will be done.
Okay. So the reason they don't match is because you've subsequently amended the application, and that's why okay.
You'd have to
Yeah.
speak in the
If you
microphone since
stand
we're
up,
being
yeah.
recorded. Thanks.
Yeah, we submitted this about a week and a half ago. We paid the filing fees. DOB is reviewing it.
Okay. All right, I think that's it. Are there any speakers on this application?
One more thing, Chair, regarding on the plan views, the section 1.1, the orientation for the section is kind of making an oblique angle with the outlines of the building. Is this the way the section drawn, or?
It's a little...
No.
Microphone.
And introduce.
Joe Sultana, the architect again. It's a little confusing because the building is in a square. It's more...
Yes, I understand. Yes.
All our elevations in our sections sort of show the remainder of the building, and that's why you're seeing that in section.
But the way the section line is drawn in the plan view, it's not perpendicular to the building. The reason I'm asking about this is because on section 1.1, you've shown the sky exposure plane, so we want to make sure that that line at the top is not going to touch the balcony. So the total width for section 1.1, is it perpendicular to the building? Is this the?
It's perpendicular to the building.
So can you please just change the orientation for section 1, make it perpendicular to the building.
Do a separate drawing to show exactly the sky.
On the plan views, on all the plan views.
We can do that.
Instead, right now, you're showing it like horizontal line, so what you need to do is just like rotate it. So it's gonna be perpendicular to the building.
Right. One of the sections is running parallel to the building, the other one is
Yes,
not.
yes, section
Yeah.
2 is good, section
Yeah.
1 is oblique. So if it's like that, and you look at the sky exposure, you're not gonna be sure that this sky exposure is like really good or not. But if the section is taken, and I believe this is the case, if the section is taken perpendicular to the perimeter of the building,
Right, then you'll
then
get, yeah,
it is good.
right, because it's close, at the
Yeah,
top floor, it's
exactly.
close.
That's why I actually.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
the entire top of the building sets back on all four sides, so. it's got-
Right, no, but the point is, on your 9th Street and your 10th Street elevations, the sky exposure is very close to the building, so if it's not taken in the right direction, then relative to the street, it might touch, right? Or pass it. Okay. All right then. I think there's actually quite a lot in terms of environmental, right?
Yeah.
So, and in order to give you time to respond to all the questions and give environmental time to catch up, maybe, what do we think, 6 weeks, 8 weeks?
Yeah, at least.
At least 8?
At least.
At least 6, okay. Okay, and to be clear, so in terms of this programmatic needs analysis, normally we project out only 5 years, right? Not 8. And I see that the programmatic needs report is assuming 8th graders, not until the 8th year. So that's not fitting in with our
Introduce.
projection normally.
Right, well, Ariel Holzer, but the middle
Oh, it's
school
not a
is,
variance.
It's a special permit.
Well, that's true, it's a special permit.
also the middle school is coming immediately. It's a transfer. The elementary school is there.
The middle school is coming immediately and what?
It's coming, will be in the school immediately. The elementary school is new. So the middle school is transferred from the existing middle school.
Right.
So 5 through 8 will be there immediately, while the elementary school is starting from K and 1 and moving forward.
Okay, but so that's, again, not at all how the programmatic needs report is reading. The programmatic needs report is reading it as if it's an elementary school that starts at 1 and works its way up until the 8th year where there's an 8th grade. So please have the programmatic need, who's in charge of this? Architect, who's doing the programmatic needs report in your group?
I'll work on it with the school
Okay.
personnel.
Please have it reflect the actual school, not us. If you were relying on something that you were given as a template, don't use that. Use something that represents your school, okay? All right, thank you.
6 weeks.
6
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that's mid-March submission. I'm gonna just do, it's March 12th. Oh, so the next hearing would be April 9th, would be a March 20th submission?
If it's possible, we'd like to try to work on a quicker schedule than that.
But it won't matter because we don't have environmental sign-off.
But we are actively well, DEP, their issues are resolved. It's just a question of. Huh?
We still need a response to the air quality comments,
The-
which will
There are,
review. I mean, I'm sure it's being prepared, but it's
yeah,
still need-
there are 2 sites we have to look at.
Sorry?
There are 2 air quality sites that we have to look at.
Noise and air quality, not
Noise
just
is air
air quality, right? So,
What am I
I
doing?
mean, if we got a response to everything by next week, then 30 days would be 5 weeks, the soonest.
Which again would be March 12th. And the next, if you were to submit on March 12th, the next hearing after that is, sorry, the 3 weeks is our April 9th. It's the same schedule.
Is there no chance of making March 26th?
That would involve you, that would involve either you submitting today or DEP responding in 3 weeks. That's 5 weeks from, so that would be a submission 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks from today, when we just heard that 6 to 8 weeks is what's reasonable.
May I just clarify
Yeah,
this
of
while we're
course.
here? Amber, can you come up, please?
Or you can speak to her off the mic, that's fine too.
No. Introduce yourself. Let's talk about the schedule.
Hi, Amber Cartalian, Equity Environmental. So in terms of DEP, we are working on addressing their comments for air quality. We did the industrial source investigation and went out and did the field investigation. We have identified a few sites that will need some additional analysis, which we will do. I know Tracy and I have been coordinating on the DEP hazmat comments. I know Howard had mentioned the SSDS system and a vapor barrier have already been installed on site to preclude any potential vapor encroachment, and these systems would be tested as part of the remedial action, so that documentation, when it's prepared, would be submitted to DEP.
So sorry, when would those be tested? The SDS was installed, SSDS was installed, right?
Yes.
When does testing, what kind of testing occurs once it's?
That might be enough for DEP in terms of hazmat. They just have to submit some documentation, so that's very fast.
Okay.
Just more, I think we just need to clarify where we're at, what has been done, and provide DEP some documentation.
When I say fast, I mean the standard review time of 30 days.
Right, okay.
We're still at the same place.
Right.
Okay.
So.
5 weeks, right?
Yeah, so we're back at April 9th.
And then there's DOT.
DOT, so we had reached out to them back in June, I believe, asking them for factors, if they had representative factors for a school in this location. We had heard back in July, but by that time, we had already kind of used our discretion to make some assumptions on the mode split and ran the analysis, and 6 months later now, we've just gotten comments yesterday. So we're kind of back to square one here, and unfortunately, my concern is that with charter schools' timeline, that, I'd like to maybe discuss something where we can work something out with them to commit, because we have an applicant that's willing to do whatever needs to be done per seeker and whatever mitigation needs to be implemented. I just don't know that.
What's our schedule like at the end of March? I don't know if it's the same.
It's the same, it's just the worry being that if you don't have all the things in place, you're out even further, right?
Right.
So if the week makes a difference between you being here in late March versus late May,
We should take
that's,
6 weeks.
Yes.
that's all I was
Okay.
suggesting.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, you could end up coming back in August because we don't have any space,
Right. I think that that's reasonable to at least have everything submitted for DEP. I think I'll coordinate with BSA and DOT on the traffic comments.
Okay, so you want to?
Yeah, so that would make a submission date of March 20th, and a hearing date, continued hearing date of April 9th. April 9th.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm waiting for fire department, right?
And we also, fire department.
And also, it gives you time to do a very, very, very careful resubmission with 0 mistakes on it, okay?
I will do that.
Item number 3, 2018-116BZ, 1982 Utica Avenue, Brooklyn. Excuse me. Raise your right hand. You affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond honestly to board member questions.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik, PC. On behalf of the applicant, spoke with the architect last night, and they are and the owner as well, and they're more than happy to get rid of the washing machine station along the residential boundary line, but wanted to ask about the W, there's a little W2 for the washing machine. That is along the boundary of C2-2 and next to the auto dealership. So they said, do they
The
also
one in
have?
the very back, you mean?
It's here, it's by it's by spot 1, the ADA spot behind it.
Take the mic up, you really?
Yeah. Spot 1, the ADA spot, that's the second one is right there, and they asked if they could, as you noticed yesterday, the car wash station is very popular, used at this site, so if they could keep just that one, that would be appreciated.
And where is the drain in relation to, oh, there's an existing drain in it.
I might have to get back to you on where the drain exists.
It's right there in the parking spot.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you found it. Existing drainage. Right next to the car wash.
So if the ADA parking space is going to be used for vehicles wanting to be washed, shouldn't you provide another parking space for a handicap parking if they want to access the convenience store?
I can have them look into if
They're in the email. They're in the email. I'm sorry. We had a community board submission where they had a lot of conditions.
So I checked mine and mine doesn't have, I have to call again and try
But
to.
they've
They
resubmitted
submitted
it.
Oh, good.
and now I'm
Tony
looking for it.
circulated it.
They had a lot
car
of,
washing.
Right,
That's among the
and it
many.
reiterates all the conditions from the prior approval.
yes, but which was no car wash.
Yes.
No car wash was one of
So I don't know why we're talking about the car wash.
Okay, sorry, I didn't have the one that had, like, when I
Okay.
clicked that.
okay.
So.
And we
just
didn't,
trying to
at
find
the
it.
community board meeting, we didn't discuss things like fire.
They literally reiterated everything that was there in the
Okay.
previous condition.
Because we just talked about what exists and what we're going to do. We didn't reiterate every previous condition, so that's why I'm saying I didn't know that.
I'll forward it to you.
Yeah, and one of their conditions was no car washing on site.
Yeah, so I'm going to go through it because they had a lot of conditions and our condition, oh, sorry.
I have
you
them
already-
open, yeah.
Yeah.
I have it
just-
open too. You want it?
okay. No, I have it. I
You have it?
So they want a 10-year term, no open storage or parking of motor vehicles at the subject site, free of graffiti and debris, accessory store hours limited to from 5:30 a.m. to 12 midnight, which is, I think one of the reasons the community board is reacting like this is because the whole site was out of compliance with all the terms of the grant, more or less, right? So they're just saying you were out of compliance with the terms of the grant. Comply with the terms of the grant. So,
Because the community board meeting didn't go, like, this wasn't.
well, it's their
No, I
resolution
understand.
that they said, which,
Sometimes community boards, though, just like to, like, they did their conditions for a reason and they want to maintain it.
okay, but, so we're listening to their comments, they know their neighborhood, right? So, no sale of alcoholic beverages, we heard Commissioner Shonda say that says, beer here, that's not complying with the terms. There was supposed to be fence and evergreens, fence and gates should be legal and uniform height, no lubrication, repair, or washing of cars at the premises, automobiles, vacuums only from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., lighting directed away from residences, landscaping provided as shown on the drawings, 5-foot-high masonry wall with a 3-foot-high fence, parking for 9 vehicles provided in addition to the spaces at the pump island, et cetera.
Conditions appear on the CO and new CO with an
And I think the 2002 resolution, if I seem to remember from the history of it, was to expand the facility. So for that reason, 9 vehicles was mentioned. Since
Yes.
the facility was never expanded, the 9 vehicle probably is not applicable. And same thing with the 5-foot-high wall with the 3-foot fence, because that was
Yeah,
meant
it's-
for
it's-
the expanded
yeah.
area.
But that's why I said they probably took the.
They took the entirety of it with that, but you
They
need to
didn't
apply
parse it,
what is from that resolution as applies to the current site.
Okay, so we'll need to make sure that it's 5:30 a.m. to 12 midnight.
Well,
Only-
so we'll send you a copy of the community board.
And I have the conditions.
I emailed it to her right now.
Okay, so you need to go through those conditions, and the ones that are inapplicable because the site's not twice the size that it was, right, that it is, and comment on why that shouldn't apply in this case. But I don't think we should be talking about putting things into the site that were clearly not approved the last time and that were slipped in by the owner improperly, really. So we should go back to what was approved, and the owner's going to need to understand that that was what the rules were.
Okay. And then in terms of landscaping, they're going to put it in the corner as you discussed. And then light, they're going to make sure there are light shields by the residential boundary line, so there's no light shining into anybody else's property. Or, I guess the lights were shining into the auto dealership, but they're going to make sure that light isn't shining into adjacent neighbors.
Right.
And then the fence, we can have an engineer take a look at it and make sure that it is structurally sound.
Right, but in terms of community board's comment, there was that there shall be an 8-foot-high fence and 6-foot-high evergreens to screen the perimeter of the site. Some of that has to do with the expanded site portion. So this is more like looking at the approved drawings in 2002, and then seeing which portion of the site, that's this portion, still needs to comply in terms of fences and landscaping, right? Okay. Are there any speakers on this? No. Any other comments from board members? Okay. All right, so let's put this on somewhere convenient.
Can I though
Yeah.
make a suggestion, given that we have had issues with the washing machine located along the edge? I would suggest that we extend the planting area into that washing area and extend it so that it prevents any such being added, and there is space for it. That would be my take.
So extend landscaping into the area where the car wash machine is currently located to prevent it from being
Yeah, and be
located.
densely landscaped.
Into area. Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay. Okay. All right then, so maybe do we have anything at the very end more? No, not enough time anyway. So beginning of April.
April 9th?
Yeah.
How is a submission date of March 20th and a hearing date of April 9th?
Great, and then if we need to put in landscaping and
Well,
Should just be the plan, yeah?
it should be the plan. It's too early for you to plan.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Say the date one more time.
April 9th. March 20th, submission, April 9.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Item number 4, 2018-118 BZ, 710 Avenue W, Brooklyn. Hey, Sal. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Go. It's not coming back and sign it. Come back and sign it. Just go. It's there.
Oh, right. Good afternoon, Claire Altman from the Law Office of Laird Altman. We had somebody attend your executive session yesterday and heard your comments. With respect to the demo drawings, we realized what you were saying is that the calculations include the wall that has become interior. For the record, at the time this application was filed, often the calculations were including that wall. We'll be glad to revise that to keep it out of the calculations. But as you can see, the vast majority of this home is remaining. The right wall, the left wall, and the front wall are remaining. On the first floor, all that's happening is a doorway is being opened. That's why the calculation included it, but we'll be happy to amend it. Next, there was a comment that the adjacent building was being ignored. What had been done on the elevations and on the roof plan was that they were drawn just for this site, but the streetscape showed the adjacent building, because of course we wanted to be open with your board with the fact that that building is attached to ours. If you would like us to add that adjacent building to our roof plan elevations, we'll be more than happy to do that.
Yes.
It's not a problem
We
at
look
all.
at the building as an entirety. It's not a half of a building just standing there
we'll be
floating in
happy
the
to.
breeze. Yeah, and I read the resolution for the other site where there was concern by the board about the party wall and whether that was even legal for a party wall to be kind of flying like that all by itself. So addressing the party wall as part of this design will say resolve the prior board's concerns about that project. Right.
I think this new design does resolve that issue.
Okay.
At the time, this was an old building on one side, a new building, and they didn't look like they fit together. If you look at this new streetscape, they really do fit beautifully next to each other. And that was obviously intentional in the design of this building to match with that building. The next comment, I believe, was just the rear yard. I think that was the only other real comment from yesterday. What I'd like to show you is the approved plans. I know you said you saw the resolution from 2013, but you probably didn't have the approved plans readily accessible. We do have those, and we can show them to you. These are the approved plans for the adjacent building at 712. And what you will see when you look at this building is the rear yard, and I will bring it up to show you, but I'm just going to speak into the microphone for the record. The rear yard of this building is a 20-foot rear yard, 2 stories. And just to show the first floor, 20 feet. Second floor, 20 feet.
And it pulls back.
20 feet pulled back with its roof.
What's the elevation look like on the side?
Which side does it see?
Side.
What if we show you all of them? This is going to back up a little bit so you can all see. The front of the building, the rear of the building, side of the building.
And the rear is on the left, right?
This is the rear of the building.
Yeah. Okay. So, just for the record, because the record can't see this, it shows that it goes up to the second floor and then the roof pitches back at the attic level. So my comment was, because I kind of assumed that that was the case of the adjoining building, but how you're affecting the other properties, because as I said, you're relying entirely on the adjoining property for the entire argument, whereas you have neighbors, and the neighbors didn't benefit from the approval of a reduced rear yard all the way up 2 stories plus the roof pitch, right? So you need to make an argument, which you don't need to make here.
We have some
on the
information to
fly.
provide you right now, actually.
Okay.
We've done some research already based on your comments
Okay.
yesterday. Sal, would you like to come up with me?
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chairperson. I'm Sal Vincenti, I'm the architect for the job. So when we first started this job, the 2 projects are really together. They're 2 sisters. And so one was an alteration, the other one was a new building. So we knew that the new building could not come to the board for special permit, so we decided to go the route that you have sometimes suggested, go for half of the building, get a C of O, and then come back. So this is like, I'm not sure what year it was quite a few years ago when we went for 712. So we had done the whole layout based on, okay, we'll go back for the board. Things have changed since, I realize that.
So let me understand, which was the new building? This one?
710 is the new building.
710 is the new.
What was the new
The
building?
subject.
It already has a C of O.
That's the subject site of 710?
the other one.
The other one.
712 is the one that it was an alteration.
This is
when we came to the
710.
board. This is 710 that we
Current
here
building
for.
was built new,
Yes.
what we see today.
Okay.
What happened was, there was 2 lots. One was a 40, I'll show you that. I have an old survey. And the other one was 19.9. What we did was we subdivided the lots, kept one as an alteration, and the other one, we built a new building. They're almost the exact same size, same square footage. Again, it's 2 sisters next to each other. Let me show you the old survey. This is the way it was before, prior to any construction.
So there was one building, no,
This
there
was
was,
the 712,
okay, with a little building.
and this we demolished the whole thing.
Okay, and then
then you
you
modify
did
it?
what?
This was the old building, and this was what we demolished.
And then
So
you-
we subdivided the lots. that
So
they
it's
had
equal,
an even
equal.
distribution between the 2 systems. And so what we did was, we took down this garage, do you see this garage that was there? It was a full 40 feet, one-story garage. And we took that down, and then, so we built this, went to the board, we got the approval of the board for the 20-foot rear yard, and now we're back to this. So at the
You
time.
enlarged the building to the side also. So the existing building you made wider.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So at the time, that's what we were
And
planning.
when
to-
was that done?
I'm sorry?
When was that project?
I'll tell you
done?
exactly. Hold on. 2013? 2013. Yeah. So, okay, so once that's done, so that's what we were planning on, and we had prepared everything based on those. So, but if you take a look also at the rear of the building, I have a picture here. When I look down my driveway, which is now 710, this is what's there. There's a high one-story garage, or I'm not sure what the structure, and there's next to it is a two-story. I'll show you that in a second. Then you can pass that
And
down.
where is this relative to the building?
This is behind me. I'm
It's
looking
behind you.
down, I took the picture looking down from my driveway towards the back, towards the rear yard. If you notice that, the rear yard is already about 2 feet high, plus this level back here is another 1.5 feet higher. I'll show you that picture in a minute. So everything is much higher. Here. This is the level of my yard, and this is next door, in back. The rear. So it's almost like the difference between my driveway and the level and the grade of the,
But it's a little bit of a grade change.
here, but plus there's 2 feet, which
But
is,
that's 2 feet. Well,
it's almost 3 feet.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. So,
2
yeah.
feet of my backyard, and then there's another foot. So this thing really stands very tall in back of us. So while it's one story, and they have some kind of a deck on top, that's been there forever, it's almost like a two-story structure there,
A one-story structure with a fence,
with a fence, which is like 8 foot high, maybe.
but it's a fence.
Yes, it is.
Well, you could
But the
propose a
one-story
fence
structure-
and then we're in the
the one-
same place.
The one-story structure is very tall, because it's above
What's-
my grade, it's probably 15, 16 feet high.
So that's only, that's 1.25.
One and a half.
Or 1.25, because last I looked, your floor heights are not 8 feet, right?
Oh, okay, now let me show you adjacent to that. Adjacent to that is a two-story.
When you say adjacent, which side are you saying?
I'm sorry. Next to that one-story garage, which is back here, is a two-story. And this is the picture of that two-story that stands there now. This is the lot line.
Do you know what lot number you're talking about?
I will tell you in a second. But this is around the corner on East 7th. Okay? I'll tell you the lot number in a second.
Lot 1.
So it's, we are lot 3.
The tall thing.
I'm referring to lot, I can't even see that.
This is 58, 59.
59?
59.
59 is the corner, which is this house.
And 58 is.
And 58 is that one high, one-story garage. This is 59. This one on the corner behind us.
So 59 has a 2-story something.
Almost 2.5 story, not something.
But, no, but I'm actually looking at the figure ground study that shows lot 59 has a well, it doesn't show it has 2 stories, I'm assuming that's 2 stories, plus a garage at the rear?
Underneath. So it's garage is high.
But that's from the front. What's in the rear?
This is the rear. This is the side. Let me show you.
It's all right, that's the side? Okay.
This one.
Oh, because this is a corner lot.
This is the corner lot, yes. But I'll show you the, let me have a better site plan that shows the corner.
So the
Yeah,
thing
I
that
have-
would be the garage in the 20-foot side yard is actually a house?
Yeah. Right. Here. So here's our site. This is that tall orange building. And this is that one high story, what's called a garage or some kind of structure, with the fence on top.
Okay.
This is the one story with the fence on top. This is that two-story orange that I just showed you. And this is our site. And this is the 712, which already extended. Now, this one also goes back to there's no, to the lot line. This is actually an L-shaped lot. So there's a garage here, and there's a garage here, which is not shown. So really, I mean, there's a lot of coverage in this one corner.
Can you, I don't know if we had more that we were doing here. Living set. Yeah, can you this is something that I wish you would do always in your figure ground studies and not wait for us to come to the hearing with this.
Done.
To the extent that you know that like from this, we're looking at the satellite imagery, you know your site, right? You have the figure ground study that you get from whichever database source. If it's not representing what's actually there, fix it. And if you know this height, indicate its height, then we wouldn't have to have this kind of back and
I
forth
realize,
at the
I
hearing.
apologize.
And it would be a lot faster and easier for us to understand. So can you please change the figure ground information to indicate what you've been telling us?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, good. All right. Any other comments from anybody? No? Any speakers on this one? All right, so we need to see, of course, the whole project together, so that's the main thing, right? Okay, and.
Do we also need a height study or?
Yeah, oh, right, so, again, it's a height study, but I know you're relying on all the approvals of this one building, but it doesn't mean that that one building didn't turn out to be an anomaly. That's one of the reasons that, these special permits are so disturbing, because they really can be one building, it's the only one that's that tall in the neighborhood, right? So you need to make an argument for why your building should be as tall as the building next door, right? That's all part of the same story,
Okay?
right?
But it's exact same height. as
I know
one
it's the
that-
same height, but you understand
The
the other buildings, that you didn't, this one special permit didn't
I know.
effectively change the whole story in the neighborhood.
I realize that you're not a fan of special permit. I've heard that.
No, it's not that. I'm a
Yeah, yeah.
fan of responsible design
No, and I-
that is respectful of neighborhood character, which is one of the findings in the special permit.
I understand. But Chairperson, if you will, again, this is a changing and evolving neighborhood. So I don't think we're going to be the last ones, you know what I mean?
That's-
I realize, I know we've had this
Stay with
conversation
what there
before.
is today. I don't know the future. The future might change us all to an R10, but we don't know.
Beautiful.
Right?
Okay.
I don't think the neighbors would like it if it was an
No,
R10.
no.
All right, how much time do you need? How much time do you need?
We could do it within a week,
No,
except for this.
Really? No, well, we can't review
You
you in a
can't
week.
get us into
I know,
hearing.
but you know, I'll respond to you
In
right
other words,
away.
you can be responsive, but we're just going to put this on for when we...
As soon as you can do it.
The earlier the better.
Calendar is loaded. And we have eight,
This
nine.
one is right before that hearing,
Oh.
and this one is before that hearing. No, this is.
How many do we have? So we have, what's our total for the March 26th?
There's 12.
There's,
And
so
there,
wait.
and then there's this no hearing for 2 more weeks.
Okay, so this, wait a second. Oh, so this one, which has the special hearing, how many are on for March 9th? 19.
It's 20 for that week, and then this one has 20 as well. And special hearings. So maybe not more on that.
Okay, let's do March 26th.
That is one date I cannot do.
Ah! Okay.
March 19th, I can do April 9th. I know those are the one before and the one after.
April 9th.
Available for both.
April 9th?
April
Okay.
9th.
I prefer March 19th, as you can imagine.
I know. We have 6
March
hearings. in
26th, you can't.
She can't, she's not
And
available.
I'm not here.
Not available.
Yeah. All right.
I assume you'd like me to be here for the hearing.
April 9th.
Up to you.
I'd like to be here.
Okay, so April 9th, submission March 20th.
March 20th.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 5, 2018-144BZ, 551 Madison Avenue. Lyra, sign this. You guys sign that for her? Yeah, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Emergency business.
I know, yeah. Oh, yeah. I saw it. That's not nice.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. We attended yesterday's review session and made a submission yesterday afternoon.
Your name for the record?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Frank St. Jacques,
Thank you.
Ackerman LLP for the applicant. I apologize.
No worries.
So we did make a submission yesterday afternoon to include a ground floor plan showing the connection from the street to the third floor PCE use. And we'd also previously submitted on January 11th, the notice that was provided.
The notice that was provided to the tenants.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah,
Can you
so-
explain where that was?
Absolutely. So, and I looked through our submission, it didn't jump out in the way it should have, and I apologize. So Nova Fitness provided the hearing notice posting to the building owner, who's Lexan Capital. Lexan Capital then posted that on in the building lobby. So we submitted an email indicating that Lexan had made that posting on January 4th. And then in addition to that, and I apologize, we didn't take a photograph of that or have a photograph taken of that. What we did submit a photograph of was the notice that was posted on the window of the PCU studio on the third floor. So,
So that's just notifying friends of the gym if they...
Sure, so if anyone was on the third floor or came down, I mean, it's something that we generally do regardless of where a gym is located, but the real notice that was provided in the lobby. And again, we didn't take a photograph of that, but the email that was submitted on January 11th indicates that it was posted on January 4th.
Okay, so in future, please always take a photograph of the
Understood.
posting in the lobby of the residential building. That's who we're trying to reach, not the people who are already members of the gym, right?
Absolutely. So that was done. And just to clarify, this is an entirely commercial building, and all the commercial tenants would have seen that as they entered that shared lobby.
Okay. Third floor of an existing, yeah, okay. Are there any speakers on this? Good. Then I'd like to make a motion to close. Chair Promoter?
Oh, yesterday we had a problem with labeling on was the labeling of the floors also
Corrected
changed?
it.
in
I
the-
apologize. So that was also corrected.
Okay,
yes.
just wanted to
Thank you.
check that.
Yeah, that was
no
corrected.
big-
Given our recent,
Yes.
we need that. Yes,
Yeah,
thank you
no,
for
I saw
mentioning
that.
it. Yes.
Thanks.
Okay, so, Chair, motion to close. Yes.
Vice Chair Chanda. Aye. Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta. Aye. Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Application's been granted.
Thank you.
Item number 6, 2018 8BZ, 1820 Cropsey Avenue, Brooklyn. Back again, huh? Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Yes.
Elise Boladair from Eric Palatnik PC. I have with me Steve Gambino, the architect, just in case you have some sort of architectural question. I also have a handout from the previous 1993 BSA application, just photographs of the site in 1993. Maybe before.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What that's trying to show is that it was Bayside Fuel Oil, and then it went to Petro, and it maintained the same type of use, just went from Bayside Oil to Petro Oil.
So can someone explain what that use is?
So that use is stored oil trucks and service vans in a garage.
17? So would you say it's a use group 17? or-
Sorry, I can't hear you say that.
I was wondering if she's saying because you named it as storage of oil in the garage, I was wondering if
Oil
there's...
trucks.
Oil trucks?
Trucks, yeah.
Okay.
Of oil trucks, not
Oil
stored
trucks.
oil.
Yeah. oil trucks.
So storage of oil trucks
And service vans in a garage, and then light repairs to trucks and maintenance.
to trucks that are those oil trucks.
Yes. And that happened for 16 years and 7 months.
Okay, so step one.
Okay.
The C of O says garage for trucks that we have, motor vehicle repair shop body and fender work, incidental painting and spraying. So you're saying that the storage of the oil trucks is that?
That's that, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
The resolutions were very broad in many decades ago.
So the oil truck, just curious, how does this, I don't know if you have the owner here.
He couldn't, he unfortunately said busy time
So
of year.
do you know how this business actually works? So it's the storage of oil trucks, but I know that these are trucks that deliver oil to locations and then, deliver oil to locations. So how does this work? Where do they go to get the oil? Do they come back after they pick it up and then store it in this place?
I can ask him about his business, but that's not operating there anymore. Now it's a Subaru car. So
I
it's
grew up
like,
in the neighborhood. I know that the trucks would come from another location carrying oil, and then they would service most of the city, much of the city around the area.
So they come from another location from which they had picked up the oil?
Right, and from what I recall, yeah.
And then deliver it and then go back to the home base.
And then go back to either here and go back to this location or go back to another location. It was kind of like a hub of sorts.
Okay. All right.
and then I guess we can move on to the
And
oh, sorry.
just to clarify, what is what is the current operation?
Subaru.
A what?
Dealership, repair
That's
shop?
it's the same idea. So it's storing cars and light repairs.
And light repairs of those vehicles that are being stored
Yes,
there?
and I can ask for more I don't want to give you more detail than that. I can ask for more detail from the operator in a written submission.
And the word that you were using, because I couldn't understand what you said. No, the name of the business is?
Subaru?
As in the car manufacturer?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a dealership across the street.
Yeah, they're leasing it.
Oh, so the Subaru dealer across the street is leasing this space to store some of its cars in that
And do
space?
light repair, yeah, so
Okay.
kind of same activities. Okay. And the spray booth has been completely taken out, just making that clear on the record. We wrote it as to reinstate a previous variance which had a spray booth. It's gone. Because some of the community members were confused.
So you're not proposing to reinstall this?
No, we don't want to spray.
When was the spray booth removed?
I gave you a deal.
Yeah, she did. She gave us
But I
the
don't-
electrician's invoice.
I don't know.
But do you happen to know, because it's quite confusing, what in the world does a spray booth have to do with an oil truck? Storage
I don't
and
know.
occasional repairs? They're painting the oil truck regularly? I mean, I don't know.
Oh, you can answer
Yeah.
Just please state your name for the record.
Stephen Gambino, I'm the architect of record on this. So the spray booth was used to actually paint trucks that used to deliver the oil. Obviously, they would get damaged, so they would have to fix them, paint the fender or something of that nature, or paint the outside tank of the truck. So that's what they used a spray booth for, because they needed something that large to house the trucks and spray them. But that entire operation has been removed from that facility.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so then the continuity of use, right, that we were trying to establish. So,
So that's what the leases were intending on showing, because it was, obviously Google didn't start since 2003, and 2007 was furthest I could go back.
okay, Commissioner Otley Brown, are you okay with the leases being a continuity of use?
Now that the use has been expressed as primarily like auto storage with occasional, I guess, accessory repairs of those autos. I guess it doesn't make a difference what business brand, as long as it's the same operation. It seems it's the same.
Okay.
We have neighbors, so maybe they can.
Yeah, I just wanted to go through our questions, so that was our main question, continuity of use, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. There are speakers.
I guess the last thing I just
Yeah.
wanted to say is we also, because you asked about the floor area being a little different and the interior building being a little different, we checked DOB records and we didn't really come up with anything, but we'd like to legalize one of the mezzanines. It's currently larger than on the 1993 BSA.
Okay, that's,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, just,
But
This is a pre-61, so then you're enlarging the.
yeah, I mean, just procedurally.
Yeah.
Just procedurally, and again, I don't know
we got an amendment.
what, well, right, so.
Or whether or not you can actually do this.
Well, the thing is if the use that was granted and had existed and the use that's being proposed today is a change of use, and 11.413.
No, it's not a change of use.
Okay.
Same use, different business.
Different
So
business.
it's not a change of use.
No, because arguably, the fuel oil trucks were stored there, which is garage for trucks, motor vehicles. And then they were lightly repaired. We heard a spray booth that used for the tanks and painting the trucks, which says repair shop, body and fender work, incidental painting and spraying. So those things occurred. They occurred on fuel oil trucks. It doesn't say which kind of trucks. And today, it's for motor vehicles as opposed to trucks with the same thing.
The owner asked that we also keep trucks on it because he says he does sometimes have trucks.
Okay, but the point is, we're trying to fit in with the
continuous
terms of the
use.
C of O, right? So we have motor vehicles with occasional repair by the Subaru dealer. Are these used cars?
I'd have to get more
They're
information.
both.
You know.
I think the dealership
It's
has
both?
both. I guess from what I gather, it's like one of the places that preps a car before
Yeah.
they sell it or receives a car upon a lease. I think that, or on the other end, just stores the vehicles, but it's not too uncommon to have a hub like this right next to a dealership.
Okay.
It's still 16B.
It's still secure.
Yeah. I mean, the only other question just is historically, if 11.412 had ever been implemented, then they have, if it hasn't, then they have 11.412 would permit a slight enlargement in the floor area
So, okay, so
Of
what
what
they,
existed in 1961.
right.
of the use that existed in 1961.
So it says that it was a 1921 building and a 1960 amendment to add a mezzanine. So that's pre-61. And a 1991 new calendar number that reestablished the variance, so I'm not sure what that does, and add a partial second floor, use group 16. And in 1993, they came right back, and they eliminated that second floor enlargement from the discussion, and then,
Now we want it.
I think what would be helpful is if you went through each iteration of approvals here and said what the floor area was by year and ascertain whether you have already used your 50% increase under 11.412.
I'll do that to my best of my ability if the records exist.
That's all I can ask.
And that the use that's being proposed to be enlarged is the use that was in existence in 1960.
Okay.
okay, all right. Are there speakers on this? Please come.
Please state your name for the record. You can sign in later, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hey, please come to the microphone.
Hi, I'm Donna Goldbetter. I'm one of the residents on Bay 20th, which faces Subaru dealer.
I'm Sally Pataco. I also live on Bay 20th.
You could do one at a time. Each one have 3 minutes.
I also have pictures to show you if anyone would like.
Please, yes, we would. You can
Okay.
hand them up.
Yeah. We'll give her more time.
Yeah, thank you.
No, I'm not going
You
to
can
push
give
the
it to me
button.
and I'll just pass them around.
Okay, and then I have a collage of the same.
Okay, so, please stand at the mic when you speak, though.
After hearing what I just heard, I didn't expect that, but there is no more office space over there. All the employees have gone to the other side, so they've really done some changes inside before even asking you about it. Anyway, On April the 12th, I went to a meeting at the community board, and I have the minutes of that meeting. Mr. Eric, and I can't pronounce his right name, Palatnik, I
Yep,
think?
that's it.
Okay, said there would be no more signage, a change in the building, and there'd be no increase in the parking situation. However, the evidence shows that Mr. Palatnik misrepresented these facts, and the pictures will show that. As for this shows that Mr. Palatnik has a complete disregard for the community's wishes, because at that board meeting, we opposed the whole thing, and I have the minutes showing that. So I don't know how, I don't know the procedure.
That's okay.
But don't know how it got to here if the board.
So the way the process works is, they file it, the owner files an application here, and Mr. Palatnik is the owner's lawyer, as is Ms. Toledano. And they submit here, and at the same time submit to the community board. Okay, the community board reviews the application and has a public hearing, which I'm assuming you attended, and they issue to us a recommendation. It's not it's not a final determination, it's a recommendation to us.
Okay.
Based on the testimony, their knowledge of the neighborhood and so on, and we take that into account when we make our determination,
kinda
okay?
helps you.
But we determine whether the request should be granted.
Okay.
Okay?
With respect to the letter that Mr. Palnick sent to us, the residents, the manner in which it was sent, the letter shows that Mr. Palnick was not acting in good faith or complying with his obligations under the law. The owners, lessees of Bay 20th received a letter in an envelope from Eric. The name was unknown to me. I almost threw out the envelope because it just said Eric Palachnik, gave an address, and that was it. I just want to say, if it wasn't for, and the Bay 19th and 18th Avenue did not receive any letters at all. The management company didn't give it to them. The ones that they were supposed to send back to object or approve the changes. Some of the residents on Bay 20th therefore went out, made photocopies, and gave them to the residents on Bay 19th and 18th Avenue. I've submitted 74 of them. I've got copies of them. I've submitted 74. I still have 49 that hasn't been notarized yet. So I have a total of 123 people opposing this.
I'm a little confused. So
okay.
We know that, so for example, there was a problem with the prior use, perhaps. This is what we're trying to understand. So there was a prior use where it was the oil company, right?
Right.
Which we've been told was storing its trucks and
Right.
painting its trucks. And then now they've changed to another use where they're storing cars from the Subaru dealer in there and doing some kind of repairs. They've taken out the spray booth, right? So what we're trying to understand is what's the current, and they did this without coming to us and asking for these modifications, so this is effectively to legalize those modifications. This is their request, right? So, so what I'm trying to understand is what is the current situation, and if what your objections are based on the current situation, what are the current objections?
We don't like the spray painting, even though they said the booths are coming out. In this amendment, it said incidental spray painting. Now, I don't know who's supposed to, how do you figure out incidental
Okay,
spray
so-
painting?
Right, so they had spray booths, which is a very
Okay, yes.
inviting spray painting,
right.
As opposed to an occasional little spray can you buy at the
Right,
hardware
I
store.
doubt they're going to be doing that.
Right,
Yeah.
so the objection was to the spray booths, so they removed the spray booths.
Spray painting.
Spray painting, right? I don't know, were the spray painting booths ventilated?
They ventilated onto our neighbor's lawn, our
That'll do it.
backyard.
That's attached.
And I have pictures showing the vents
Right, our
coming out
backyards
to the backyard.
Are attached to the wall, our backyards.
And plus, the wall is cracking, it's going to fall anytime. That hasn't
Yeah,
been
there's all
repaired
cracks
in
in
years and years and years.
Okay, so if I'm understanding this, the objection is to spray painting, which we can say, no spray
Yes,
painting.
right.
Simple. right?
Not even
So-
incidental.
Not even incidental, so we can take that off of the description on the C of O, right? No spray paint.
Right.
We can say you need to repair your rear wall, we do that all the time, right?
Right.
Okay.
And we didn't want auto mechanics with a lift and cars coming in and congestion and in and out. There are neighbors on May 19th that sit out there, and then there's gonna be cars with a lift and doing
Wait.
mechanics.
So, but that's not, my understanding is that's not what this is. This is,
Just a second.
the building is supposed to be used to store cars.
Right.
That's it.
And do a little bit of fixing of the cars based on, if it's a Subaru, for example, they're fixing them arguably to prepare them for sale, right? This is not an auto mechanic shop. You understand? So, but are you saying you've experienced them
No,
having
we-
mechanics on
We
list?
just don't want it.
No,
Oh,
they're
okay.
saying that they're concerned because
Yes.
it says that it's going to be a repair, it's auto
Exactly.
repairs, that they're concerned it's going to be a repair shop, which it's
That used
not.
to be on the other side
But
of the
that's-
street.
But that's not
But
what this
now it's
application
over
is.
here,
Okay.
and
So
the employees
maybe-
have gone over.
So maybe what we need to do is change some of the language where we say it's garage for motor vehicle
Storing vehicles.
storage.
Correct.
And incidental repairs, right? So it's not a place where that mean, incidental repairs means
Repair shop.
you don't, it's not an auto repair shop,
Right, exactly.
right?
But they were originally granted, were given a grant for an auto repair shop.
No, they were not. They were given a grant for garage for
Incidental,
trucks,
right.
motor vehicle, repair shop, body and fender work, incidental painting and spraying. So I suppose it was broader, but they didn't use it that way, right?
But while they didn't use it that way, they're allowed to change their use as long as it stays within the same use group. If they're
No,
gonna-
but now it's up to us.
I know, I'm
right?
just, I think we need a bit more of a, if they haven't done anything that has caused a harm,
They-
to then say that they might possibly do it and then restrict their use based on it might be,
But the point is that in the 20 years that Petro and the other fuel company were there, Bayside were there, they weren't doing motor vehicle repairs
except for their own vehicles.
for their own vehicles, right? But they weren't a repair shop.
Okay.
Right? So if we were to say, we don't have to give them the same latitude that there was given in 19, or whatever it was, 21.
22, yeah.
I think the language will be consistent with what they're proposing the operation to be and what has been
Right.
used as.
Okay.
Right, okay.
You
Right.
also could ask them to close these vents.
Close the
Are
vents.
they legal vents or?
I don't know if they're legally.
I don't know
they've
if
been
they're
there.
legal.
Yeah.
And I
I
don't
mean, as
know-
long as the trucks were in and out being stored, we didn't care about the
We had
vent.
no problems
But now
if
if
they
there's
were-
gonna be, any type of fumes, any chemicals, any noise pollution or anything now coming in our backyards.
And they're venting out.
It's a residential area.
Yes, you're correct.
And the parking, they're now parking on the sidewalk going into Subaru, and they haven't even opened their shop yet for
Yes.
repairs. I can't even imagine
Imagine the
what
congestion.
Cropsey is going to be like when they do open them. Right now, they're parked on the sidewalk on both sides of the street, and not everyone has a driveway around that area, and we depended on Cropsey.
So they're not allowed to park. Did you know that you can call the police department to get them to move the cars that are parked on the sidewalk?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's who's in charge of the sidewalk.
Oh, okay.
So,
Well, it said in the pictures, you'll see the cars parked
yeah,
on
we
the
did, we
sidewalk.
see.
And
yes.
we did see it on the
Yeah.
site visit also.
Yes. Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Can I
We'll,
just say one
yeah,
other
sure.
thing? I hope I have it in here. Yes, that letter that we got that not everyone did get. It said, for those that did get the letter, there was nothing on the envelope that stated response required, open immediately, or a public hearing announcement, or anything that would give the resident proper notice of this hearing. The manner in which he sent these letters show that he purposely attempted to avoid residents receiving notice of today's hearings. Now, I would like to ask them, how many did they get that accepted their proposal?
Sorry, don't speak to them, speak to
I'm
us.
sorry.
What's your question?
How many response did they get that accepted their proposal?
So those are supposed to be submitted to us?
No, these are copies I took in case they
Okay.
said they never got the
So I'm not aware, I have 6 letters of opposition citing fumes from spray painting. I don't have any.
I have 75.
We didn't get them. So I don't know where those were submitted. And so if you please submit them into our record, because we don't have them in our record.
Sent to 250 Broadway, and I have the receipts. Perhaps you should ask.
Do you know when they were
Maybe they
sent?
went into
Oh,
the
yes.
case file, weren't scanned in.
I know
We'd
when.
have to look.
I
We'll take a look.
do know when they were sent. They were January 10th and 17th.
The receipts from the
Yeah.
post office.
Okay, so I don't know, but
Do
all I
everything
can
in a
say
timely
is,
manner.
yeah, all I can say is please just hand them in.
Okay.
And we will scan them and put them into our record, but we did not receive them so that it went into something that we were aware of.
Can we ask them why they didn't get them?
That's
Did they
No,
get them?
no, but they're, yeah, no, we don't address
Oh,
them.
okay.
Yeah, they don't go to-
Okay, okay.
All right, so thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want these photographs
Yeah,
back?
and also you have all of these
submitting the
photos,
photographs to
please
us?
give them, if you're willing, give them to us
Yes.
and we'll include them in our record. Otherwise, you could mail them to the correct address, which we will give you.
Yeah, it's 250.
It's 250, but I don't know why it didn't come.
Yeah, I don't understand why it didn't come.
Who is it?
Just like to say that I did speak with the owner about your concern about the sidewalk yesterday, and I said cars have to be taken off the sidewalk. It comes up all the time.
We need
Yes.
some
Yeah.
kind of an operational plan,
Yes.
you know, and we need signage.
Sorry, sorry.
Sign says
I'm
no
sorry, you
park-
have to stop there.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
If you speak, then we don't hear anything about the hearing, so you, right.
And then you're also in front of the camera.
You're in front of the camera, so, okay.
Okay. So,
Sorry, whenever, I just need to say,
Operation.
whenever people are speaking to Ms. Matias in that corner, that's what the camera knows, that's what the mics hear.
I forgot that it was hitting this way.
Right, you're
Sorry
the
about
first line of hearing on the video recording.
Sorry, I forgot it was hitting this
okay.
way. Sorry.
Right, okay, I'm sorry,
Operational
begin
plan.
again.
Do provide an operational plan as to how you will ensure that the sidewalk will be free and clear of any vehicles. And you need to have a sign that says no parking on sidewalk and will be towed at owner's expense. And that's the starting point. I do have a question. I mean, given the question was raised about the venting plan, as part of the previous approved plan, there was a roof plan which showed some exhaust system for painting below. And I'm assuming that's for the spray booth. And since you don't have that, I would like to see a roof plan which clarifies the note, because you don't need that venting anymore for the spray booth.
which clarifies.
Yeah. And maybe, so there might be some kind of mechanical ventil, I'm assuming you've got cars stored in here, this is a question really for the architect, that you probably need some kind of mechanical ventilation for this use. So whatever's provided, you should explain to us how it's being vented, obviously away from residents. Venting on someone else's property has always been illegal, so that's confusing in its first place, right? And there are rules about distance from other people's property lines, height of the vents relative to the neighboring property. These are really old laws on in the building code. Did you say anything about the? Okay. All right, let's see.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know, would the board want, if they're going to show mechanicals like on the roof, do you want a roof plan?
Yeah, so, yeah. No, she already asked for, Commissioner Chandra already asked for a roof plan, and I'm assuming the mechanicals need to be upgraded for this new use and to protect the workers also, right? Let the architects, yeah.
Also, the wall, do you have any
Yeah,
concern about the wall?
just a second, one thing at a time. All right.
So the, basically, the documentation that we provided so far documents the conditions that are there now.
Right.
With exception to the fact that I know that the owner removed the equipment that was related to the spray booth. I don't know for a fact if he removed the ventilation that was related to the spray booth. I have to verify that. Also, the documentation that we were providing was simply to document the building as a shell building where a tenant, such as Subaru, would come in, and the tenant, as Subaru, would add any other mechanical systems to the building for ventilation and things of that nature. So I'm not aware of anything that's been added to the building in that regard.
Okay, but so you represent the owner of the property,
Correct.
correct? So Subaru, you may not know this may be why we need an owner here. The owner has a lease presumably with Subaru, unless it's just a temporary, one of those kinds of pop-up store for
Possibly.
things. So we need much more information because the
Understood.
use has to be known to be what we're talking about. We're limiting the use to only storage of cars, right, of motor vehicles, and only incidental repairs, no major mechanical work at all, right?
Correct.
Automotive work at all, right? So if the owner needs to comment on that, and to the extent there are vents that are illegally exhausting, and it looks like it, we have a picture of a vent that's on somebody else's property. To the extent that there are vents exhausting on other people's property, those have to be sealed, right? And
Understood.
alternative legal venting provided for the use that will be on the C of O.
I'm just wondering if that, I received the vents, but when I read through a few of the letters, and it sounds like that they're objecting to the use of paint in that they fear that it will come out the vents.
No,
Yeah.
apparently they were aware of the spray painting. Everybody, yeah.
That's not what I read at least. but
You're not reading it that people were
I'm reading that
experiencing
people are.
fumes?
Yeah, I'm not reading it that way,
Okay,
but
right. But
If I
apparently
could
there
ask
really
if
was
there-
spray painting going on.
yeah, I'm not denying
Right.
there is. I'm saying that from, the letters seem to say that they're worried, they're
In the
objecting
future.
that there's going to be, because one of the letters says, where's this, the ventilation going to come out from? Is it going to come out into my backyard?
Mm-hmm.
Not as, is it coming, it's coming out now, is,
Right, okay, well, nonetheless, the building has to comply with code. And it doesn't matter whether you're waiting for Subaru to do it and the deal is with, that it's a net lease or something like that, and therefore the tenant has to do all the work. The landlord's responsible for this. This variance runs with the landlord's property. So to the extent that the building does not comply with code, that's your domain.
Got it.
That's a good thing for you, right?
Got it. Thank you.
All right. So, and then there's and part of the domain is maintenance of the building, and one of the things that's not being maintained apparently is the rear wall. So that needs to be repaired and not a little bit of, finger pointing. When I say pointing, a little mortar with your thumb. It's actually, if the brick needs to be pulled out and put back in, so that's how it has to be done, right?
And I guess, Tony, whenever you have a chance.
Okay.
I'll scan them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Whenever.
okay. Anything else? Okay. All right, I think that's it. Anything else? All right, so in terms of the repairs and the bringing the building up to code, that should be done now. In terms of the sign to prevent, ideally, parking on the sidewalk, that should be installed now with photographs. The work that is done on the site should be photographed, and the drawings amended to reflect any changes to the building that's
you
bringing
want-
it up to code.
You want photographs of the inside of the site?
Photographs of work that's done to bring the building up to code.
Oh, work that's done to bring building up to code.
Right, photographs of the
Okay.
signs. In terms of the enlargement, of course, we don't know yet whether that's permissible, so you need to,
Yeah, so again, you're gonna provide the history subsequent to 1961 of what the board actions were, and again, 11412 applies to the use that was in existence in 1961. If the use had been changed subsequent to that, it's no longer active.
okay. All right, and what else? Oh, and then modify your statement of findings to indicate the limited use, which now won't look like what it is on the current
Well,
C of O,
yeah.
right?
We started like that to just say it's a reinstatement of the variance which permitted, and that's why it was like that.
Right.
Yeah, so I'm
Okay,
saying, I'll
so-
modify it to be clear that.
No, and, yeah, so it may be a reinstatement which permitted, but the proposal now is
Yeah,
for storage of motor vehicles.
Yeah.
And incidental repairs related to the storage of the motor vehicles, and no automotive repairs, or however you,
And they can mention that it's not gonna be any spray painting or.
and no spray painting.
Like make it clear, so.
No spray painting of any kind, not even
Nobody
incidental.
will.
Right, okay.
You provide like an operational narrative, hours of operation.
Right.
The types of services being proposed.
Okay. Okay, great. What do we think, timing-wise?
How long to do off the roof plan and if he has to do it? Yeah, but she wants all the signage put up and the fencing. Yeah, 3 weeks, okay.
And then also repair of the rear wall, the actual work on the wall? Right.
So I guess, he's gonna need some time, like it's winter.
Yes. Right, so give me more of a
I
hint.
guess,
8 weeks?
April.
April, okay.
For hearing or for
Hearing.
submission?
For hearing.
No,
So how about April 23 with an April 3rd submission? Is that good?
I have a question. The building sets back a little bit from one of the side lot or rear, whichever you want to call it, right? It sets back. It's not lot line building. Can you provide photos of the condition of that rear yard portion? We just want to make sure it's in good condition. And the fence, if you have a fence, and that's also in good condition. Thank you.
Okay, great. We've got it now, what did I say,
April 23rd.
23rd, April
April
3rd
3rd.
submission.
Yes, so for the members of the public, the continued hearing on this will be on April 23rd.
In this time, somewhere in the morning session, but it's
Yes.
hard for us to know when that is, and sometimes our morning sessions are actually in the
It's the
afternoon.
same calendar number.
Early evening.
But that one begins at 10 a.m. This is the first time that starts at 1, and then it's at 10. If we get to it.
Thank you very much for coming, very helpful.
Thank you.
Okay.
Item number 7, 2018-16BZ, 974 Sackett Avenue, the Bronx. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? Gotta move it along.
So,
Good evening, Todd Dale for the applicant. So.
before you speak, we need to make sure that there was proof of notice of hearing. I'm asking, do we have proof of notice of hearing?
Yes.
Let me see. Right, I'm looking at, this was Sackett, I didn't find in our emails, our collective various emails, Sackett proof of notice of hearing. Can somebody produce?
I'm looking.
I think it's in the folder.
The reference here, date of the hearing, January 29, 2016.
Right, but that's just one page, what about the notice, the actual notice?
Yeah, it's,
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, are you sure that one's Sackett?
Yeah.
Because I remember there was a mix-up, so let me just say, my note says there was a
I know, I
mix-up.
had 2018-38BZ in there. See, I remember, I went back and looked.
The email was sent to submit
16.
January 18th,
It's
2019.
974 Sackett Avenue.
Okay, so we had the wrong thing in the folder before, that was why I...
Right, I went
okay.
back and fixed it.
It got moved, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We
we
did
have
that
it.
yesterday, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, we did it yesterday.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Excellent.
Okay.
Still Todd Dale for the applicant. Good evening. So we did a 10 review session. I know there were a few questions.
Oh, sorry, one other thing, community board recommendation on Sackett.
It's been a while since this was filed, but we reached out to, we'd sent this to the community board, and we reached out to them. We didn't receive any response from them wanting to conduct a hearing. We're happy to reach out again.
Yes, please, yeah.
I just don't know if the site interested them or prompted them to conduct a hearing, but we can contact them. Okay. As far as the other issues that were raised, I've already spoken with the property owner to try and supplement all the proof for the continuous use. As I said, they've rented this periodically to carting companies, to the dry goods supply store, off and on. Sometimes they didn't necessarily have like particular leases, they did it on a month-to-month basis. So we're going to reach out to them and get any proof we can just to prove that it has been continuously used since the gap. I know that there is some information. When we get the new information, we'll create a chart. Matching it all
Continuity
together.
chart, that'd be helpful, thank you.
Sure, no problem. With respect to there's questions about the barbed wire. There's actually two different sections of barbed wire that were there. First of all, it borders on the railroad to one side. The barbed wire that's there is not on their property, so they can't control that. There was some additional barbed wire there. As was described to me, they use the open portion of the lot just for a garden. There's vegetables and tomatoes in there. There's no commercial use. It's just used as a garden. And they had people from the neighborhood jump in the fence and steal vegetables. So that's why that was put in originally. I've told them that the barbed wire is not preferred, so they're going to look at removing the barbed wire and trying to come up with some other security measures to protect the tomatoes.
Cacti.
No, not tall.
Sure.
In the ground in New York City?
Well, actually, it does work, but famously, cacti are used on top of walls.
Oh, yeah, or
As
also broken
amazing-
glass is used.
Yeah, well, broken glass I wasn't recommending, but since it's a garden.
In any case, yeah. I will float the idea of cacti, but they will remove the barbed wire to which they have control and try and come up with some other way to protect their produce. And we can also reach out about getting some photographs of the interior area. But just to confirm, no commercial use is proposed for that space. They want to use it as a garden, and they hope to continue to use it as a garden. I don't know if there were any other key
The
questions.
concrete block knee wall.
I'm sorry?
Concrete block knee wall and chain link fence that are in really bad condition.
I didn't hear that, sorry.
Sidewall's cracked.
Sorry, oh.
Sidewall.
Concrete block knee
All right,
wall
I'll take a look at that.
and chain link fence in really bad condition.
Okay, so in addition to, as long as they're looking at any barbed wire, we'll look at that. So we'll look at the fence condition,
Sidewalk.
sidewalk, wall.
Okay, so the open portion of the lot's actually used as a garden?
Yes?
Okay, so maybe clarify that on the drawings? I
Sure.
don't think we knew that. I mean, we knew it from the aerial photos, but not from drawings.
And I think the plans then submitted has to be cleaned up. It's a little confusing. It still shows, it shows chain link fences
Okay.
running perpendicular on this vacant
Well-
land and all of that, so you
We'll
may
take a
need
look
to.
at that. It was a little confusing for those plans because I don't know if you recall the history, the prior architect totally messed up the meets and bounds on these. So the last approved plans have totally different dimensions. So they had to come back and refix this, and there was, it didn't correspond with the tax, like they're north and south. Was-
Yeah, they got confused
Yeah.
about, you're supposed to flip the drawing the other way when you're, yeah.
I remember looking at the plan for the first time late in the day and scratching my head. So we'll review the plans.
Okay.
So just to confirm the list, we'll reach out to the community board again to see if they have any comments. We will take a look at the fence condition, the sidewalk, the wall, and the barbed wire as far as the site. We will provide photos of the garden, and then we will also update the plans with respect to the yard and other information.
Okay, photos in general, right?
Yeah.
To make it clear what's going on the site.
Oh, and
On a
most
key
importantly, the continuous use chart.
Yes, and key the photos into a plan, right?
Continuous chart.
And did you say what hours this operates on?
They didn't really have hours. They tend, there's only the 3 spaces there. They tend to rent it to just single tenants at a time. Generally, as described to me, the history of the site has been businesses in the area that have trucks and need a place to park. That's really what it is. They don't do any work there. It's been carting companies for a while. It was a landscaper. They just parked the truck there. So I believe that the hours are just, here's your key. Depends on the business.
Okay. Are there any speakers on this case? No? Second? Okay.
Is it possible to fix the knee wall and the fence
Before?
before?
Before what?
Now. mean, as soon
I don't
as,
see any
before the
reason why
next
we couldn't
hearing.
do that in conjunction with the next submission,
Yeah,
yeah. So
right.
our plan is for the next submission to do the plans, but also to fix up the site, what needs fixing.
Mhm.
So to do that, and the plans can reflect that. To that end, I think we would need a little bit of time for submission.
Yes.
Especially considering the weather
Yeah.
today. So,
I think end of April should be, because then you're working with good weather for concrete and mortar joints and.
right. So, I mean, I would say if we had a hearing then, if we could submit, so what is, today is the 20th?
29.
Probably submit in 7 weeks, maybe, 7, 8 weeks. Does that seem reasonable? I don't know what the board.
Right, well.
In 7 weeks?
7 weeks doesn't give you enough warm weather time.
3, 4,
right?
5, 6, 7. That would be a submission around March 20th.
Not sure that's enough warm weather time.
For, well, I mean, there's no painting or planting that has to take place.
No, you have to rebuild a concrete block wall.
Okay, I will defer, I've never built one, so.
Yeah, it's made with concrete block and mortar, which is made out of cement.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so let's push it back a little bit, maybe submit early April then.
Okay.
Want to do April 10th submission for April 30th hearing?
Yeah, that's fine. Great.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 8, 2017-222BZ, 200-01, 116th Avenue, Queens.
Okay. Raise your arm to speak. Word.
Raise your right hand. I'm sorry, that's okay, I know you did this. You affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? I do. Okay.
Good afternoon, Sandy Anagnostou representing the applicant, and I'm joined by Mr. Avi Sadak, the property owner. I attended the review session yesterday. I noted the board's comments. One of them was the community board recommendation, which I have a copy here.
The
The
board
email-
already has. We have it.
So, Community Board 12 voted in favor, 39 for approval, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. A comment was made about records prior to 1961. We submitted Sanborn maps from dated 1951, which shows an existing two-story dwelling, and then a 1980 map shows a vacant lot. And both of those, all the Sanborn maps show the lot in the same configuration as it exists today. In our August 8th submission, we also submitted Department of Buildings records, which we obtained from microfilm, and that included the new building application 219 of 1950 for a garage accessory to a one-family dwelling, two-story one-family dwelling, which existed on the same lot. And in that package, there was also a plot plan that shows the house and a tax department certification dated March 23rd, 1954, which shows the lot dimensions as 25 feet by 100 feet, which is the same existing configuration. Also submitted a historical tax map from 1967, and we also found an aerial photograph dated 1951 that shows the detached home. In terms of the waiver, well, first of all, when we originally filed this application, our original proposal was for a wider home, larger home, which exceeded the maximum permitted floor area. At that time, we were proposing 23-foot-7 wide home, and the total floor area would have been, that we were proposing at the time, was 2,920 square feet. Since then, we've revised the proposal,
and we're proposing a 20-foot wide home, and the proposed floor area is 1,737.57 square feet, which is a reduction of 1,120 square feet from the original proposal, which the community board did support the larger home, but we understand the concerns, and that's why we're providing 8 feet between buildings as required. We're providing a side yard. And I know there was a comment made about the feet and inches on the plans. We should clean that up and just stick to feet and inches, not decimals, because it's confusing. But we're providing a 1-foot-5-inch side yard between our property line and the proposed building, which would give us 8 feet between buildings, because there's an existing 6-foot-7-inch side yard on the adjacent home. Along the 200th Street frontage, we're providing a 3-foot-7-inch front yard, and along the 116th Avenue frontage, we're providing a 12-foot-10-inch front yard, which aligns with the adjacent home. There was also, in our records and in the maps that we found, this building that existed there, this one-family home, was probably demolished sometime in 1978, because we did find an unsafe building notice, but I wasn't able to actually find a demolition permit. So, and then the Sanborn map that we obtained, the certified Sanborn map from 1980, shows it as a vacant lot. So that's around the time when it must have been demolished, or I'm not sure if there was a fire or why it was unsafe, or what had transpired that led to that. As far as the garage, it's a permitted obstruction. So I know somewhere in our statement it says that it's not, but it is, because we comply with section 23-441.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, so that, since you have to resubmit with the decimal points taken
Yes.
out, just amend your statement of fact so it doesn't confuse our council when they're writing up the resolution.
In terms of the existing homes in the area, it is an R3A zoning district, which permits 2-family homes. There's a mix, which we did a very extensive study, and also analyzed the existing front yards. And looking at the corner lots in the area, a lot of them have non-complying front yards in the immediate area within the 200-foot radius, which we showed in this diagram. And then looking at each of the existing homes within a wider area, 400 feet, 1,200 feet, there are many 2-family homes which are permitted as of right. And even if we constructed a 1-family home, we would still require the front yard waiver.
Correct.
No matter what. And we are providing a front yard. It's 10 feet is required. We're providing 3'7". So we're just asking for that degree of the non-complying, the difference. I don't know if there are any other questions, anything I missed.
No. So, I don't think there was anything else here. I personally thought it was a really good project. I'm glad that you revised it before we asked you to. It saved a lot of time.
I knew it was coming. It's reasonable. We understand the board's position. We looked at all the homes, the range 16 feet, and not all of which are corner lots. Most of those are interior, and there's 24-foot wide homes here. We also submitted a letter from a real estate broker, which
Talked about the
talked about
reasonableness.
marketability of,
Yeah. And I just want to add for the record, we did get late one letter of objection, but the person didn't explain why. So.
I think. Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh, good.
okay.
There's a speaker. Okay. So I didn't realize we have speakers. Okay, thank you for reminding me. So for any speakers to speak, please.
Yes, come.
Be careful, Ken. You could sign in, please. If you're in favor or opposed, please sign in. And state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you. Thank you for watching. You can go. That's 3 minutes. Yeah. Your pen.
Hi.
Hi, state your name, please.
Renee Peterson McFadden. I reside at 200-03 116th Avenue, St. Albans, New York. So the letter that was received objecting, there was documentation supporting why. I went over to 250 Broadway today to view the application, and that was a part of the application that's over at 250 Broadway. I also emailed the explanation as well as mailed the explanation. I personally don't believe that I was given adequate information to make a decision in terms of whether or not I can support this proposal. I visited on January 17th, I visited the, actually it was probably prior to that, I visited Community Board 12 as well as the local councilman's office. Both advised me that they had not received a copy of the application. So I didn't have any information to go on whether or not I would support or object.
Sorry, the community board told you they didn't get a copy?
Yeah, Community Board 12.
But they said they voted on it.
What date?
September 20th, 2017.
So I went to them before that.
2017?
Oh, sorry.
2017.
This year, sorry, this year.
So I, just to put this into chronological perspective, this was submitted to this agency in July of 2017, so a while ago, a year and a half ago, right? And the community board voted on it in September, granted, a lot of times that's summer vacation times. The community isn't advised of the hearing by the applicant about our hearing until right before the hearing, 20 days before, right? So you should have received, are you within?
I'm right next door.
You're next door. You should have received a letter from the applicant.
Okay, so if we're talking about 2017, sorry for interrupting, we never received anything.
No. So there's two parts that go on. The first is that the applicant submits a copy of the application to us, and they did that in July of 2017, and simultaneously submit a copy to the community board, the council member, city planning, and the Department of Buildings to advise all the official agencies that there's a case, right? The community board then schedules it for a hearing within 60 days of receipt, which they more or less did because there's holiday, there's the summer break. And so they held a hearing, according to them, on September 20th, okay? Where they voted to approve the project in 2017, right?
It was a larger project.
And that was a larger project. There was the project that was originally submitted to us, which was, how many square feet? It was like 3,000, almost 3,000.
2,900 square feet.
2,900 square feet. So subsequent to that, the applicant, it may be in discussions with our project manager, and also the applicant appears here very often and hears our comments about other projects. The applicant decided that maybe it would be best to, in advance, reduce the size of the project. So prior to their coming to this board to hear, this is our very first hearing, the applicant reduced the size of the project significantly to 1,700 square feet. And this is the very first hearing, and you should have been notified of this hearing within 20 days of this hearing, at least with 20 days before this hearing. Does that sound?
Roderick Williams. That's correct. We did get notification prior to, excuse my voice, And we did file a notarized document with the proper place which we should have. Okay, oh, your board of standards, okay. I think one of the key issues is the front lawn. Council noted that the 12 by 20 yard on the side street, which is 200th Street, would align. However, the 3'7" yard, 3-foot yard would not align. That's that'll take away from the uniformity of the block, the essential character by making that house on such a smaller area. It affects the aesthetics.
Okay, so.
And the neighborhood is not filled with a ton of two-family homes. It's primarily single-family. I personally would support there being a home on that lot, but I would support it being a one-family as opposed to the past 15 years looking at an overgrown lot and having to maintain a Terminex contract. So I would prefer it if there were a home, a single-family home.
Yeah.
But there's
Would you be okay with it being the same size as is they currently are suggesting?
Well, maybe they don't know because they haven't seen the drawing.
First opportunity to look at the paperwork was
Today, and I was taking pictures with my camera phone to try to rush back here, so.
Okay,
You
so
see why
maybe.
they do need a variance, see how small that lot is and how difficult it would be if they complied.
Well, so I understand that, but it's a single-family home neighborhood.
But it's an R3A.
So they're allowed to have.
So they're allowed as of right to have a two-family.
And I think the applicant is making the argument that even if it was a single-family home, the building would be narrower than proposed if they had to provide the required amount of front yard depth along 200 also. That would significantly make the footprint of the building much narrower. So independent of it being a one-family or two-family, the footprint of the building depth would be extremely narrow. And that's really what they're claiming as a hardship and seeking the variance for.
Right. And there are two, I mean, they provide to us these studies, and the studies show that there are a number of two-family houses in the area, so it's not unheard of that you see two families in the area. And and that's, we base our analysis on the data that's provided as opposed to kind of a general feeling. So they actually go and they look at data sources for that, so.
But Ms. Peters-McFadden, you were referring to your opposition or your objection in that they were in the record, in the paper record, but could you just go through them now, what your
Sure.
objections are?
Oh, sure. So, as I stated, you know, I just didn't have the information in order to review the details of the application. I didn't have that information. That was one of the reasons why I'm objecting. Limited notice didn't allow me to, go ahead.
Okay, I was going to just jump in on that bullet there, was that we did go to Danique Miller's location and the community board, and they said they did not have it.
Right.
So even though it was maybe, I don't know, filed away 2017.
Sure.
2017, but they did not have it. Miller's office did not have it, so we were strapped for time. Fortunately, you took a 30-minute lunch, 20-minute lunch, and ran over there and was able to get some idea, but not a clear understanding of what was actually, what it's going to look like. What was alarming also was the fact that it was mentioned that there's going to be 8 feet between buildings, building lines. I'm like 6'2", so it leaves an extra 2 feet. So I'm not too sure. 8 feet between buildings, if I'm understanding that correctly, sounds tight.
But that's as of right, correct? They're only seeking waivers for floor area and front yard, as I understand it. So even if, front yard, just front yard.
The floor area is no longer in.
Floor area is no longer in the picture, so it's just front yard. So that 8 feet distance between buildings is what's allowed in the district. If they weren't here, they could do that tomorrow, as of right, right?
So then, going on, it's our opinion that this is a self-imposed hardship, because when the lot was purchased by whomever, they were full aware of what they were getting themselves into. They were full aware that if they needed to do whatever they wanted to do, they needed to apply to get these variances, altered or what have you. We did look at what houses go for as of November 2018 using Zillow, and the median home value in St. Albans is about $463,000. We understand in March 2016, the lot sold for $120,000, which is what we assume this is what the owner pays.
So before you go on with this, because I want to put this in context of how we look at things, purchasing a lot that's substandard is not a self-created hardship. The whole idea is that there is a lot that exists that the owner didn't create. Like, you can create a lot. You can buy a big lot and divide it up into little lots and then come to the Board of Standards and Appeals and say, oh, look, I'm stuck with these 12-foot wide lots, let me have a variance, right? And then we would say, but you subdivided it into those 4 little lots, so you created your hardship. But when you're an owner and you buy a lot that has 4, in this case, since prior to the zoning resolution and far earlier than that, zoning resolution is 1961, and in this case, much earlier than that, the lot has always been this little lot. So the idea is that the zoning regulations can't be, or government regulations can't be depriving a property owner of their right to use their property. So in this situation, because the lot is so narrow, if you imposed the required setbacks from the front, all the front and the side yards and so on, the house would be so small that you actually wouldn't be able to use it viably as a house.
Or get any return on investment. And
Well, no, but I want to correct that. When we talk about 1 and 2 family homes, we don't look at them as an investment. We look at them as owner occupied. And so how am I supposed to live in a house that's 13 feet wide?
So but it is my understanding that you want this to be developed.
I would love for it to be a one-family. That's what the neighborhood.
They could do a 2-family.
Okay,
It's allowed. The thing is, the aesthetics, again, gets back to a 3-foot by 7-inch is not aligned with what's going on.
So then we look again at data, okay? So I just want to bring you up to speed with us, right? So one of the reasons that I said that I thought it was a respectful project is, and the one before, which was submitted to the community board in 2017.
Should we have received notice on that one?
No.
Okay, just wanted to hear.
Right, so the community board should have received a copy of that. But again, we don't know how the community board files what they receive, and they don't hold any subsequent hearings. They have one hearing, and then that's it, right? Or let's say they have one hearing and then another hearing, but all within the same month, more or less, right? And then any subsequent information they receive, they don't hold additional hearings for that, right?
As long as it's within the scope of what they
Right.
have reviewed.
And some community boards also don't, even if it's not in the scope, right? So when they reduced the size of the project, they looked at what the size of the yards were that are facing 116th Avenue, and they noted all the yards are 12 foot and change, 12 foot 10, and the adjacent house is 12 foot 10, and that's actually an as of right, that's required by zoning, so they complied with that side. But then they looked at what's typical on a corner. Corner lots are really burdened because they have 2 front yards. And so if you follow the front yard rules, you would have to set back on both locations, and there's side yard rules, and so you end up with a house that's too narrow. If you look at the corner lots on your corner, 116th and 200th, all of the corner lots have a house that's 3 feet, 3 foot 7, and 2 feet, and actually one of them is 1 feet, but away from the property line. So it's very common that corner houses are closer to the property line than mid-block houses. So we look at that and we say, well, that's representative of what's typical in the neighborhood.
So I'm not sure if you can answer this, but the 3-foot 7-inch by 7-foot yard will be on which street?
200th.
200th. And the neighbor across the street has less, it looks like it has 2 feet, and the neighbor diagonally across has 3 foot 9, and the neighbor across from that has also 3 foot 9. So, You can see that it's really within range.
So I'm a visual learner, so I probably would have liked to have seen it earlier and had time to
course.
to kind of make
We get
more-
it, we're
more
visual
sense.
also, so, sorry.
But just to
Yeah.
the board, do they have to submit revised plans to correct the dimensions?
Yes, yes.
So this will be continued, so you'll have time between now and the next hearing to come to the board office or talk to Ms. Agnasno about the plans, and maybe she can share a copy with you, so you can have time, aside from with your camera phone, to look at it and digest it. So we're not making a decision today.
Okay.
Right.
But thank you for
Yes,
coming.
and I just want to alert you, because I can see you are going to go and study it, so there is a submission, and it's complicated because we have so many submissions. On August 8th, they submitted the project that we're looking at, and it included something called a uniqueness study, which, uniqueness, what is the title? Uniqueness Land Use Study, and it's a 25-page document. And if you turn the pages there, you'll see the maps that I'm referring to that talk about the width of the yards and how many two-family homes there are in the neighborhood and so on.
And something for the record, I also want to, as I was looking at the uniqueness study also has a chart of all the properties within the 400 and 1,200-foot radius. And most of the buildings have a building front, that means the depth of the building, to be 20-foot wide, which is what this building is proposing, a 20-foot deep footprint, whereas as of right, it would have been a 13-foot deep footprint. So what they're proposing in terms of the depth is also pretty consistent with what is built in that neighborhood, and that is one of the findings they have to meet. It has to be consistent with the neighborhood character and context.
Okay.
But I really have to say, I appreciate you taking interest in wanting to review this document, so appreciate it.
Yes, thanks for the
Thank you for your time and thank you for your hours. It's a long day.
Thank you for waiting.
Thank you for waiting.
Thank you for waiting, yeah, sorry for this. Okay. All right. So, Ms. Ignace, do you think the only thing you need to correct is the feet and inches, right?
The statement of
And the
facts
statement
and the plan.
To take out the comment about the yard obstruction, that's not really relevant. Not at all relevant, actually. Okay. All right, so we can put this on quickly, I think. We have a couple of little ones, right?
I take it back.
Oh, we could do March 5th.
March 5th.
That'd be a submission in 2 weeks,
Yeah.
February 13th.
February 14th? 13th,
Or March 5th.
March 5th, okay.
Okay. And for the public's information, so we will be back in hearing on March
5th on this application.
in the morning, so-called morning section. Unfortunately, what is called morning sometimes trails into much later than morning. And this next submission really shouldn't be different. Oh, and I'm just going to add something. It shouldn't be different than what we've seen today. The only thing we're asking them to do is correct how they designate dimensions. Right now, the dimensions say 3 feet 6 inches, or sometimes 3.7. And so that's so confusing, it needs to be one or the other, not both, okay? And so, and then I would like you, please, as is the new regime, to give us a set where you bubble all the changes.
Oh, okay.
So it's all the dimensions that you change to feet and inches, and then a clean set that's signed and sealed.
Got it. Okay. And should I forward a set of those revised plans to the?
That
Or
would
the
be an
existing?
incredible
That's
gesture.
neighborly, yeah.
That would be
Their
wonderful.
email or something.
And you could directly, so you don't have to come to the office, that would be wonderful.
Okay.
And thank you.
Of the revised set with the
Yes.
dimensions?
That would
That'll give you 3 weeks to review it? Okay,
Okay?
all right.
All right.
Great, thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
This concludes the public hearing for January 29th, 2019.